You are watching the Vodka stream.
You are watching the Vodka stream. What is happening, everybody? Welcome to the Vodka stream. Oh boy, it is summer weather. It is warm. You know, trying to keep things cool. So, but yeah, it's definitely we're reaching those summer months. So good to see everybody. Welcome to the Vodka stream. We got a lot of fun things to talk about tonight, of course. Hit that like, thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, do all the things. Yes, we'll be having some good discussions. Obviously, we had a lot of Man of Tomorrow set stuff, the reveal of the war suit. When it comes to Man of Tomorrow, we have Supergirl trailer clip. We got all that. We got Zack Snyder taking on Escape from New York. We'll talk about Masters of the Universe. I'm going to give my full review of Masters of the Universe right now, too. And yeah, man, should be good times. All right. And then, of course, I'm going to rant off, too, about something that was just revealed today that I was like, that's interesting. That was started making the rounds. I saw it a little early because somebody that I followed posted it. I went, oh, interesting. Okay. So should be good times. But yeah, like I said, hit that like, thumbs up, comment, ask some questions right now, and we'll get the panel on in about half hour, 45 minutes. And we'll have some fun tonight. Have some fun wearing my Giants shirt today because, hey, guess what? The Giants are actually kicking ass right now. Something fired up in them, but they've been kicking ass recently, so I'm happy about that. That's for damn sure. So why not? I'm not ashamed of my baseball team, so there we go. All right, what's happening? We got Monique right here. Howdy. What's happening? You have mesquite rubbed pork loin, Sola low carb Hawaiian buns. I love Hawaiian buns. The best buns are Hawaiian buns. You hear that, Momoa and freaking Dwayne Johnson? No, but yeah, I love me some Hawaiian buns with butter. Jumbo steamed artichokes and sour cream cucumbers. Cucumbers, man. You know what's funny is like I love cucumbers. I'm a cucumbers, and of course, naturally that means I love pickles. I got this vinegar sea salt that I'll chop up some cucumbers and then I'll put some extra virgin olive oil and some pepper, mix it in. Oh man, that's really good. It's really good. But yeah, I forgot what the name of it's called. But I got this sea salt vinegar, little spread. Put it in there with some pepper and some extra virgin olive oil. Oh, good stuff. You throw that on, whatever. It's freaking good. It's good. My uncle is coming into town, so lobster tails and either New York strips or tri-tip will be on the menu. God, tell you what, I had a nice hearty meal tonight, but you're making me hungry again. Unc loves the good surf and turf. I love it. What's going on, Gilmer? Good to see you. A lot of Batman choices could fit for Snake, Brendan Sklenar. Yeah, somebody brought that up. They're like, what about Brendan Sklenar? If I'm like, yeah, he could be a good Snake. Did not think about him. Theo James. I don't see Theo James. Theo James is I don't see that. Jensen Ackles, I could see Jensen Ackles. I could see Oliver Jackson. I'm trying to remember who Oliver Jackson is, but totally was even thinking about Jensen Ackles too when it comes to that. What's going on, Ghoul? Good to see you. And we got Mr. Phil right here. Good to see you, bud. Phil will be joining later. The Clone Avenger right here, finally catching some live. Sorry, man. Life's been crazy. Been mostly catching the replay. Hey, I appreciate I've been seeing your responses with the videos and everything, Clone Avenger. So no problem, man. I get it. Life happens, but good to see you. Good to see you. Waited 3 hours in a virtual line to get the Odyssey. Oh, I know. And people are saying that movie is going to flop. It's gonna be so funny when, yeah, people are like going, that movie's going to flop. Because it's so woke. Go woke, go broke. I'm like, yeah, that movie ain't flopping at all. What are we talking about here? Jesus Christ. What are we talking about here? You just like, I don't think Supergirl's going to flop. I think Supergirl, I mean, obviously there was a deadline thing that talked about. I'll probably talk about it more on Monday on Film Junkie Live, which of course everybody's a box office expert. Everybody's a budget to box office expert nowadays, especially since, nothing's changed when it comes to that. It's not like the whole dynamic and streaming and everything has changed when it comes to all this stuff now. That's why I'm even going to talk. I'm going to bring that whole thing to even what's happening with Masters of the Universe. That's, coming out this weekend. You could talk about that. So, I mean, it's all ridiculous. All ridiculous. What's going on, Mr. Jason McKenzie? Good to see you, my friend. Happy Friday, Saturday. It was 104 where you were at? Holy crap, man. You got to 90. I think it got to 92, but I think it's going to be a hot one this summer. It's definitely going to be a hot one. Going to be a hot one this summer. So, should be fun. But, like I said, right now, it's actually not too bad. A little warm. I had the AC on, but I don't want to run it, especially in this house. And the way that California has their freaking power prices is insane. So I had it running for a little bit, and then I kind of turned off. Luckily, there's a breeze coming in my window, and then I got my fan helping with that breeze. So should be good. What's going on, Mr. Balga? Those Man of Tomorrow set photos with that war suit would make George Perez so proud. Masters of the Universe was not for me. Not bad, not my tempo. Yeah, see? I mean, I get it. It's kind of a mixed bag out there. I'm glad that people are enjoying it. I've seen people, and even people in my mentions and comments were like going, I disagree. I enjoyed it. Good. I'm glad you did. I really wanted to enjoy it. I never go into a movie wanting to shit on it, but but even from the first trailer, I was going, I don't know about this. I don't know if this is my bag right here. And sure enough, it ended up not being, but I'm going to give my full review in a little bit. What is happening? Good morning from Pakistan. Good to see you. Thank you for joining, Mr. Najib. Good to see you. Appreciate you. Devin, what's happening? Dave, I'm very sad right now. Did you hear the news that Ted Lasso? Oh, yeah. What's his name? What's his name? Who from Buffy the Vampire Slayer? Trying to remember his name. He was also in Ted Lasso. The dude, I didn't really watch Buffy the Vampire Slayer all that much. I can't remember his name. Yeah, he was also in Ted Lasso, British actor. Anthony Head. Yeah, which of course he was like the main dude who was like helping Buffy out in the series. And he passed away today at age 72. Lived a pretty full life, but he passed away peacefully. Pneumonia. So, God, pneumonia. When you get older, man, you get pneumonia. That's no joke. It's no joke. Happened to my Nana, too. Man, it happened to a couple of relatives, I think, actually. But, yeah, cheers to him. May he rest in peace. May he rest in peace for sure. Sounds yummy. Kind of like German. Yeah. But yeah, I'll put that. Yeah, what I was talking about when it comes to the vinegar salts with pepper chopped up. I kind of dice up the cucumbers, soak them in the olive oil, and then I'll put it on if I have like a ground beef and some rice kind of thing. Put it right on top of that. Add a little crunch. It's really good. Really good, but I can't remember what it's called. But I mean, you could find it anywhere. You could find but it adds a little pop to the cucumber for sure. What's up? What's happening there, Mr. Hasi? Enjoying your coverage. I appreciate it. Yeah, I know. I've been, I'm loving the fact that people are really digging the Man of Tomorrow stuff. Like I said, I'm trying to give credit to the people who are boots on the ground as much as possible. So I always give a shout out to those people who are there. It sometimes it could be a little risky when it comes to the bigger publications because they will try to dive bomb your video use our images without permission. It's like, oh shit, that's happened. That's why when it comes to like stuff like justjared.com, you know, it's so weird, but yeah, it's like, but luckily it's like, you know, when random people are just like taking videos and just posting them on social media, they like, yeah, go ahead, use it. I don't care. Go for it. You know, so it's fun. It's like, yeah, thankfully we got those. But of course, like, you know, when it comes to those, they have the better cameras, like Just Jared and stuff like that. But sometimes I get a little weary when it comes to posting their images. As Snake Plissken, yeah, I could see it. Could totally see it. What's going on, Sly Bat Dude? Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, I saw something about that. I mean, I always hear about websites crashing. I don't know if it's true or not. Sometimes I think it's fandom glazing the whole thing to make it seem like, oh my God, things are going crazy. I mean, I heard that about the Odyssey too, that the AMC app crashed for both Supergirl and the Odyssey. Who knows? And then, you know, and then of course that just adds, obviously that adds to the discourse. And of course you got these miserable, fandom is so stupid. I swear to God, it's like, you know, it's like you got fans that want to justify that Supergirl is going to do like phenomenal because, hey, check it out, look at this screening right here, and then of course and then you know this screening right here, which will be like in New York City or something, or in LA or something, where it's like, yeah, naturally those seats are going to get filled pretty fast because it's a big market, and then some miserable asshole who wants to debunk it will be like, well, I live in buttfuck Montana and there's only 2 seats that have been sold. You know, it's so goddamn stupid. It's just so goddamn dumb. It's like, guys, you guys just need to go outside. Who cares? Who cares? Let's just see what happens. Go see the movie. I don't think the movie's going to tank. It's not going to tank. You know, the same people who thought that Mandalorian and Grogu, I mean, it's reaching to 300 million. And to be honest, in this day and age, for that kind of movie, it's fine. And Mandalorian and Grogu, it's not a flop, and it's going to do very well when it hits Disney Plus. Carlos, what's happening? Are you going to watch any game from the World Cup? You know, I'm not really into soccer or football. Not really into it. I don't know. I know it's coming up, and it's actually going to be in LA. Kind of close. You know, I'm not super close to LA. I'm not in the same county, thank God, because I'm sure it's going to be pretty crazy. But I don't know. I just never. When I was a kid, I played soccer, and I was into it when I was a kid. But I was talking to my buddy last night who came with me, who, you know, he's a big sports guy, and we always talk, you know, we'll talk football, baseball, but he gets into soccer as well. I don't know, maybe I'll get into it a little bit. I just think the field is too goddamn big. I think they need to cut the field in half when it comes to soccer, because it's just like most of the time you're just watching these guys just run after that ball, just running. And it's just, it gets exciting when it gets close to the goal, of course. But I mean, you got hockey. Hockey's got a small and contained, so it's crazy. I can watch hockey and get into it, which of course the finals are happening. Go Knights. And even like, you know, I don't know. I don't know. I can't get too much into it. Hey, Versus Seed, coming a new member. Appreciate you. Anyone who uses the word woke, I just assume they must be a numbnut. Someone called the cube in He Got War. Laffy game woke. Yeah, I mean woke got overused, just like a lot of other words. A lot of other buzzwords got overused when people call things racist or call it misogynist or something like that. That got overused too, and woke became the other side of it. You know, like I said, it's like you had both sides trying to find, you know, you got this side trying to find racism and all this kind of stuff, you know, over here, and then the pendulum swung, and then the anti-wokesters were trying to find, they're trying to find wokeism and everything, and they're going to town on it. And it's so funny because they are hoping that Christopher Nolan and the Odyssey is gonna crash and burn. And I'm like, well, I hate to break it to you, it's probably going to do very well at the box office, and then it's going to get nominated for a bunch of awards. You know how it is. Tom Hardy, huh? Who we talking about? Tom Hardy. Funny that the reviews for Scary Movie 6 hate reviews. Scary. Yeah, I haven't. Okay, yeah, and that's another thing I wanted to talk about too. when it comes to all this. So, yeah. Going to see Masters of the Universe tomorrow. Yeah, we're not going to dive into it. We're not going to go into spoiler discussions or anything like that tonight. It's not going to be that kind. I know there's, a couple of us have seen it, and we'll discuss, like, what we like about it, what we don't, but we won't go into spoiler territory. I'm not going to go into spoiler territory, so don't worry. And if we do, I would have to say something. Hey, what's happening, the guys? I like your profile picture. Both of them did crash, Dave. I waited 10 minutes. Okay, so that's good. Okay, I wasn't sure. Like, when I see that stuff, I don't know, because I don't go on the AMC app. Sometimes I just wonder, like, and that's good. That's good for both. That's good for movies. It's good for movies, and it's like, and these people that just want these, it's just so funny because, yeah, I get it. Like, the studios suck. Yes, the studios suck. But usually the filmmaker doesn't suck, right? So we can root for the filmmaker, right? We can root for the filmmakers. It's just all crazy. I don't know. It's just all crazy. That's good. Someone told me I was lying. Yeah, no. And I'm sure that is an anti-James Gunn, pro Snyder kind of thing. It's just kind of dumb. Oh, did not even think about that. That's not bad. Tom Hardy for Escape from New York. Not bad. I just wonder how, because I looked it up and I was like, Russell Crowe. Jesus Christ. Kurt Russell was 30 years old when he did Escape from New York. 30 years old. So I'm kind of wondering, are they going to cast, is Zack and crew going to cast somebody around 30 years old? Would they go with somebody in the 40s? I don't know. Just interesting. And a lot of the fan casts out there, they're all in their 40s. And the people who are fan casting Cavill, I still do not see Henry Cavill as a Snake Plissken. I'm sorry. That's not, he does not. No. I do not see Henry Cavill. Do not see Henry Cavill as Snake Plissken. What are we talking about here? I know. Yeah. He's always the fave for everybody. Hey, I'm all about Henry Cavill as James Bond, as Snake Plissken. No, not at all. Anyways, all right. Let's give my full review of Masters of the Universe right now. Let's do that. Masters of the Universe. Yeah, this movie was a big miss for me. It did not work for me. If you guys saw my first reaction review, I was like, I did. I just was sitting in this movie and just going, man. Not the whole movie. Not like I just sat there and I was miserable for 2 hours. No, I definitely was not. There were still some really cool moments in there. Like I said, the action, the sword fighting, that stuff worked. I actually really liked the scene when he becomes He-Man for the first time in the movie. I have the power, and doing all the stuff. That was a great scene. I thought that was cool. It is kind of funny, though, because I did see somebody like showing those shots where he does become He-Man for the first time. And I think they actually released a clip for it. And it's funny because, obviously his clothes, like, they like burst off of him. So you kind of see like Nicholas Galitzin, who, so you see him and then all of a sudden his muscles start like bulging and everything like that. And it's just kind of funny because, okay, cool. Yeah, because he didn't have like the big muscles. They even emphasize, because there is a scene where he goes to the gym. Like he's like trying to like work out and stuff. And he asks somebody for tips about working out. But it's just kind of funny because I'm going, yeah, okay, you guys tried to put on like baggier clothes, like the pink shirt that you see him in the trailers. And even when he's at the gym, he's wearing like kind of like a sweatshirt, and they try to make it big on him. But it's like, dude, you're not, the dude looks enormous. He's got the broad shoulders. We know he's all muscly and everything, you're not hiding the muscles. You're not hiding the muscles. You did a bad job when it came to that. I mean, I guess if they wanted to spend the money, they could have made them like smaller with CGI. Maybe they could have done something like that where they kind of made it smaller, but they didn't do that, and they probably didn't want to do that. And maybe they just didn't care. I don't know. And somebody brought up like, well, in the cartoon, when he was Prince Adam, it's not like he was muscly then. I was like, yeah, but they were trying to make it seem like he wasn't muscly. It was like they were emphasizing in the movie that he wasn't muscly, and I'm like, that didn't work. I mean, I think the whole Earth scenes did not fucking work. I had a feeling that they were not going to work. I thought they were cringy, and I mean, when you have like the character, the way that the character is explaining how I thought the scene where you see him as a kid and you see him like, where he ends up coming to Earth, I was like, that's a cool scene. That was a cool scene. Man in Arms doing his thing. I mean, that was a cool scene. But then when you realize like who he's explaining, doing the exposition to, I was like, really? He's explaining it to this person? By the way, do we even know who He-Man or like Adam's Earth parents are? No, they just glossed over that. All right. Yeah, they were like, nah, we're not even going to talk about that. Yeah, he just showed up on Earth. Now he's an adult. Yeah, that's not really spoilery. I mean, I don't think there's going to be any emphasis on like, what the hell? I mean, maybe they were like, it's too Superman. I don't know. It was just like, okay, we're just going to gloss over like, yeah, he showed up on Earth. And now he's a grown-up and he's looking for his sword. And he finds his sword, which is conveniently in the same cities. Anyways, there's just the Earth stuff's really, I wasn't digging that. I had a feeling I wasn't going to. Camila Mendez, man, just a dime. Yeah, she's gorgeous. I like her. I also like Idris Elba. I think Idris Elba was Man in Arms. He was my favorite character of the movie. Sometimes it was a little overboard because, certain things they do with this character. Yeah, but I get it. It was very self-aware. Jared Leto as Skeletor was very well. You can actually hear a little bit of the Joker laugh within his Skeletor laugh. And, I mean, the design looks really cool. There's something that happens in the third act that is actually a pretty cool sequence that happens. That was like very self-aware, but sometimes I felt like it was like, yeah, we're being self-aware, but we're also trying to be serious. I don't know. And Nicholas Galitzin, I just did not like him. He had the look of He-Man, but I just felt like I don't know. They just made him too, goofy. I don't know. It was just like a little too much. I don't know. Maybe that's how people were feeling like with David Corenswet's Superman. And maybe that's how I felt about him. I don't know. Some people felt like, oh yeah, and David Corenswet, hey, and I resonated more with that than this. I don't know. I know there's like people who have been, it's so funny when I see the people who are like totally shitting on, what James Gunn's with Superman and everything and how that, it's almost like, man, I have that feeling about He-Man and you guys are glazing that up. This feels more Guardians of the Galaxy than Supergirl does when you're saying that, hey, Supergirl is totally Guardians of the Galaxy. I'm going, have you seen the clips for He-Man? That feels way more. And it did feel Guardians of the Galaxy at certain points. But, I mean, when it comes to this movie, like I said, the action was good. I think, like, especially when He-Man's doing his He-Man thing, and the fight between him and Skeletor was great. Stuff like that was great. But there was just, I was really hoping for, I was like, man, try to get that Dungeons and Dragons type of humor. I know they're going to inject a lot of humor in this, but have that Dungeons and Dragons type of humor, please. And it just didn't have that. Like there's times where I was like, oh, that was cringy. No, that was, yeah. I just did not like the humor. I did not like the humor all that much. A couple times maybe it was fine. And like I said, Skeletor, even with that it was funny because I was wondering when that clip of Skeletor that was released online, I was wondering how that was going to play out in my movie theater. Nobody laughed. Nobody laughed at it because he's like doing like the ha 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 ha. And then everybody was like, what are you doing? He's like, and then they kind of make a joke out of it. And I remember seeing that online and going, oh, I don't know if that's going to work. And I was like, how's that going to play in the movie theater? Nobody laughed. I was like sitting next to my dad. And my dad, he's very, I always kind of gauge a lot when it comes to him. He laughed way more with Mandalorian and Grogu when it came to the jokes there. And I'll even admit, I think the jokes worked better in Mandalorian and Grogu. So, but yeah, it definitely, I definitely was not the target audience. I was never a big He-Man fan when it came to, when it came to the old stuff. My brother was, and my brother was there too. He didn't really like it. He wasn't really a big fan of it. So yeah, it was a miss. It was a miss. It did not work for me. But when it comes to what's happening in the box office, when it comes to Masters of the Universe, when it comes to Scary Movie 6 is going to do better, most likely, at the domestic box office, which is kind of like crazy. But the sad fact of the matter is, I don't even plan on seeing Scary Movie 6. I'm not going to go watch it. I'll probably watch it when it comes out on streaming. I don't have any plans to go watch it in the theater. As much as I love parody movies, I already knew that when it came to this movie, even though I was like, good job in the marketing, I'm glad that the Wayans brothers are back. They have their franchise back. This movie's going to suck. It's not going to be good. And unless I have like a group of friends that want to go see it, I'm not going to go see this movie by myself. It's not a movie you see by yourself. So I'm not going to waste money on seeing it by myself. And I've heard a lot of bad things about it. I've seen some good things, but I've heard a lot of bad things about it, where it was like, yeah, this was like half-assed, this was lazy. And I could kind of tell that it felt like there was some lazy writing here. I've always liked the Wayans. I used to watch the show in the 90s, the Wayans brothers. And I've watched their movies, White Chicks, Little Man. They've done some good stuff, and even the first 2 Scary Movies were great. But I just had a feeling that this was not going to be. So I'm like, I'm going to wait. I'm going to watch it when it's on streaming. I'm not going to waste. Me and Mama Film Junkie and I, we're going to go watch that Power Ballad movie, that Paul Rudd movie, because that looks like it's something interesting, and I like Paul Rudd. She wants to see it, so we're going to go see that on Sunday. I have no desire really to go. I'll watch it when it comes out on video. I'm a sucker for parody movies. I've enjoyed all the Scary Movie movies, even like the Zucker ones when the Zuckers took over it. I've enjoyed them, but yeah, I just was going, yeah, I'm not. Unless I have like some friends that want to go like, hey, let's go see a Scary Movie. Okay, then we'll go. We'll have some drinks and we'll have fun. Fine, but that hasn't happened. I have had no friends hit me up going, we got to go see a Scary Movie. So I'm just not going to go see that. But at the same time, it is going to probably do better than Masters of the Universe. It will. But at the same time, we have to remember that every movie has a second life. It has a second life. And that's the thing about these box office people, these experts out there, which are just the diehard Snyder fans that want to say that everything in the DCU is a flop and are glazing Masters of the Universe. It's going to be kind of funny when I'm like, what are you guys going to do when this movie does not do well? It's actually going to be pretty funny on Sunday when all that happens and Scary Movie is going to do better. But I'm also going to be like, hey guys, this movie is going to show up on Amazon and have a second life and probably going to do pretty good on Amazon. Probably going to do pretty good on Amazon. So it is going to have a second life. I don't know. It's all pretty crazy. But yeah, every movie is going to it has 2 lives. It has a live, it has a life on the big screen and it has a life on streaming. We have to remember that. So you bootlegged it? Oh, don't bootleg it. Yeah, see, what's going on? Good to see you there, Del. Yeah, same way that Crime 101 did. Yeah, every movie has a second life now. We have to remember that. It has a second life. Every theatrical release will have a second You know, I even did a poll. I ran a poll on YouTube because I was curious. I was like, hey, you know, how are people feeling? I ran a poll on YouTube. Currently, right now, there's only 561 people that have voted, but basically, it was like, yeah, like, are you seeing Masters of the Universe this weekend? And 35% said yes, which is cool. 20% said not this weekend. 19% said waiting for streaming. And then, of course, we have nope for 27%. Yeah, I mean, let's face it. I mean, He-Man is just not for everybody. It's not for everyone. It really isn't. It's just not. But what can you do? Anyways, all right. Enough of that. Let's talk about Supergirl clip. Yeah, we got a clip from Supergirl. Oh my God, where's the marketing? It's either where's the marketing or, oh my God, they're so desperate that they released this clip. You ever notice that? Like the biggest detractors, it's like make up your fucking mind. Either there's no marketing or they're desperate. I mean, I've seen some stupid fucking from the normal, you know, and we're talking about people with YouTube channels. And I think some of the people I'm talking about when it comes to like these YouTube channels that are just, they're miserable and can't enjoy anything. Oh yeah, they'll glaze up He-Man. But if James Gunn made that same He-Man movie, oh, they'd be shitting all over it. It's almost like you could see the derangement syndrome. But yeah, it's like, which one? Which one is it? But of course, naturally, we got the clip. Today, and I'm sure you guys saw it. Very much so. You saw the clip. And of course, this clip right here. There he is. Okay, first off, David Corenswet. In this clip, I tell you what, he's a great Superman.
Hi there.
We have Kryptonian dialogue. We heard that we're going to get Kryptonian dialogue. And there you go. That's our first Kryptonian dialogue right here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't I don't speak Kryptonian. I didn't ever shoot. I wasn't raised there, so I wasn't raised there. Why am I talking louder? Let me help you. It's a feisty little guy.
Feisty little crypto.
It's cute. Is it okay if I...
Dude's got some crazy dimples, right?
Watch your step there. Might be slippery, so... Ah, yeah. Pretty cool, huh?
Fortress of Solitude.
Don't worry, we don't actually live here. There's a lot more to Earth than just this place. Big city, lots of stuff to do, and you'll also learn to love this place, just like I have.
I'm telling you, I don't know, like, for some reason, this clip just, like, made me really like David Corenswet as Superman more. It's kind of crazy. It's like, I'm not trying to shit on James Gunn. I'm like, oh, why is David Corenswet making me like him more as Superman when he's not in the hands of James Gunn? Just kidding.
Promise.
But it's just, I don't know. There's something about him. He's just so freaking likable. And then, of course, you have to make the underwear joke. Which is, you know, it's the age-old question. Why is he in his underwear? Why not?
Oh, should mention, your powers are going to start kicking in right about now.
Ooh, that's going to be interesting. When that happens. I can see what, you know, again, yes, I know. And then people are like, it's desperation. That's why they want to sell tickets. So they're like, let's release the scene. Let's release that scene to get more people. Yeah, 100%, guys. Yes, fine, sure, whatever. Desperation. Okay, the same, like, again, the same people who are saying there's no marketing are now saying it's desperate, no matter what. I mean, I've literally seen these fucking idiots who have YouTube channels will say, like, Jesus Christ, I can't believe they're putting the trailer in front of YouTube videos, as if they don't know what a fucking trailer is. No, they're just, God damn. I'm like, what is real life like for you? I just wonder about that. How is real life for you? Anyways, but yeah, I don't know what, I mean, that scene right there, I was like, God damn, you know, I really like David Corenswet as Superman. Just right there. Right there. I don't know, there's something just very likable about him. He's just, I don't know, maybe it's the big dimples. He's got big ass dimples. I'm like, oh man, I forgot he's got these big ass dimples. Like, wow. I know, I'm sounding like I'm crushing on him. I know, sounds a little weird, whatever. I'll own it. But yeah, there's just something about that. And then, you know, like I said, it's just kind of cool though that we had Superman last year. We have this year, so we get a little bit more Superman. And then of course now we got Man of Tomorrow, which of course is filming, and we're getting in next year. So it's just kind of cool to have like this consistency of Superman. And then it's kind of, you just kind of wonder what's in the future when it comes to this. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But, you know, after pre-sales and stuff like that, we'll see what happens when projections. I like to talk about projections the week of. I've always said that. You know, when everybody talks about projections so early on and whatever, I don't know. And of course, when it says, you know, that Deadline article that was talking about certain things and what Supergirl has to make, I don't know. But again, what do I say now in 2026? Is every movie has 2 lives now. They have 2 lives, one in the theaters and one on streaming. That's just the way it is. Just the way it is. So, but I really liked that. I really like that. And I like the last Supergirl trailer. And Tyrone Magnus actually liked it. Holy shit. That's pretty crazy. Now, speaking of streaming, let's talk about this asshole. Sorry. This piece of shit. Sorry. This guy. Let's talk about this guy. Let's talk about, you know, obviously when it comes to Netflix, we mustn't forget that when it comes to Netflix, that there is a chairman of film, a chairman of Netflix film. Yes, we have Teddy Sarandos, who is the CEO. Yes, Teddy Sarandos, when it came to trying to get Warner Brothers, he was out there going like, hey, we'll respect the theatrical window. We're going to respect this. We're going to respect that. And yes, Netflix, when it comes to Teddy Sarandos and the higher above, yeah, they're going to have the final say. Everybody has the final say when it comes to this stuff. But we mustn't forget that we have Dan Lin. That's right, Dan Lin, who is the chairman of Netflix Film. Mustn't forget that he is the guy that is basically working with, when it comes to these films and everything like that, we mustn't forget that this is the guy. Remember, this guy almost ended up getting the DC Studios CEO job. Remember that? Remember Dan Lin? He almost got that job. He was going for it. And we mustn't forget that Dan Lin, not a big fan of Zack Snyder, mainly the Snyder fandom. Because, you know, sadly, the loud Snyder fandom has done a very good job of tarnishing Zack's name, even though a majority are not like that. And we've raised a bunch of money. William, Sci-Fi Center, tonight, he crossed the benchmark that he wanted to get to. We'll talk about that when it comes to William coming on tonight. But yeah, Dan Lin, he spoke with the New York Times. Let's take a look at what Dan Lin had to say when it came to the New York Times. There he is. There's the title. Netflix is done coddling Hollywood. Dan Lin doesn't fawn over stars or write blank checks. and he still greenlights more movies than anyone. Talk about a self-serving fucking title right there, because it almost seemed I guess it's a good thing that Netflix is done coddling Hollywood. Fine, I'm all for that. You don't need to do that. And then, fawn over stars and write blank checks, basically saying like, hey, yeah, we fucked up in the past, guys. Yeah, whatever, cool. But then at the same time, when it comes to what was said in this article, and obviously you had to subscribe to New York Times to actually get the full thing. But, there's other publications that kind of took like the bullet points. So World of Real, this is where I'm getting this from. So that's why it says, in an interview with New York Times, aptly titled, Netflix is done coddling Hollywood, Lin emphasizes that Narnia was an exception. And that if any filmmaker attempts to push Netflix to give their film a theatrical release, they will be shown the door. There is a group of filmmakers who still want theatrical. Those are filmmakers we've accepted, we just won't work with. Oh, there you go. The truth comes out. So you guys wanted Warner Brothers, and yeah, anybody who was like, under the Warner Brothers, under their umbrella, any director there that was like, hey, we want some movie theaters, we want some movie theater release, we want some theatrical. You're gonna like show them the door. So, in case you didn't get the memo, Netflix's strict to no theatrical policy is still very much intact for the foreseeable future, and if it means losing marquee directors, then so be it. Netflix has already lost a bunch of big names due to strict policy. Zach Krager's The Flood stalled because Netflix refused to give it a theatrical release. Zach Krager wants his movies in the movie theater, so he doesn't want to work with Netflix. The project is now with Warner Brothers. Joseph Kaczynski turned down the streamer's offer for F1 over its lack of theatrical plan. Edward Fennell rejected a higher Netflix bid for Wuthering Heights to ensure a proper rollout. The Duffer Brothers left for Paramount for the same reason. That's kind of weird one though, because the Duffer Brothers, they made their nut when it came to Netflix. And what are they releasing something in the movie theaters? I don't know. And Rian Johnson, he practically begged and later fought for a wide release of Knives Out, only to have his demands rejected. But he did get his release. So there's some inaccuracies. It's perfectly fine. Netflix believes theatrical exhibition is becoming obsolete, which in a sense, yes, it is, which is a sad fact of the matter because I love going to the movies and I'll be biased. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I'm biased. I like going to the movies. While more and more top creatives are making it clear they disagree. With 2026 turning a handful of films into cultural events, including Backrooms, Obsession, Project Hail Mary, and Michael, Netflix is looking more foolish than ever. All right, Dan Lin, fine. That's perfectly fine. If that's what you want, perfectly fine. But yeah, you're not going to get... But then all of a sudden it's like, hey, Quentin Tarantino, why are you working with Netflix? What are you doing there, bud? David Fincher, what are you doing? I mean, David Fincher got lucky because The Adventures of Cliff Booth was not going to get released in the movie theaters, in cinema, but it got lucky because Narnia got pushed to next year, to February, so they had a slot. IMAX. They had an IMAX slot, so David Fincher got lucky. So now we get the benefit of going to see Cliff Booth, the Cliff Booth movie, in the movie theaters because Narnia got pushed. Other than that, that movie would not have saw any movie theater. No, wouldn't have gotten seen. You wouldn't get to see that in the movie theaters. Fuck that. That's a movie you want to see in the movie theaters. The sequel to Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, yes, you'd want to see that in movie theaters. But then I'm just kind of going like, what are you doing, Tarantino? You're selling this shit. I mean, you're complaining about this kind of. This is where I push back on Tarantino, one of my favorite all-time directors. I go, what the fuck you doing when you're pushing back on a lot of shit And then all of a sudden, he even said, like in a recent interview, was like, yeah, there's movies that I'd rather read a book. But then all of a sudden he name drops a couple of Netflix movies that he really enjoyed. I'm like, yeah, don't bite the hand that feeds, says Roger Avery. Kind of called him out. Roger Avery kind of called him out on Twitter. Roger Avery, longtime friend, kind of called out Quentin Tarantino online. He's all, because he did. He fucking said that. Roger Avery said that. Don't bite the hand that feeds. Sorry. But it's just kind of frustrating when you have somebody like Tarantino who's working with Netflix, and then you hear this bullshit from Dan Lin, who when I went to one of the Rebel Moon screenings, I peed next to. I should have pissed on his fucking leg. Yeah, I know. I should have. Pissed on his shoe. But then that makes me think, Zack Snyder. Let's go back to what I said at the beginning of this about the fact that Dan Lin said that he has had his run-ins with the Snyder fandom. Kind of made it seem like he wasn't a fan. We have not heard anything about Rebel Moon Part 3, the prequel to Army of the Dead, or the sequel to Army of the Dead, or anything Zack Snyder and Netflix. Zack Snyder now has 2 movies that he's doing right now that are in kind of like a pre-production thing that have nothing to do with Netflix. I think Zack Snyder and Netflix are just not, they're done. It's not happening. Now what I would hope, but then I don't know how the logistics when it comes to this stuff, I would hope that since Zack came up with the Army of the Dead franchise, the universe, and Rebel Moon, that he could take it to another studio. I would hope that he could do that, but I don't know if that's the case. But I think this was almost like a clear indication, and with the fact that Zack is working with Paramount and then doing this Escape from New York reboot, that Zack and Netflix are no longer. Zack likes his movies on the big screen. Okay? Dan Lin, who has expressed that he's not a big Snyder fan, especially the Phantom, just said that we don't want to work with directors that want it on the big screen. Are you kidding me? Fuck that. I just hope that Zack could hopefully there's something where he could eventually take the IP that he created and maybe take it somewhere else. Fuck Netflix. And how you guys doing too? You guys out there I've still seen the stupid fucking hashtag that you guys have been putting out there for 3 fucking years. Sell Snyderverse, the hashtag. Sell Snyderverse to Netflix. Did I say that? I said it like that. Yes, I did. Sell Snyderverse to Netflix. How you guys feeling about Dan Lin? You really want Zack to continue to work like this? Oh yeah, but they would release his movies in... Fuck that. No. You guys are dumb with your goddamn hashtags. You're dumb with your goddamn hashtag. Except that your hashtag was a complete fucking fail, okay? You Ski Walker, you Lethal Geeks, all those guys. Except that your hashtag was a complete and utter fucking fail. And anybody who's a Zack Snyder fan is so happy that didn't happen. Okay? And then of course the other fucking grifters out there that are like, oh yeah, we're so happy that Warner Brothers ended up going to Paramount. Yeah, DC dodged a bullet. You guys fucking hate DC right now. Are you kidding me? You do nothing but everyday shit on DC, and you're glad, oh, they dodged the bullet. You hate DC right now. What the fuck? You guys are exposing yourselves right now. Holy shit. Still, I saw a tweet. Oh, DC dodged the bullet. You're hating on DC right now. What are you talking about? It's like, it's crazy when I see the hypocrisy. But, Ken Griffey Jr., that guy, doesn't matter. As long as he tries to get some views and whatnot and everything like that. He doesn't give a shit. He keeps on trying to oh yeah, Paramount's going to restore the Snyderverse. Meanwhile, Zack has now two big movies. Like, Jesus Christ. And I know, and it was so funny because I know when it was announced that Escape from New York was going to be directed and written by Zack, I'm sure like all the grifters and even like the diehards, they had to be like, yay, Zack. But then they're deep down, they're like, oh shit, that means there's probably the Snyderverse, they're not gonna, shit, he's gonna be too busy now. That's another year of his life. Yeah. Yeah, stop listening to these guys. Stop listening to them. Jesus Christ. Just stop listening to them. But yeah, I don't know. Dan Lin can lick my bag. Anyways, okay. That rant over. All right. It's just like when I saw that and I went, oh my God, what are we doing here, folks? What are we doing here? Just terrible. You know how it is. But the hypocrisy is fun. It's fun to see it. That's why I'm not even trying to engage too much anymore when it comes to this. I'll take screenshots. I have screenshots of like some of the loud voices when it comes to all this stuff, who are assuring that, the DCU is 100% just like going bye-bye. I'm not even saying like, yeah, we don't know what's going to happen. I don't think the DCU is going anywhere. Is James Gunn going somewhere? Possibly. He hasn't, unless his contract gets extended. But as soon, but there's a good chance that might happen. I don't know. And if that happens, they have nothing. I mean, it's just so funny. It's like, and this is the group of people that were like, it's all about artistic integrity and artistic freedom and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, except for when it's the artist that you don't like. It's like, you just say that. And you guys have done a very good job of, and like I said, I mean, literally the chairman of film, he has said on a podcast a few years ago, he has said he's seen the ugly side of the fandom. And it's like, there's a chance that maybe that was like part of the, who knows? It's like, I think Zack and Netflix, that's no longer happening. I don't think that's happening anymore. And it could be because Dan Lin, and then they didn't see the return as well, because you know what? Those guys, those loud voices, they didn't give that much. Some of them did. I would give them that. Some of them were like, hey, Rebel Moon, yeah, 100%. But most of them don't give two shits about Rebel Moon. They don't give two shits. They don't give anything. They're all about their DC. It's all about the DC stuff. They just want Zack to make their DC movies for the rest of his life. That's what they want. They don't give a fuck about anything else. And that's the thing. It's like, good job, guys. Good job. Sell the Snyderverse to Netflix. Are you goddamn kidding me? Yeah. That's what Dan Lin wants, dumbasses. Jesus Christ. It's just like it, but it's funny. But because then I have the last laugh, because those guys who came at me hard for the past couple of years and everything like that, I just laugh at them. I'm like, yeah, your hashtag was a complete and utter failure. It's like, yeah, you're not, you really want, I mean, you know that Zack doesn't want to work with somebody like that. You think he wants to work with Dan Lin, who doesn't like want anything to do with like that kind of stuff? No. Sorry. It ain't happening. Anyways, sorry. but it's funny. I know, isn't that crazy? I mean, technically, I've seen Zack Snyder's Justice League in the movie theater. I've seen all the Rebel Moons in the movie theater. I even saw Army of the Dead was his last theatricals because they did have a limited run. So technically that. So Joe Star, technically that. But I've been lucky enough to see all of Zack Snyder's movies in the movie theater. Yeah, people took too kindly into being bullied into something. Yeah. Trends, Wonder Woman. What? Snyderverse isn't coming back. I always say these people are so crazy. They don't like Zack Snyder or care about his project. They only care about, yeah. I mean, that's the most part. That's for the most part. That's what I've, yeah. Yeah, who's this guy? Any moderators out there? Maybe look out for spamming. Look out for spamming. Oh no, who's Grandpa? I know. So you got any moderators out there? Make sure, yeah. Things get anybody who is capital letters. Come on, let's get rid of them. You know it is. He'd be great for. Yeah, a lot of people have said that. That would be cool too. Okay, you got him 10 minutes ago. Yeah, I was just diving back into it. Thank you guys. Thank you. Just making sure. I'm gonna watch whatever Zack puts out and hope it's great. Yeah, me too. He's one of my favorite directors, man. I will always watch anything Zack puts out. You know, but I will even say that, I mean, it came out of left field with this whole Escape from New York thing. And I was like, cool. But then I'm like, yeah, but Zack, I want you to do original shit because I know he's got a bunch of original ideas. I actually would prefer Zack to do some more original stuff, and I want him to continue some of the stuff that he's done. Even though I wasn't the biggest Rebel Moon fan, I still would love him to do more Rebel Moon. I really liked Army of the Dead, and I wanted to see more of that. But, you know, he's going to do a reboot. That's going to be a lot. That's a heavy burden because that is such a cult classic. People love that movie, love John Carpenter. I think Zack could do something pretty special with it, for sure. I think he could do something very special for sure. But there's going to be a lot on that. But I've seen such a mixed bag out there. People are like hating it, and then people are also loving it too. Crap. Oh, I was like, what did I do with my? What do I do with my regular glasses here? All right. I was going to send someone else. All right, let's go ahead and start bringing some peeps in here. Turn that off. What's happening, Ronan?
¿Qué pasa, Dave?
How you doing?
I'm doing. Today was a weird day, but it was an interesting few hours with the Summer Game Fest, but it's what it is.
Oh, that's right. That was all happening today, huh?
Yeah, Final Fantasy fans got a good today.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah, dude. They literally... It wasn't even just an announcement, but they announced the last part of the trilogy of the new FF7 remake, and it wasn't a teaser. They just showed, like, I would dare to say 5 minutes, almost maybe 6 minutes worth of footage, and it's like, we didn't know the title, all this stuff, and I was just like, cool. I respect it from afar. I'm not a big FF7 guy, but like I was like, I could imagine the fan base was like on crack this afternoon. They're like, holy shit, the amount of stuff they're doing.
Damn. Yeah, I've been seeing some things that have been coming out of that. I mean, I'm not really into the whole gaming, ecosphere, but
Right.
it seemed like some cool things were coming out of it. I saw that there were actually a Saw game was coming out of that.
Yep.
Saw Genesis or something like that. I was like, that's
Going back to
cool.
the barrel.
Yeah.
Yeah. So so that's weird because the whole Escape from New York thing, I guess it
Yeah.
is actually happening
Yeah.
with Zach. And I was like, I think I'm in a similar boat with you. I'm like, and probably more or less like, Zach, please don't. Like, it's John Carpenter. like you don't need to top him or not. Like, and like, especially forget not just John Carpenter. Who are you gonna cast as Snake Plissken?
Yeah, I know that's gonna be tough too.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because it's almost like a Boba Fett situation if you think about it,
Mm.
because there was really just one good movie. Escape from LA, the follow-up that came out in the 90s was
Campy.
pure ass. It was shit. And it was essentially a rehash of Escape from New York. Even though when I was like, young and I was a kid and I still remember, and I always have told this story that I remember watching it. It was 1996, Saturday night. My mom went out. I was probably like 13, 14 years old. And I remember I was like, it was appointment viewing, obviously 1996. I remember sitting on our big rocking chair. I think I had a snack or something. And I was like, I'm going to watch Escape from New York. I was excited for it. I watched it, of course, liked it. And then right after that, that was when Princess Diana died. I was like, yeah, all of a sudden I'm changing the channel and I'm seeing the same like feed of a car and a news report. I'm like, what is going on? And then I read, oh my God, Princess Diana. That was the night that Princess Diana. That's why I'm like, I always remember the first time I watched Escape from LA was the night that Princess Diana got in that car crash. So crazy. So crazy. But anyways, that's besides the point.
Yeah.
It is like, whoa, like, oh man. That's why, like, when I go on my For You page and I see, and I'm like, I think, again, I think Zach can do some great shit. I mean, obviously, when it came to Dawn of the Dead, that remake evolved the zombie genre. So I think he's capable. He's obviously very capable, in my opinion. But at the same time, Snake Plissken has only really been in one movie that people adore. Like, nobody talks about Escape from LA. They're like, no, we don't talk about the sequel.
Yeah.
So Kurt Russell's only really played that character one time, Yeah. So it's just but it's so funny how, but still people are like, Kurt Russell, Snake Plissken. It's like, yeah, but it was only one movie. There should have been 5 fucking movies. It should have been like Rambo. It should have been Kurt Russell's Rambo or Terminator. It should have been like his franchise where he got a bunch of sequels, but it just didn't happen. That's what's so interesting about it.
The closest I've seen people like talk about Snake Plissken is like, well, the spiritual successor to that character is Solid Snake in the Metal Gear games world, because like Kojima was very much inspired by Carpenter and Russell and whatnot. So like I could see that, but yeah, I'm with you. I'm more like, no, Zach. Like, even though I don't, even though from afar I respect the UFC and mixed martial arts, I don't really want to see you in cahoots with those type of people right now. But like, I'd rather you do a UFC movie than try to tackle Carpenter. I'm like, just do that, man. Like, that's why I'm intrigued as hell when we do see the first teaser to the last photograph. I'm like, okay, that's a whole nother corner. I haven't seen him scratch since when he did that. The closest I've seen that is when he did that. What's the movie? The iPhone movie. The iPhone movie.
Oh, the Iron Snow. Iron.
Yes.
Steam and Snow, Steam and Iron. Yeah.
Yes, that's the closest I've seen that. I'm like, ooh, I haven't felt that in a long time. Scratch that and see if there's more stories from that corner of his mind and imagination, instead of just going for something that's been tried to be rebooted for the last 20 years, 30 years.
Yeah, I know it's gonna be. Yeah, so it's interesting.
Yeah,
see what happens. What's happening, William?
What's up,
William?
So he's
congratulations,
congratulations,
man! You made the $21,000 goal that you wanted to make when it came to the AFSP. Awesome.
Nice.
Yeah, that campaign ended today, about an hour ago. Actually, 2 hours, 3 hours ago. We had them all up here, and all the chapter heads were up here, and we just pushed the button, and they got their money.
Nice, dude. That's great to hear, man. So yeah, if anybody didn't hear, when it came to William, he had a certain AFSP campaign that was running, and it got a nice little boost at first because it was cool that Zach actually retweeted it, posted it. Yeah, day one he posted it and got it rolling, and it kept rolling and rolling, and you kept promoting it, and you reached the goal tonight. So congratulations, man.
We reached it Sunday. We just did the ceremony, or the pushing of the button tonight. So yeah, we reached 21 grand.
Yeah,
Sunday night, and then we wrapped it up today with the campaign ending. So they have the money now.
I like it. So now they have the money, and that's cool, man. Well, congratulations. Really,
thank you.
Really loved hearing that. And we got.
Hey, Christopher, what you up to?
What's up, Chris?
How y'all doing? Congratulations, William. I saw that. That was awesome.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun doing it. 2.5 years of just watching. First, we were watching really good movies, and we started watching really shitty movies.
Well, then you let your co-host decide what movies you watch, and you already know what happens.
I mean, he's just, that's either end up going to be Kung Fu, or one of them. One he wanted to see was Mystery Men, so we upped the ante for that. We made people pay dearly for that shit.
I'm actually a fan. I like Mystery Men. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a fan.
that
William sounds like a big fan.
That movie is vomit worthy at its best.
That movie was The Boys before The Boys.
No, see, you know what, dude? You should. Something should happen to you right now for saying that. Are you serious? Wow. You sound like Brad with that now. We had to dump him one day because of that. I'm like, no, that is not The Boys before The Boys.
Okay. I'm not saying it's like 100%, but the fact that you had a hero that was sponsored, that was kind of what The Boys was like. When it first started, when you talk about the main hero, I can't remember who played him, the main dude, but he's all sponsored. He's got like the freaking logos on his costume and everything like that.
Well, you know where that came from, right? That didn't come from The Boys.
Okay.
That came from Justice League. That came from Natural Lord.
Okay.
Natural Lord corrupted.
But I'm just saying, like, when it came to live action, that was like when we first kind of started seeing that, because you didn't see anything like that, and they kind of like tapped into that a little bit, and yeah. It's just, I'm not saying that like the Mystery Men is like this revolutionary movie. I just thought it was slightly ahead of its time in the fact of like certain themes that came out. Yeah, you might not like the goofiness and how, and Ben Stiller, who doesn't really have a superpower, and he just squeezes, like, he just gets angry, and whatever the hell. And Hank Azaria throwing fucking kitchenware at people.
That movie had a lot of star power too.
It'd be annoying.
Yeah. It does have a lot of star
power. In that movie.
Yes, he was.
There's a lot of like notable stars in that movie too. Like, I know, and I get it, but
like I said, you know what? The good thing about after 20 some odd years after being forced to see that movie with the military, it did some good. It's like Howard the Duck. Howard the Duck was an awful experience for me as a kid, but we made money off it. We raised charity. So there you go. I can always attach something positive to some of the worst movies I've ever seen.
There you go. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, but yeah, I don't know. I really enjoyed that movie just for what it is. And yeah, I don't know. It's kind of interesting. And then we got somebody joining that has not been on for a while. I'm thinking, what kind of drop should I? Oh, here we go.
I have an idea.
We got Saggy Melons joining right now. Is she there?
Maybe.
I think her bracelet just went off.
Wait, what was her name?
Her name is Saggy Melons.
Here we go.
Right on.
But I don't know if her microphone's
I'm
working.
laggy as hell.
You're laggy or saggy?
Oh, laggy.
Both right now.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
I can hear you.
I'm going to be roboting soon. Get ready.
Well, her real name's Ray, but her name is Saggy.
Skywalker?
Yeah, right.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
The rise of Saggy.
Whoa. We don't say that name. That is forbidden. No. We don't say.
All right. Ray Palpatine. Whatever.
No. Sinners.
Yeah. Anyways, what's happening?
Nothing. Somebody sent me a link and I was like, "Ooh, what's this pretty thing?" And I clicked it, and then here you beautiful people are.
I know, right? It could have been a virus.
Look at William getting off cam. I come on, and William's like, "I gotta go."
It's the restraining order. You forgot about that, and I'm
Oh, I
surprised.
forgot. Yeah, I was stalking William for a while. I was like, William, I want to go to the movies. And he's like, woman, stop calling me. I don't want you. And I'm like,
You don't
"But
live
I
in the
wanna
same
go to
state, or I'd
movies."
send you.
So
Oh,
we're
by the way,
talking about
Disclosure
Superman,
Day. Disclosure Day is
Superman,
Monday.
Powerpuff
Yes.
Girls, Aquaman. What are we talking about?
What
You're
we
seeing
say-
it Monday, William?
No, I'm sending people to see it. I gotta wait till Friday, but I got all kinds of stuff for it though. You want a purse?
Man, what? I'm good, man. Not my style.
I mean, I can't wait to
Hey,
see
might
it. I'm
bring out
seeing it
your
next
eyes,
week,
you know.
But I don't want a purse. You have like an
I don't know if
alien
it's
head
called-
purse.
How about a
Is it shaped
satchel?
like
Do you
an
have a
alien head?
satchel?
No. See, if it was shaped as one of the aliens' heads, I would totally be like, yeah. But no, that no, I'm good.
Disclosure Day glasses? No Disclosure Day? None of that?
Nah. See, that's crap. That's not good merchandise. They gotta make them look like the alien.
What about
But,
a hat, Dave? You wear hats, right? Look at that.
Yeah,
I have about 30 of these.
I'll take a hat.
There we
Do you
go.
have a hat of the Odyssey?
Not yet. That's got a while away. But they're gonna give it to it. And then the
Dude.
mugs, they do this with every movie. Every movie is all you got to do is drink whatever the is turned up. So there you go. There you go. Plenty of stuff. And then yeah, we got tickets we're giving away for that for Monday. I already gave away the scary movie ones. They sent us digital passes for that.
Nice.
Is anybody going to be seeing that this weekend? By the way,
I didn't even know it was released this weekend until they told me to give away the tickets today.
I'm still behind on like
It's not
Obsession
my
and
genre,
Backrooms.
so, yeah.
oof. What's funny about scary movies is it's going to do better than Masters of the Universe at the box office, but it's that, which is crazy. But at the same time, it's like I understand that, but I don't have a desire to see it unless I'm going with a group, and I've heard really bad things about it.
Oh no.
I've heard like it's just like it's just like half-ass writing. It's just I don't know. I just have and I kind of sense of that. I was like, cool. I'm glad the Wayans brothers have it back. I'm glad they have their franchise back.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Masters of the Universe. Okay, I hadn't heard it.
Well, we'll get into that because I did
okay,
see
you're
that.
talking about scary movie.
Yeah, no. We'll get into that. But it's just, I don't know. It's just, and I'm all about spoof movies. I love spoof movies, and I want spoof movies to make a comeback. And I thought Naked Gun last year was like a good little, hey, we could do this again. But then I don't know, for some reason, it just, I felt like scary movie, like, oh yeah, this just looks like it's just a bunch of sketches that are just wrapped up into a movie. And I'm like, are they going to nail this? I don't know. But it's just like one of those, I'm not going to go watch, I'm not going to wake up tomorrow morning, get a breakfast burrito and fucking go watch it by myself. I'm like, I want to watch this with like some friends, and then nobody was like, I'm like, all right, I guess I'll just wait for it. I don't know.
I mean,
Yeah,
when you don't have that movie out there for years at that
Yeah.
point, you fall into the trap, which it sounds like they did, like it or hate it, is, okay, we're going to go back to the greatest hits of everything and say, hey, it's a lot of member berries,
Yeah,
which is fine if that's what, is fine. But, again, it wasn't.
I've heard good things about it too, but I've heard a
Yeah.
lot of bad,
So
yeah.
the thing with the Wayans brothers that people might not know if they don't follow is like they've went on to kind of try to replicate the scary movie type franchise by mocking other genres.
Yeah,
And
like
it's just-
what was that movie? They tried to mock that dance movie, like Let's Dance, whatever the hell that was. They spoofed like the dance movies.
They've spoofed a lot of movies
Yeah.
and it just wasn't as good. I mean, I feel like them having scary movies swept under them and then them trying to come back, it's kind of like too little too late. I personally am not excited for this scary movie because like I think all of the bad ones just kind of numbed me. Like I have zero, even though the Wayans brothers are back, like I've also seen what they've done after Scary Movie, and I'm like, yeah, y'all kind of just lost it. I think they're better off just acting in other roles. Like Marlon Wayne was fantastic in the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air remake.
Oh, I didn't know he was on that. Yeah.
Yes, he does come in, he plays a role, and he nailed it. I think he did really good, especially with the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air remake. I didn't think I was going to like it. I wanted to hate it, but I got hooked. It's actually really good. Surprisingly.
Well, it was interesting because I loved the original show. Obviously, grew up with it, and then when I saw that they were gonna do like a serious take, I went, that's actually a really good idea. I do plan on watching it one of these days, and I know it's wrapped up. But I was like, I thought that was a cool, like, hey, we're gonna reboot this, but in like an actual serious series. I had no idea that Marlon Wayans showed up in that though.
Yeah, so not only that, they do have some cameos that are like very
I know
interesting.
Will Smith shows up, yeah.
Yeah, but like a lot of the cast members show up.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you, obviously, aside from James Avery because he passed away, everyone for the most part makes an appearance. And when they make their appearance, it's obviously a different type of character that you're not used to seeing them play, which makes it even more interesting. But yeah, Marlon Wayans, when he does other projects, really good. I like his projects and other things. The whole thing. I also think too they're getting old. So like it's like back then we were kind of around that age where that kind of comedy was funny, but now that we're older, like some of us have evolved to like jokes not hitting the same. So I don't.
Yeah, it could be that.
Yeah, and I get to like times have changed. So like the edgy jokes that they got away with back then are not jokes that are gonna get away with this time without backlash.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also just like when you're trying to do too much, and it seems like, because I even the morning show that I listened to here in California, Sean Wayans showed up on it, and he talked about how that they were essentially writing as they were going, because obviously things just like you're trying to keep up with like current things. So so you're constantly trying to like do like, all right, we're trying to be as fresh as possible. And I think that probably going to affect it as well. And then of course, like what you were saying too, is like, I saw Marlon Wayans in that movie, Him, that came out last year.
I heard about this. Yeah,
that football movie. Batshit crazy movie, probably a movie I probably will never revisit, but I'm not going to say that he didn't do a good job. Like he plays a crazy fucking character in that movie, like a quarterback who's training a young quarterback because he's, obviously he's the veteran. He's about to be done. And then it goes batshit like a fucking fever dream, but he does a good job. And, so yeah, like what you were saying, like
Marlon Wayans has a very shocking range of acting.
He kind of does.
Right. I'll just say it because like it's not too much of a spoiler, but like I mean I already spoiled that Marlon Wayans makes appearance in Fresh Prince, but he plays Will's dad. And I think
so he's Will's dad in that.
He's Will's dad in it. And I will say like the one thing, and I think people should watch the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air remake because like Will's dad in the original, because it was a sitcom, didn't have much screen time, and we only really knew about Will's. Right, we only knew most about like Will's family background through like little stories about.
And his mom would show up every now and again. Yeah.
Right, but they really give more layers and lore to the characters involved, even like the characters that didn't have like prime stories or long lasting stories of Fresh Prince. They give them story arcs in the remake, which I appreciated. But like with Scary Movie, again, comedy's not where it is anymore. We're now in the era of easily offended, and edgy jokes are no longer funny, they're more offensive. And unfortunately, like a lot of people now, especially in this generation, the younger generation, they're going to be the more louder voices on what's acceptable and not acceptable in comedy. And then you have like us old heads, because we're in the era of like the woke crap. Like when they make a woke comment, like woke joke, whether it's at the expense of the anti-woke or the woke agenda, like people are just mad. So it's like hard to do comedy right anymore when it comes to that stuff, because Marlon Wayans and the Wayans brothers are from the era where everything was funny. You couldn't. There was no line too far for a laugh. Now it's like they have to think. Well, now we're writing a joke, and is this joke going to get the internet pissed off at us?
I know well, it's kind of interesting because, like I said, the pendulum always swings where, you had people who were like going, I'm offended, and then those people became, in the past 10 years they became parents or whatever, and then all of a sudden you got like rebellious now like teenagers that are like, no, we want to be the anti-wokesters, but then they get offended by, oh, if you make a joke about this. I know it's like it just goes back and forth where I'm like, it's so tiring because I'm like, yeah, bring me back to the 90s where you can make fun of this and make fun of that and nobody would give a shit. It's like you could
Right.
be totally offensive. When it came to you can have like an offensive racial joke or you can have an offensive religion joke, and it's like, can we just have both? Do we just make fun of both, or something like that? I don't know. It's all, yeah.
It's also in the eye of the beholder too. I mean,
it totally
jokes by definition are to offend. It's just a question of what is. I think that a great line I thought about with this discussion is kind of what they say in Wedding Crashers, where she's trying to do the speech, and Owen Wilson's like, well, yeah, you say this, and it's like, haha, it's like that. You don't want to be biting about it at that point because it doesn't land as well. But again, it's all in the eye of the beholder. What I find funny may not be funny to some other people, but it's like we said, it's a different age we're living in that, jokes are to offend, but it may be funny, but people are going to be like, can I laugh at this?
Yeah, it's all weird when you have to question whether you have to laugh at something.
The perfect example of that was the Kevin Hart roast on Netflix,
Jesus
which
Christ.
I watched.
Ooh, that was rough.
But the funny part about it was like the stuff that people online were complaining about. I think it was like that dude Tony when his edgy jokes. But I'm like, every single comedian poked fun at another woman's a woman comic. They were poking fun at a real story about her husband self-deleting himself.
Mm-hmm.
And every single person at one point mentions it and brings it up. And that woman whose husband self-deleted was doing what? Laughing her ass off.
She was perfectly fine with it because it happened over 20 years ago. She realized like the way to deal with that was to make jokes,
Right, and it's like people were more upset about the stuff that the Tony guy said because of the politics, and it's like, but he does the politics stuff, and it makes sense he's gonna make those jokes. People were calling the man a straight up racist and stuff, and he's laughing it off, and I'm like, that's what conversations and comedy should be. Is like you poke fun at each other and you don't take it seriously because like it's a proof of like you can dish it and take it too. Mentality, and that's the problem with comedy these days, especially with scary movies. Like I heard about the non-binary edgy jokes they made and how it ended with that character, and everyone's like, oh my god, how could they do that? I'm like, because it's about comedy. It's poking fun at the people. Like the people don't understand, like it's poking fun at people like that, and it's also poking fun at people on the opposite side. It's just you have to pay attention.
Yeah, but you have to do it right too, because I remember seeing in the trailer of Scary Movie where you see Sydney and who's the black girl who's in that. What's her name? I forgot her name in the movie, or like her character's name. But anyways, they see each other and
oh god, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. She goes, hi, it's good to see you, but I'm conservative now, so I'm racist. And then she goes, well, I'm woke, so I think every white person's racist. So it was kind of funny because they were trying to balance it out. Was it actually a funny joke? No, it seemed pretty easy, but you could see where they're trying. Brenda, that's her name. So they were trying to balance it where it was like, yeah, that's the joke where it's like, yeah, it's funny, but it's like, it's kind of like an easy thing where it's
low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, it was like low-hanging fruit of like, okay, yeah, you're I could see what you guys are doing. You're trying to find that balance, and so that's.
Don't worry, there's probably Reddit forums already dedicated to that one scene alone.
Yeah, when you first see it, you're like, yeah, it's funny. Yeah, it's funny. Hopefully, there's better jokes in there, but who knows if there is? Yeah, it's.
I mean, like I said, us older people who remember Scary Movie, like. It's a hit or miss, and I feel like a lot of the stuff that like these franchises, it's like it's forced humor at this point because it's like they're trying to replicate the friggin' stuff that made them like on the map, and I'm like, that's cool and all, but like the things aren't as funny, and if it feels forced, people are gonna notice. So I'm more about like, is it forced humor? Are we forcing this? Is it coming across as like pushing an agenda? Sure, but. I'm kind of like, I don't care about Scary Movie anymore. I think they were in their golden era when they first came out. Now I'm just like, I'm moved on. I moved on to other types of content I'm into these days. So.
Like Masters of the Universe, you gotta go see that.
I Do you really want my honest opinion?
Yes, we're gonna talk.
No,
let's
lie
talk
to us,
Masters.
please.
Let's talk Masters
Okay,
of the Universe. I know
I'm gonna
probably
lie
2
to
of us
you
have only
first.
seen it here.
I'm gonna lie.
Yeah, I have not seen it.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna lie to you guys first. Yeah,
Okay.
guys, I am so excited for this movie. I'm so glad they wanted to make a live action adaptation. This is totally for fans of He-Man and not a quick money grab. That's just what it is, guys.
There it is.
Did you dress up as
Oh.
She-Ra? Just be honest.
If I
Or as
dressed up as
Tila.
She-Ra, it would break the internet.
Yes. Or Tila. No, yeah, Masters of the Universe. Well, I mean, Ronan, did you see it?
No, and I'm debating whether I should go see that
See,
within this
so
weekend or
you're
in the
on
next few
fence.
days.
You're on the fence. See, that's
don't.
That's interesting. That's interesting that you're on the fence as well because yeah, it's one of those IPs where people just kind of go, you know.
I like the intro of the old show. I have the power. Like that's cool, but like
cool.
Yeah, they're aiming for Gen X on that one.
I think
There's probably nobody on this screen that was probably their target demo. Even if you do go, they're aiming for Gen Xers who watch that every afternoon at 4:30. Because, like I was saying last week, technically those people could have grandchildren, so you could have like 3 generations going to the movie at the same time. So if they hit on Gen X, then they'll make their money.
if they rebooted He-Man into like a cartoon or like a CGI movie, I'd be like, okay, cool. But like, I feel like live action. I saw the trailer and like I saw like just like a short clip of the trailer, and I was just like, yeah, not for me, bro. Like, I'm not. I loved He-Man, the cartoon. I loved She-Ra. I even watched the remake they did She-Ra on Netflix. I actually appreciate like it for what it was. But a live action was kind of weird, and I don't know. I think One Piece, I know I hate to say it, but I feel like after the success, in my opinion, of One Piece, let people know, like, hey, you can make these live action adaptations live action, even if they look ridiculous, and make it work. And I think that's why now we're getting like the Street Fighter movie, and we're getting He-Man, and we're being more accurate. And it's like,
I'm hoping the Street Fighter movie is going to be,
it just looks like aesthetically it looks like Street Fighter, but it's still kind of like weird for me because I'm like, not everything is going to look good when and this is why.
Well, to your point, like it's hot. It's always like, okay, Mortal Kombat, I can kind of see, okay, you have a story kind of built around it. Is it a great story? No, but there's a story you can translate to film. Street Fighter, I'm having a real tough time with it. Seeing the original, it is what it is. This one, okay, you got some cool, wrestlers, things like that are a part of it. It's just like, so what's the story again? I'm not necessarily thinking of Oscar winning, but again, seriously, what are we doing here?
Right, some of the costumes in Street Fighter are okay. Like they look, because like even in the video game, it looked fine. But like, there's no way you're gonna convince me that a man has a haircut like Guile. Like, I've never walked outside and saw anyone rocking
well
Guile
coiffed
haircut,
in such an amazing idea.
Right. Like, that is not something I can realistically say looks good. Like, in cosplay, sure, but
yeah, I was about to say, yeah.
Of everyday like soldier, like
a military guy.
Yeah.
I think that's the appeal, that it's over the top, that it's not,
and I think if the world that they put it in is so over the top and it fits, that's where it could work. And I mean, that's the thing, is you have to make sure the world, and the fact that it is taking place in 1993 when the game came out, I think that helps it. Now, when it comes to He-Man, well, Chris, you're the only other one that's seen it. Give me your thoughts on He-Man, on Masters of the Universe.
I thought this from the trailers, and I felt it pretty much throughout, was, okay, you're trying to do Barbie. I mean, they are. They're trying. They were trying to take what Barbie did.
Yeah.
Which, again, I love the Barbie movie, and it knew what it was. It did it, and again, the cheese and the camp, what was there. Were the action sequences kind of cool? Yeah, sure. I was more curious. I was talking to a friend of mine last weekend, and he's like, "You're geared up you're excited for He-Man?" I was like, "I'm gonna go see it, but I'm more curious than anything else." But He-Man kind of missed me. I'm a GI Joe Transformers guy.
Yeah.
That was my bag, and He-Man I kind of was in and out of. I loved the Kevin Smith revitalization. Hot take. I actually enjoyed it. I know that was controversial within itself, but I did really enjoy his kind of take with the cartoon. And not everything needs to be, like you said, Saggy, that not everything needs to be live action. I know William will go into, animation doesn't necessarily make as much money, but, sometimes it just needs to stay in animation form.
Well, that's a genre thing. It's more, He-Man's more than because of the time. See, that's the thing. If you're going to do something in the 80s and make it successful with the core audience that probably grew with it and brought kids into it, then you have to keep that. It has to be like a living, breathing cartoon. And I think that's the problem with G.I. Joe is G.I. Joe tries to be some military action, and those movies suck. But if they were to do a G.I. Joe movie, like G.I. Joe, like the Knowing's Half the Battle, like the cheesy stuff, I think that's what connects with the core audience. Otherwise, you're trying to reintroduce that to people that are, 25, 35, 45 that were, weren't even alive or barely alive when the show was on the air. So it's a thin line, but
So
I don't,
oh, go ahead, William. Sorry, I didn't mean
No, I was done.
Well, I was gonna say the thing about cartoons or video games, especially video games from Japan, like the reason why the characters are looking like that, why they're drawn like that, why the hair is crazy, it's to separate the character so you know which character it is. So, like with Guile, you cannot deny that character is Guile because he has iconic haircut.
Mm-hmm.
Like with Jean-Claude Van Damme, he played Guile only because we knew it. We could visit, like he was named Guile, so it was obvious. But like, with the cartoon forms, that's why they make the costumes, even with superheroes, they make the costumes like that so you can, without a questionable of a doubt, that is that character. You're not going to see Black Panther walk out with his iconic outfit and be like, oh, that's Superman. That's clearly Superman. I mean, yeah. Deadpool and Spider-Man get confused all the time because their costumes are very similar, but there are clear distinctions if you are actually looking at their costume. Like, yes, the scheme is kind of similar, but what does Deadpool have that Spider-Man doesn't? Oh, well, he has swords on his back. He carries guns. Like, these are things that are iconic and identifiable for the character. So when you make that into live action, you don't necessarily have to do the character designs. Like, you could have certain elements and people who are fans will know, okay, that's supposed to be Guile because he's wearing the outfit. He doesn't need the hair because that's Guile. We know that's Guile, played by Jean-Claude Van Damme. We know that's Chun-Li. So it's like, sometimes I understand why they change it because, yes, the costumes, the hair are really accentuated, but because it's animated, right? Because when you're drawing animations, sometimes they'll reuse the same designs, but we have to separate the two because this one has pink hair, this one doesn't. It's cost efficient for animators to do it that way, right? So with live action, you don't have to worry about that extra cost and stuff. You're already casting the actors,
It's always like a weird balance. I don't know. It's a weird balance. Like when it comes to He-Man, like I said, I wasn't like big on it. My brother was. He didn't even really like the movie all that much. And yeah, I totally, that was a good thing that you said, Chris, that it was like trying to do like a Barbie thing. I mean, the Earth stuff, and I knew it was going to be rough, and it was rough. And can you answer me this, Chris? Did he have Earth parents? Did they just gloss over that little detail? Like, hey, he shows up on Earth. It's kind of like a Superman situation. And he was on Earth.
They didn't spend time on that.
They said nothing about who raised him. They totally were like, we're not even going to talk about that. But
it was like Oliver Twist, the foster system,
maybe that could have been it too. But it was just kind of like one of those things where it was like the look, everything was like there was cool. Like when it came to certain characters, and I was like, yeah. I mean, I think they shouldn't have been anything on Earth, in my opinion. I think it should have just strictly been on, what's the place called? Eternia?
Yeah.
Yeah, it should have just been on there. I think if they just did strictly that, I think
Can
it could be. Yeah. What?
Can I just laugh and say, bro, Idris Elba will definitely take any friggin' role you get.
Hey, he was great. I actually liked him.
I'm not saying he's not, but I've noticed this about Idris Elba. Idris Elba will be in the most random friggin' projects.
Oh yeah.
Like I watched a Netflix show that was like a TV a movie or whatever about like dogs. I think it was called like I forgot what the stupid name of the dog show was called, but it was about a dog who like was trying not to get neutered or something.
Yeah. No, I mean, Idris Elba, yeah, he's one of those that just likes to work. He likes to work.
Role.
But at the same time, I think he was the best part. I think he actually was pretty good. I mean, some of the things they did with the character, I was like, all right. But for the most part, I think he was actually the best when it came to He-Man. But yeah, I mean, it's just it's just.
I got Fixed. Thank you, versus Seed. It was called Fixed.
Fix? Is that what it's called?
Yes,
I never even heard of that. Never even heard of that.
He did the voice of one of the dogs. It was like a big dog. Or whatever. It was.
Yeah.
Idris Elba was actually pretty funny. The things that his lines
too.
Yeah, his lines in that friggin' Fixed movie was insane.
Hey, I mean, like, he's just what I like that though. I like the fact that he doesn't let any success get to his head. He just takes whatever. He knows that anything could be short-lived. He'll be the star of a movie, and then he'll be a voice in another movie. He's not afraid to, and he'll be on TV shows. He'll do everything. I don't mind it. I think it's actually kind of cool that he does that. To be honest, but because I think he knows that he's like, I'm not trying to be a superstar. I'm just trying to work. And it was kind of funny because like my dad had no idea that he was in. He's like, is that Idris, it was like, yeah, Idris Elba. I was like, oh yeah, I like, because he likes him. He's like, I like that guy. I was like, yeah, there you go.
I like that black man. White guy.
He's going places. That guy.
Yeah,
that guy. Pictures.
Taking all the white people's jobs. He's going places.
He's going places.
He's going places.
Yeah, that guy. He's got a future. I remember people still fan cast him as Bond. I'm like, all right. No, he's like 50 now, guys. Let's relax on him, casting him as Bond. Maybe at one point they could have done that.
He could do it, dude.
He's still at 50 something years old.
He's
got that swagger.
Do a movie or two.
He could do it.
You could do like an Elseworlds Bond, just like one shot. Like, dude, like, hey, let's just have this. Yeah.
Old man Bond. I just had that with No Time to Die. So, I mean, that's really what that was.
Yeah.
He's at the end of his career. Right? They want a Bond that's going to be Bond for the next 15, 16 years.
Yeah, they want a young Bond.
First time I saw Idris Elba's work was in the movie The Losers. And I remember my dad was like, that guy's cool. I don't know who that is, but that guy's cool. I'm like, all right, we'll probably see him around.
He's just one of those guys where you see him on screen and you're like, yeah, I like that guy.
Yeah.
Something about that guy. But we also got somebody joining right now.
Phil? Hey, Phil? Phil?
What's up, Phil?
Hello,
Hey, Phil.
Howdy,
Hey,
howdy.
Phil.
How's it going, man?
Hey, long time no see.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Been a minute.
She's back.
I know. I'm not on Twitter anymore, so we don't, get the chance to engage all that much. So
You're not missing anything on Twitter. You're lucky.
I typically never do, and that's a good thing. Despite some chuds in the comment section assuming I'm online all the time, which is a bunch of bullshit. But
You gotta love it. You gotta love it.
Yeah. You know what I loved? Masters of the Universe.
Yeah.
Really?
So we have
Glad
Phil
you
that
did.
actually really loved it. Chris and I were just like, when it comes
I didn't
to
hate it. Was like again.
Yeah, I didn't
say
hate
was
it
bad,
either.
Yeah, not a bad movie, just not for us.
Yeah, kind of thing. Yeah.
I feel like not for us is the adult way of saying I hated it, but hey.
No, we didn't hate it.
Wow. The explanation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I actually had a really good time with it. I mean, I don't know if you guys know, but like I kind of am kind of a more than casual He-Man fan. I mean, I grew up with the 2002 He-Man and the Masters Universe show, but I did see some of the 80s cartoon.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I was pretty content with the movie. I found it quite enjoyable. I feel like one thing I really dug about it was how Prince Adam, or rather I just call him Adam, I guess, compartmentalized the fact that like when he lands on Earth and he's talking about eternity and all this shit, it's almost as if when you find a person out in the real world who's a huge Masters of the Universe fan, and a friend of mine who is a pretty huge Masters of the Universe fan, he really loved it. I saw the movie mostly because of my fandom, but also because of his. My friend Mike, he's a huge Motu fan, so I know that he and a few other friends of ours have wanted a tried and true live action MOTU movie for a long while, and based on what I saw, I thought it was great. I thought it was a really fun time. I thought it, really kind of kicked off the summer movie season, probably more so than Mandalorian and Grogu did. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with it. I thought Cringer looked great, even though he wasn't on screen that much, which if I had a gripe, that's probably one of them. But, I thought Gelatzine portrayed Adam really well. I thought he looked really good as He-Man. It's fucking Jared Leto, surprisingly, was cartoonishly evil as Skeletor, and I found that really fun.
Did he do the meme when he runs away? Did he do the
I don't think so. No, he didn't do that. But there were some moments where if you've seen like a Skeletor meme of him holding his fist up, I think there was a few moments of that, definitely.
Yeah. With that, yeah.
I thought Camila Mendes as Tilo was really cool. I loved Idris Elba as Man at Arms. Obviously there's some other characters in there like
my goodness.
What's happening in Vegas? Jesus
No,
Christ!
it
sounds like you're stealing
kids.
kids.
Amber Alert.
I'm not getting it.
neither am I.
Wow, isn't that a national thing?
No,
that's
it's
only.
an
That's only.
I don't
no,
think I'm going to get
no.
notification for kids in
No,
Vegas.
there's only craziness happening in Vegas tonight.
Well, no,
Sorry.
because there was one last
Sorry.
week. Some kid from New York got kidnapped by her dad, and I'm like, I'm 2,000 miles away. Well, I hope they find her.
Yeah.
Assemble a posse.
So real quick, I'll just say, like, if the person was last seen like in your area, even though they got kidnapped in another state, but they'll have
everybody's heading here.
in
Yeah,
that
that's
area.
true.
Yeah, they'll have Amber Alerts in that area.
They got to bring their problems to the desert, man.
Yep, that's what happens.
Phil, can I ask a question, or Phil or Chris, since you both see the movie? At any point,
I've seen it
did they-
too.
Yeah, Dave saw it too.
well, I don't care about your opinion.
Damn.
Naturally.
Kidding.
Missed that. Missed that.
So you guys, I know Phil definitely knows it since he's a fan. You remember that video on YouTube? Well, I said, hey, yeah.
Four non-blondes?
Yeah.
Yes.
The clip that came out.
Yes, that meme.
What's
Did they
going
ever
on?
reference that?
No, but there was at least 2 other references to He-Man memes with He-Man specifically. Because at one point when they're blasted, when Tila finds him and they get in the ship and they blast through, space time, whatever, he's thrown back. It's literally that meme of He-Man going, brilliant. I loved it. But no, I don't think that one was in there though. They did have a few needle drops, which I actually thought surprisingly worked out really well in its favor. I think the movie doesn't take itself seriously, and that's kind of the point too. Because what I was getting at earlier, like I think the point of like Adam, talking all this crazy nonsense about what the Masters of the Universe encapsulates, because it's really just all these things of like, science and technology mixed with magic and sorcery. It's all these things just rolled together in one, and I think that's what makes Masters of the Universe so interesting. And there's also no real established lore to it too, because it's all based off of a Mattel toy line. Like, everything they made for the show was just based off of, whoever wrote based off what they saw from the original toy line. And everything after that has just been kind of its own thing. Like, I think one thing from the 2002 show that was different was they actually made Skeletor and He-Man related in some fashion. Because if I'm not mistaken, Skeletor was actually his uncle in that universe, in that iteration.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Like, there's some deep stuff, but in this movie, they kind of stuck to as far as homaging. I would say I think they really honed in on the 80s. The classic 80s show more than anything, which is fine. I'm not super versed in the 80s show or anything like that. Like I said, I grew up more so with the 02 show, but yeah, I had a lot of fun with that. I thought it visually looked like a lot of fun. I will say I do think I can understand why some people would probably think the humor might be a little overdone. I get it, but to me, I've even seen some people say, "Oh, it's like Thor: Love and Thunder." I said, "No, this movie's actually funny." I actually think this movie's actually pretty funny compared to that hot dog fuck of a mess. But yeah, it's just, I had a lot of fun with it. I enjoyed it a lot. But according to some other fucks, I enjoy everything. Well, if that were true, I would have enjoyed Superman.
I don't. If they say that, Phil, I don't think they watch you and listen to you quite
they
often.
don't.
No, they don't.
You don't enjoy everything. What are you talking about?
No, I don't.
Yeah,
I'm just
Phil's got a duplex suite in a lot of people's heads. It's so funny.
I mean,
hey,
I saw one guy do 19 comments about Bill.
I mean, listen, I'm just me, man. I'm honest. People think I'm performative. People think I'm putting on a show. People think I'm being exaggerated. It's like, no.
Nope.
No. Like, I've met Dave in real life. I've met William in real life. These guys and Ronan, like they know full well I'm just a very passionate person. I love the shit that I love, and I don't what I don't. It's that simple.
Well, that's the thing is, like, nowadays you either have to be extreme one side or extreme the other. You can never be like, I mean, I don't know how many times I've been called a Snyder tart or a gunt.
Yeah.
It's like,
Ooh,
it's like
that's a good one. I never heard that one.
Yeah.
Don't give him ideas. Shit.
People think I'm James Gunn's biggest hater. I'm like, no, I'm probably his biggest critic more than anything.
Yeah. And it's just like one of those
I could
things.
attest to that. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. You always have to be like extreme one or the other, and it's like,
God forbid you actually like and don't prefer other things. It's just
100%.
No, just like, and I went into Masters of the Universe. I was really hoping. I was like, you know what? I want this movie to, But I mean, but I will admit, like, when I saw the first trailer, I wasn't impressed by it. I like the visuals, and I'm like, okay, everything's looking good, but I'm like, I'm kind of worried about this aspect, and then it just the Earth stuff. I wasn't really digging. I
will say, I was right, wasn't I? The Earth stuff was not in the movie that much. It lasted.
It was like the first act. It was like just the first act,
like
and then
50% of the first act, and a little bit in the end. But even then, it was fine.
Yeah. But yeah, so it's just, but there was just, and I don't know, Nicholas Galitzin, he looks the part, but I just, whatever the hell is, I know people say it differently. I'm like, I don't know if I'm saying it right or not. But I liked him to a point, but there were sometimes I was like, just the way he was written, I didn't really, but he looked the part. I'll give him that. He definitely looked like He-Man. But I think, I think Idris Elba was my favorite out of the bunch. But yeah, it just was a miss for me. It was a miss. Sadly, I was like, damn it.
Yeah, I mean, you weren't too hot on it from the jump.
Yeah.
So I'm not super shocked. I really liked Allison Brie. I thought she went to the top of her performance, but not quite hitting.
Yeah, she was over the top, but I was fine with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, she's supposed to be over the top. Just like, because what's her character's name?
Evil Lynn.
Yeah. And she's like Skeletor's
right hand. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's over the top. So it's like, you expect them to be both over the top.
Bad.
So here's the thing. I've noticed it in pretty much all of Jared Leto's performances. Watch any movie Jared Leto's in. He always does this thing with his body where he's just like,
he does
every movie. Every single fucking movie he's in, Jared Leto has to just do this thing with his body where he's just kind of soaking up the screen. And it's like,
it's kind of like Brad Pitt with eating in scenes.
Yes.
I'm angry.
Is Orko in this movie?
What?
Is Orko in the movie?
We're getting in spoiler territory now.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I mean, if you,
I guess that kind of spoiled it, but
okay, never mind.
Good job, Dave.
I know. Jesus Christ. He's in the movie, but when does he show up in the movie?
Right.
At the end credits.
Oh, I thought he would just be because he's a mainline character. Okay, sorry.
Not quite.
Not quite the end credits.
I just assumed just the way Dave reacted.
I know. It was kind of like a weird thing. I'm like, because I was like, when the fuck is this little fucker going to show? Yeah.
I will say that there are two post-credit scenes. One is far more interesting than the other.
Yes.
Because one feels a little more typical. The other one was actually like, oh, right. Kind of surprising in a way. So, yeah.
I just was, while you were talking, I was like, let me rewatch the trailer that was posted a little bit ago. And I rewatched it. And then I was like mad because I'm like, I remember watching the first trailer and I don't recall hearing Skeletor talk, and then this one I heard Skeletor talk and I was like, F you, Jared Leto. You couldn't just do the like, why couldn't we do that? That would have been so cool if Skeletor sounded like He-Man, I'm gonna get you and your little tiger too. Like,
Remember.
Skeletor time.
He does he does pretty good. I mean, you even hear
Skeletor.
you hear a little bit of the Joker laugh in some of his laughs too. I was like, oh yeah, he kind of has
Right,
a
like why couldn't we laugh like like how hard
Yeah.
is that, Jared Leto? You could have done it. Like, come on now.
What about Sorceress? Morena Bacrani, I think that's who she plays, right?
Oh, she was good.
Okay.
I mean, she's not in the movie a ton, but then again, the sorceress in most Motu most Motu iterations, she's not there that much because she only serves a very specific purpose.
Okay.
But I will say that Miranda Brockeren does an excellent job with her character.
Yeah. Yeah, my dad was like, "Who is that?" I'm like, Deadpool's girlfriend."
Yes.
And then I was like, and then she was like, "Oh, he's all yeah," and I'm like, "Oh yeah," and then I had to remind myself because I'm like, obviously, like my dad has seen the Deadpool movies, but I know like he watches CBS shows.
Yeah.
And she's in a show like it's called Sheriff. I'm like, "Oh yeah, she's in that Sheriff show too."
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and then all of a sudden it like really hit him. I'm like, "Yeah." It's what's fun. It's fun to see movies with my dad, 69 years old. So,
So many missed opportunities that I'm hearing from He-Man, and I'm very disappointed. Like, if they at least use that song, they should have like it dished out a few bucks to use that song. I would have been like,
what?
Okay, I
Which
respect
song?
the song that you made that parody, that infamous video.
The four
Yes.
non-blonde. It's in the movie. It's just in a dumb spot, in my opinion. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
was-
okay. So at least they'll do that. That makes me happy. It makes me
Yeah,
happy.
they
But
used
the
the song in it, but I was like, why did they use it right here? It was not in like the best spot. And they released the clip to it too.
Yeah.
Like if you go to my Twitter, you can actually see like the clip that they released it. And I was like, I don't like why here, but yeah, they did release that song. And I think even Nicholas Galitzin, when he was going on like a late night show, he actually did the meme where he's like, where it's one of the He-Man memes where he's actually wearing like the full on wig and he's doing like some kind of meme. It was pretty funny. I was like, at least they're leaning into. It's fun when they lean into the memes, when it comes to this stuff, because so many memes have been made when it comes to superhero stuff or just any of this old, like any of this stuff in general. They have to, you have to lean into the memes because. It's winking at the audience, sure, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, people appreciate it.
Yeah, there was one cameo. I don't even know if it's really a spoiler to say it because we did.
Oh, I know.
Anyone who saw the red carpet premiere saw Dolph Lundgren there. So, yes, he is in the movie.
We're in any doubt.
Yeah,
he is in the movie, and I actually really liked his small cameo. Yeah, I guess
it was fun.
It was cool. It was really cool because like the way the dialogue is from him to Nicholas Galitzin was like a literal passing of the torch moment in the most He-Man way possible.
Yeah,
it was cool.
Yeah, it was it got a laugh. Yeah, it was a good cameo. It definitely was a good cameo, and even like referencing his He-Man movie with a certain line.
Yes, and then bringing it back at the end of the movie too was interesting.
Yeah, true. But yeah, so when it comes to Masters of the Universe, go see it. Go see it if you're a fan. Wait for it if you want to. I don't know. Like I said, every movie has a second life.
Go on social media and blast it without even seeing it. Do what everyone else does.
Yeah, or do that.
They let you know up front it's an Amazon movie, so whether or not it fails at the box office, I think Amazon could honestly give a shit less. It's gonna hit.
Yeah,
Prime,
it's gonna be on Amazon. It's gonna probably do well on Prime. It's gonna be just fine. It's gonna be all right. So, but speaking of stuff when it comes to superhero stuff, I mean, obviously we have Supergirl that's coming out this month. And we had the final Supergirl trailer.
3 weeks.
Yeah, 3 weeks. Kind of crazy. I know. We're like in the thick of it where it's like, oh,
I'm pumped, man.
Day. We got Toy Story 5.
Disclosure Day is next week. Toy Story
yeah.
after that, and then the week after that is Supergirl. So yeah.
You got your hat, Phil.
No, what
And your
happened?
mug. You got your mug too, Phil.
Cool. So actually, I have a fun thing. So before it kind of leads into Supergirl a little bit, because I got the Supergirl trailer in front of Masters of the Universe. I got the new Spider-Man trailer in front of Masters of the Universe. However, my trip to the theater was a massive pain in the ass because the light right before the theater was busted. So it was literal stop, go traffic for like 15 fucking minutes. That irritated the shit out of me. Then I get to the theater itself. The line there was only one part of the concession stand that was open. That irritated the fuck out of me because line management was god awful. So it took me like another 10 minutes to get my popcorn, my 2 hot dogs, and my icy. Then I go to sit down in my seat. I'm comfy, whatever. I go to recline. My damn recliner is busted.
Oh,
that right there would everything else. I get it. But that was like, ugh. I've been there. Yeah.
So they start like. Here's where the theater staff also they were really busy that day. So they were just getting ready. They were cleaning up the theater right as people are kind of starting to come in at about 5 o'clock. So my showing was at 5:15. And, as one of the workers is coming up the aisle, I stopped them. And I'm like, hey, my seat's not reclining. It's not really that big of a deal. I'm just, letting you guys know like the seat's busted. Because I've been going to this theater for literally like my entire life and watching movies. And they were like, oh, okay, well, let me check the other seat to make sure that one's reclining. It was reclining. Okay, let me check your seat. So I get up, check my seat. Yeah, your motor's busted. We're going to give you a guest pass so you can come back and watch whatever movie you want.
Nice.
So yeah, I got a free
ticket,
basically a free ticket out of it. So that was nice.
That's
but I mean, I'm sitting there watching the whole movie like, fuck, I wish I could recline. I should have taken the seat next to me, but I stuck it out. I wasn't that big of a deal. I was just happy to see the fucking movie. That's all I'm really getting at.
Yeah, that's good, but yeah, like when it comes to Supergirl, obviously everything's kicking in the higher they did release a clip today, and obviously it's the clip of, I don't know if you guys all see the clip that got
the one where he meets her.
2 clips.
No,
I haven't seen it, but I know what it's about. Yeah.
The trailer I got, I had not seen or reacted to. So it was all.
You probably got the final trailer then.
The final trailer, yes, I got the final trailer. So I saw, the extended, Corenswet Superman meeting her and going through like all
that's
that.
That's what
bullshit.
The clip was, where it was actually the clip of that.
Eliza in his underwear.
Yeah, where and she's speaking in Kryptonian, which I was like, oh, that's cool that she's actually like.
Oh, that's
and then Superman's like, oh, I don't know Kryptonian and stuff like that. And the thing like that I really liked about the clip was, I don't know, just made me like Corenswet Superman more. I don't know why. It just like, I mean, I get why, because there's just something with the dialogue and the exchange and him welcoming her and the way how he talks. It just kind of made me go, man, I really, just kind of reminded me like, yeah, Corenswet's a really good Superman. I like him. Maybe he's better with somebody else than James Gunn. Just kidding. I made that joke earlier.
I mean,
who would agree?
I see him in the trailers for this movie, and I'm needle not moved. Like I don't really know. I'm just not on the Corenswet train, honestly. But hey, I know he's in the movie, and it's fine. Like I'm not super worried about it.
Super world.
I know. Super
Hey-o. And then I wanted to bring up, thank you, Real Skeptic, for the $5. I don't know if anybody got the access early. Well, you know what it is? So here's the thing. If it was Monday, Tuesday, sure. But it's Wednesday. It's a day before. And I'm going, I don't need to buy the day before. I'm going to go see it Thursday. I got people that want to go see it, like my dad and everything. So I'm like, I was like, I'm not going to watch it a day before, then watch it on Thursday. If it was like Monday or even earlier, sure. But I'm not going to do it a day before. So I didn't do I'm not going to do the fan, which, good. They do it a day before as opposed to the Flash 2 weeks. Have 2 weeks of fan screenings that kind of were weird, and it was like a lottery when you guys remember my story when it came to that, where I drove out to LA, didn't get in, and then I drove out to LA for the second time, and then I got in. But that was ridiculous. I would never, ever, ever do that again. But yeah, day before, I'm like, nah, I'll wait. I'll wait to see it with people, you know. But if it was like, because when it came to Superman, I saw it Monday. I remember seeing it Monday of that week. So I was like, all right, Monday, yeah,
Tuesday?
I'm gonna see it, you know, a few days before Thursday. So I was like, I was perfectly okay with that. People, thank you for the $5 super chat again. People have seen the film this week. Oh yeah, there's screenings that are happening right now. They're already doing critic screenings right now, which is good. That shows faith, which is good. And you know, like I said, from what I've seen, even like they've been releasing stuff. Obviously, marketing is big time in the gear. You know, I think Craig Gillespie shot a pretty good looking movie. I think it looks better than Superman.
I agree.
Palette wise, I think the action looks better. I think there's a lot of things. Even the clip with Superman, and they released another clip too, where it shows, you know, Kara dealing with some asshole alien dude. It was a short clip, and it is a needle drop. But I actually appreciated it. But what I really noticed, I'm like, yeah, Millie is gonna fucking kill it. I think she's gonna kill it as Kara in this iteration. For sure. I think Gunn was, when he said that, he immediately was like, he thought of her. I think, yeah, he nailed the casting for sure. I think she's just like, for this iteration, I know there's some people are like, she's uninspiring, she's this, she's nihilistic and all this stuff. It's like, we'll let her get to the point. Yeah.
Like that's the point of the character from the book that they're pulling from. So
yeah, they're pulling from that book, and it's like, yeah, they're not going to just start off with her being all happy-go-lucky. It's like
no, absolutely not. No.
Yeah.
Expect what she's been through. How do you expect someone to be so jolly golly if you've seen your planet destroyed?
Right.
That's called denial.
Yes.
There you go. Yeah.
That's called the stages of grief.
Yes.
So if she was going to do that, that could easily be roped into that idea. But that's not what they're setting her up for.
Yeah. By the way, Saggy, she was like on her phone streaming, and her phone was overheating. That's why she left. Right.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why she said it in like her little private chat that her phone was overheating, and then I was texting her. I'm like, "Is your phone gonna blow up?" And then she was like, "Yeah, it was starting to glitch like crazy." So that's why I don't know if we'll get her back
ahead of time. She was gonna get robotic.
So, but it was good to talk to her again. But yeah, I think the final trailer tickets, like it said, I haven't bought my tickets yet, but I will be buying, because we're in that time where I gotta buy those tickets. I gotta buy Odyssey tickets early. I can't just wait. You can't just wait anymore. Sometimes you buy like the week of, and all of a sudden the good seats are all fucking gone. Yeah, that actually happened with Mandalorian and Grogu. I had to buy another time because the main theater with like an earlier showing, it was actually like the middle section was completely gone. I was like, oh shit, oops.
Yeah,
you know.
Have you guys heard that the movie's now offering, like, you could hear the director's commentary when you watch it?
No shit, in the movie theater.
Wow. For Mandalorian and Grogu, yeah,
in the movie theater.
Yeah.
Probably have to go to a special type, like a box or something.
They did this for Knives Out, I think, with Ryan Johnson, where he offered that, where you're like, yeah, you can watch the movie and you can listen to like my documentary, my commentary of it. So I'm like, I might go see the movie again to hear his top commentary. I'm like, okay, what was the choice for this?
I don't need that for Ryan Johnson, specifically. I'd rather not listen to what he has to say when it comes. For which one was it? Wake Up Dead Man?
Knives Out,
or was it the original Knives Out?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. This is fucking years ago then. Wow. No, I don't know. That one maybe, but the other ones probably not.
I love Knives Out. But yeah. I'm like,
great
that's
movie.
They're doing that now.
Great movie. He's talented. I'll give you that. He's a good director.
Supergirl.
But
being away for Supergirl, man.
I'm gonna wait to buy
that. And
last time, Warner Brothers lied. They told us for 6 weeks. We were asking. I was getting time opened up to do the promotion, right?
Right.
And then they said, no, we're not planning on doing anything in the Vegas area. Fucking 48 hours before they did it. I had rented out a theater for Superman for a promotion we did. So I'd already dropped the money for that. And then these jackasses call up and say, hey, guess what? And I'm like, God damn it. So we ended up doing both of them. So I'm going to wait because I got a feeling that they're going to, even though they've said they're not going to be doing advanced screenings in certain areas, that they're going to, and they'll let people know 72 hours. I'm going to wait until then because I don't think I'm going to have a problem getting the ticket. I mean, I don't think it's going to bomb. I don't think it's going to bomb at all. I think it's going to do what it needs to do, but I don't think I'm going to have to like, oh, if I want my J6 or seat or whatever or H whatever, I'll just be able to get in there that day in the theater I go to. So, but I'm more interested in this movie than I was Superman 2025, or do I care about the next one? I'm really anticipating this movie because I'm partial to the story. I love the story that it comes from.
Yeah.
I like Tom King when he makes he takes risks. They don't always pan out. They panned out with this particular character, and I'm ready to to enjoy this movie. It's going to be a divisive movie though because you have a lot of people whenever they think of Supergirl, they think of 1950s whatever and it's a derivative character, so it's got that going. But I think if people open themselves up to, I think it could do well. I'm thinking maybe 4-ish or 5-ish, but I think I'm gonna have a lot of fun with it. But as far as like Man of Tomorrow goes, I have not felt it. I have not felt any buzz for that movie at all, no matter what I've seen.
Wow.
I guess I'm gonna have to wait until I get like right up on the movie to hopefully they do a better job promoting it than they did its predecessor and this one. To be honest with you, I really don't like the way they've crammed everything up until the last minute again. I think that does have an effect on how people endear themselves over time to an upcoming film, but I hope it works out.
Nowadays, everybody always says like marketing. Nobody, I don't like how do you market a movie now? I don't know.
When you have a brand IP like this type of brand, when you have the super brand or the spider brand or some brand, you do it. It's the way I've seen it done. It's worked out is over the course of time because you're not just selling a movie. When you have a brand IP, you're selling the brand. The movie is a derivative of the brand. So it's
what's weird?
Everybody there's always like people that say there's not enough marketing or it's desperate marketing. I don't know. I don't know what marketing is anymore.
Pacing. Marketing is about the pacing of it.
It's weird because Nolan has his own style, and like he was one of those things where like I remember when the first tickets went on sale for IMAX for Odyssey, they sold out and they shipped them off, and people have the big ass ticket ones, which I regret not getting. And then during Christmas, it was the prologue. Go watch the prologue and see what the movie's gonna feel like. And I remember that's what I did for Christmas. I'm like, I went to theater and I was like, I'm only here to watch the prologue. Can I see it? Like, yeah.
In front of Avatar, yeah.
Yes.
Well, and then the time span he did that over though. You see how last year?
We're talking about 2026 for everybody's. We're talking about 2026 where everybody's like attention span is like short.
Yeah.
So I'm like, it's like where people are gonna remember like and I don't know. It's just kind of like weird where it's like I don't know. I don't think anybody has an expertise on what marketing can be because you say Superman didn't have good marketing. I thought it did.
No, I thought it had
to the part where they were releasing like little fun videos from the Daily Planet that they recorded a year prior to just be like, hey, let's put that on TikTok. And I was like, yeah, good, that's cool. Get the TikTok.
Yeah,
I guess demographic. I don't know.
I guess I'm okay with it if we're just talking about a movie. We're not. We're talking about a movie that is connected to other movies. You're talking about an overall brand, and you never stop advertising your brand. Your brand is always out there. Your brand starts a year out and through because guess what? The advertising, everything you put in for Superman 2025 gives you an advantage for Supergirl 2026, and then so on and so on.
But it's like, how do you market a movie like Disclosure Day? Like, what do you do like when it comes to that? When it's like it's sandwiched between you got a scary movie, Masters of the Universe, then you got that movie, then you got Toy Story. And Supergirl. How do you fucking market it?
Well, with Disclosure Day, it's a singular movie. Superman DC is a brand. That's what I
know. But like Disclosure Day is probably not going to do well. I think so. No, I don't think it's going to do well. I think the only way that you can maybe market it is like maybe this, I've seen people with like their conspiracy theories is like the fact that there's actually going to be a actual Disclosure Day, and that's why Steven Spielberg is doing this. But I don't see people rushing to the movie theater to. I am very much looking forward to this. This definitely is right up my alley. This is my most anticipated movie of the year. It was just
I might use my pass to go see it next week. So
yeah. So, but at the same time, I'm not seeing a huge enthusiasm for it. I'm not seeing a buzz like I was seeing for like a scary movie or even a Masters of the Universe or a Supergirl or a Toy Story. I'm seeing I'm seeing some marketing, but I'm not seeing like, you know, I don't know how do you try to market this movie in between all these IPs?
You know
a
what?
lot of their dependence was on Steven Spielberg's name because you have a multiple Academy
But
Award winner.
that's no longer
doing
a
US
thing.
World.
When was the last time he had
That's,
like a
no,
movie?
I'm agreeing with you. I don't think any of these movies have been marketed that great. And I've been
But
part
I'm
of the
like,
marketing.
but when was the last time that Steven Spielberg's name drove people to the movie theater?
West Side Story, man. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah, exactly.
Just kidding.
Exactly. I know you're kidding because
your best friend was in that movie, Dave.
oh yeah, good old Rachel.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? You know what's funny? I watched 2 weeks ago. I watched that Y2K movie that she was in. Did you guys hear about that movie?
Oh
That
yeah, I heard about
Y2K
this.
movie?
Yeah.
I decided to watch that movie. I don't like I'm not one of those just because of all that. I'm not one of those where I'm like, oh, Rachel Zegler's in it. I actually think she's a talented actress. I watched that movie. That movie had a concept of, oh, I see what you're doing here. This should have been put in somebody else's hands because it's so off the cuff, like stupid, but it was like it was like beyond stupid. Like the person who wrote and directed that, they came up with like a kind of a fun concept, but they just did not know exactly where to take I was watching it going, oh my God, this could have potential to be something really funny and just so off the cuff and just this could have been something, but whoever was handling this didn't know what to do with it. They came up with a good concept and had no idea how to execute it. Just that's my 2 cents on that Y2K movie. I decided to put it on. It was late on Saturday. I was like, fuck it. And I
liked her in Hunger Games. That's why I became a fan of her. So I'm like, hey, you were good as
she's not a bad. She's talented. You know,
yeah.
I'm not afraid to do like, but you know, she did not help sell the Snow White movie, you know, and I don't know. Yeah. And she called me out on Twitter. I don't care. I forgive her. I don't care. That was a long time ago, you know?
Yeah. For Disclosure Day, I think that movie might have legs if it has a good word of mouth. People are like, man, you haven't seen the third act.
That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah.
I think the last trailer did show a little bit of too much.
So. I haven't even seen it yet.
I think they were kind of, again, when you're talking about when they get to desperate marketing as that's only talked about when it comes to, you know, the superhero genre. I think like the last trailer that came out, they showed a little too much. I watched it, and when I posted it, I went, they're showing a little too much because they actually show you what one of the aliens look like.
Yeah, the thumbnail and all that.
And then they confirmed something that I actually suspected when it came. I won't even say it here because I think it's just too much. I was like, yeah, I think one of the characters might be this, and then they showed it, and I went,
I stayed away from that trailer after you.
I won't even say it. I won't even say it. I'll just say like it confirmed something that I suspected, and I went, okay, cool. But I was like, why did you fucking show that? And I think it's because tracking for ticket sales is not good, you know. And so they were like, oh, we got to release this trailer, and we're gonna have Steven Spielberg do commentary over it. Which I was like, cool, but I'm like, you're showing too much. I love the mystery. Marketing. I love the mystery of what was happening, but at the same time, nowadays that doesn't sell unless you have something like Weapons, where you have a bunch of fucking kids running out into the darkness at 12:17 a.m. People just don't. I mean, horror just, you know, and this is sci-fi. This is sci-fi epic. It's not even sci-fi horror. It's just so funny because horror you can really hook. You could put something out and just hook pretty easily when it comes to horror, but when it comes to a lot of other things, it's hard to get that hook, man. Where you have to show some, even like with Supergirl, they're showing a lot of like, I mean, even with that last trailer, I think that whoever cut the trailer did a fantastic job because at the end of it, when they're saying like, get your tickets now, like they show her fighting and it's all like, you know, speed slow-mo thing where she's like kicking ass and they show the words and then the ending shows her doing her laser eyes and it's like, and I'm like, whoa. And I even made the joke. I'm like, you can even say what's his name did the blueprint. I'll allow it because that's very Zack Snyder right there.
Slow-mo.
Yeah.
You brought up something that's really interesting about the short attention span.
Yeah.
I think that's something that needs to change, and I think the studios need to change it. And here's why.
Yeah.
Because not only does that screw up ad campaigns and really kind of affect the movie, the longevity of the legs that these things have when you on the platforms that you put them on, it's like everything is going at 1,000 miles and within 2 miles of speed. That's how the consumer's mind is working now. Instead of extending things, bringing them out, pacing things. That's how the customer thinks now. So you're 100% right. I just thought of it that way. It's like, but that's that way. It's because they can control that though. They can re-engineer that, and I think it would be better. People are, we need 90-day movie windows like that, which is fantasy. But you're not going to do that when you've crammed everything about the movie and its ramp up within a pocket, and then you threw it out there, and now let's go on to the next 1,000 meter dash. You know what I mean? So I think that's something that they may want to take a look at and change.
No, you're right. You're right. I mean, it's all very. Nowadays it's just so hard to like market some of this stuff, and that's why when we're in the thick of a summer blockbuster season where we're gonna have movie. I mean, we're in it, where it's big movie for the next 6 weeks or so, and it's just going to be very interesting to see. I mean, like again, Masters of the Universe is probably gonna be coming second to Scary Movie, which is crazy.
If not third.
Yeah, it might even come third, because look what's happening when it comes to back. And when you have something like Backrooms and Obsession that are small movies that are having such a good word of mouth, even though Backrooms has a mixed word of mouth, because there are people that are like, it's drawn out and boring, and I think that applies to the whole short attention span thing, because when you watch Backrooms, there's a lot of just like, especially when you first get into when the character gets into the Backrooms, you're just walking, kind of just looking around like, what the fuck is this? But it's slow. It's a slow build of what the fuck is happening kind of thing. And I think that what's good about the perception of Backrooms is there are people that are going, oh, I like that it was a slow build. Obsession wasn't a slow build. It moves very well. And I think that's you have two different YouTubers that are making these movies that are kind of, you have one that's moving very at a good pace, like almost at a YouTube pace of like, oh yeah, next scene, this happens, and this happens. Things are happening and it flows. And then you got Backrooms, which is a slow build, but he did it in such a way where it was like, it left a lot of people going, oh fuck. And then when it got to that, where we're not force feeding you what is happening, and we're kind of just like, here's a little bit, people were like, oh, that's pretty cool. But then there's also a huge chunk that went, what the fuck? This is boring. It wasn't even scary, So it's kind of interesting how it's going to play out when it comes to the future of both those filmmakers, of Curry Barker and Ken Parsons, especially when you get Backrooms 2. It's like, how now I'm kind of curious of people coming back to it who, are they going to be like the people who didn't like it are going to like, hey, I'm going to come back and see where this goes. And then I'm like curious to see like Curry Barker when it comes to his next movie. Because again, I've watched that guy's sketches, and the sketches are just freaking top notch. They're fucking funny, and they're filmed as if they look like they're movies, So I don't know. It's kind of, we're in an interesting place.
When it comes to those two movies, I have no desire to see them in the theater, and it's not because I think they look bad.
Yeah.
It's purely because I don't want all the online hype to skew my opinion of them. And this applies specifically to horror movies, because I do love a good horror movie. I love slashers. I didn't see the first two Terrifier films in theaters, but I ended up seeing Terrifier 3 because I fell in love with the Terrifier movies. Dave knows this. I'm not a huge fan of Hereditary, but I love Midsommar. Saw both of those at home. Because again, I don't want the online hype and all the shit people are saying about them to skew my opinion. So I'm waiting for Obsession and Backrooms to hit, VOD, home release, streaming, whatever. Because again, I just don't want to fall victim to hype. And I'm not saying anyone here who's seen those movies fell victim to hype at all. Obviously I trust you guys with your opinions. That's totally fair game. But like, just for me, like, I really want to see Obsession. I might see that, but I'm really banking on the fact that I'm probably going to see Disclosure Day with my free pass next weekend. But I only want to see it because of the lead, Indiana Marie. She's from Superman and Lois. That would be the only reason I'd go see it in theater. But at the same time, like again, I don't want my opinion skewed because of the hype surrounding these movies right now. So I'm gonna hold off.
That's totally a thing, and I totally respect that. Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Like I would say, take your free pass and go see something that's not overly like hyped right now. Go see something, and
Disclosure Day.
Yeah. I would say that's the right thing to do. Go see something that's going to be new and wait for, let's face it, Disclosure Day is going to need more, help when it comes to box office. And those other two movies have already made their money back and then some,
Yeah.
So
and when it comes to Masters of the Universe, again, this is Amazon owns MGM. They spend 170 million on the budget. This is theatrical for them. This is like dropping the bucket, fuck off money as far as Amazon's concerned. So whether or not it does well at the box office, they're probably just like, meh, whatever.
Movies have a second life. Movies now have and people don't realize that now. That movie, everybody's still talking about like, oh, it's all about the box office. Like, no, it's not. There's a second life that every movie has on streaming now. It's like, that is the world we live in, where if a movie is like number one on streaming and it continues and it's getting a lot of views and it's racking in some like you're seeing some subscriber, intake with that too, they're going to gauge that as well. And that's and that's why I get so freaking tired of when we have the discourse about box office and budget and what a movie, that's happening now with Supergirl. With the discourse is like, oh, what does it have to make? What does it have to do this and do that? And it's like, Supergirl does not have to make $1 billion. It doesn't even have, if it makes 400 million, I think they're going to be okay with that. And then it's going to have a second life on streaming and digital. And it's still going to be like, all right, that's enough. That's fine. It moves the fucking, it moves it along. We're going to continue, doing what we're doing and whatever. I don't know. It's just, I just hate the extremes where it's like, oh, everything's a flop or everything's this, and, I think we talked about it last week and the week before when it came to Mandalorian Grogu, where it's like, hey, people are still it's great that people are seeing Backrooms and Obsession, these small movies that had small budgets, but let's not like pretend that more people are seeing these movies than they are seeing like Mandalorian Grogu. There's still more money that's made for Mandalorian Grogu. It's just the fact that that's a movie that cost more, but still people flock to that movie more than these movies. But it's the fact that the budget to like, and the word of mouth and everything, that's what we're loving. But let's not like think that these movies like Obsession is selling more tickets than Mandalorian Grogu. No, that's not the case. It's still, but it's just, it's all
different playing fields. Like, how would you compare that? Even though, I'm happy Obsession Backrooms is making money and getting word of mouth, but like those movies were made for a nickel compared to the dollar that Mando and Grogu was made for.
Yeah, and we still, and
volume.
I think William, you said that. William, you said, I think last week, you're like, we still need to see the big movies. The big movies are still out there to be. We still need the big blockbuster movies to go. That's just part of the whole thing. It's great when the small movies are making and yes, and hopefully that does cause like studios to be like, oh yeah, maybe we're spending a little too much on this and maybe we should think about this. But then I worry that when they start thinking about the budgets and stuff like that, then they're going to start, oh yeah, we're going to rely on AI and stuff like that. And we're going to put more people out of, more crews out of, and that could be the case too. That could be something that happens when it comes to this. I don't know.
The audience is going to have to be the barometer of the people that hold you accountable. So if there is a place for low budget films. There's a place for films like that, and that's great. Yeah, and they are part of the conversation. But it's just like when you start doing big IPs and blockbusters, if you start, cutting corners and using coupons on that, the audience is going to see that, and then you're hurting your own brand. So you do need the big budget films to be the big budget films. Not only for that, but the volume. It's the foot traffic and everything else. What did Mandalorian Grogu as far as foot traffic and volume bring to a theater or a chain as far as sustainability goes? I'm glad that you made a movie for 100,000 and you made something millions off of it though. But you look at each of these movies, is part of a tool to sustain the entirety of a studio or of the infrastructure, and you would need so many more of the back rooms and these other ones to make up for what a Spider-Man, movie will do, or an Avengers movie will do, or even a Supergirl will do.
Well, it's funny too because people don't even know. Like, I mean, I come across this, and this is why I'm grateful that my TikTok feed and stuff like that. Well, they know I'm a movie guy, so it'll feed me like these movie history videos and stuff like that, where sometimes you don't even realize that there were movies in the 70s and 80s that bankrupt studios because they thought, oh, we're gonna pour a bunch of money into this director because he had a hit movie with this, and then he made a flop. Like, we don't, like, there's people that don't realize that it was all about, like, hey, when a director made a popular movie, all of a sudden a studio was like, you're the guy, what do you need for your next thing? And then all of a sudden they make a fucking flop in the next one, or something just goes wrong, it just doesn't work.
Life Force, Toby Hooper, Life Force. It nearly bankrupted. And I think, in fact, it did play a major part in Canon films getting knocked off. So yeah, it happened a lot throughout the 80s, more than people know, but we didn't have the internet. We know Toby Hooper from other movies, but Life Force, it went over budget, and it bombed, and it really killed that studio. So yeah.
No, I mean, that happened. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, and that's the thing. Like I said, there was no internet then, so you didn't know. It's like, that's why I wish like some of these videos would get circulated more and get in people's heads. Like, oh yeah, there was a different time where it was not how it is now, where everybody can just get instant everything, where we get box office numbers right away, and we're getting box office numbers every day. How's the movie doing? What's it tracking? What's it then? Instantly. You didn't get that before. You just saw what happened. And then, then you'd get a paper like on fucking Monday or maybe Tuesday, and you're like, oh yeah, that movie did well. Cool. And then, but then at the same time, it's like when you see movies, these classic movies, like Terminator, Aliens, Predator, all this stuff, and you realize how much, when you hear the budget, you go, what? It was made for $4 million or whatever the hell it was.
Yeah, Aliens, one of the cheaper legendary movies, and Aliens. Aliens wasn't that expensive, and that was
it wasn't either. It was like 6 million, maybe 5 million. I don't know, not even. Yeah, and that's the thing is like these classic movies that people still watch to this day. It's like, yeah, I remember like my brother, he was watching the first Terminator. I was like, it's crazy. Oh, this movie, I think it was made for not even. It was like $1 million, 2 million, something like that. It was not made for much. And it's like, it's crazy.
And that was over budget. James Cameron went over budget. With that movie. So, but they stopped saying no to that guy, though.
Yeah, I know, right? And then look at Jaws. I mean, you watch that Jaws doc, and they talk about how that movie was just. I mean, I can't even. It's so funny because I watched the Jaws doc when it came out on Hulu for the 50th anniversary. And just hearing all the struggles and how Steven Spielberg was having like panic attacks, and they were going over budget, and the shark was like, they were having problems with the robotic shark thing, and a lot of things were going wrong. Because obviously when you're working with water, shit's going to go wrong. I mean, that even happened with Jurassic Park. I mean, when they had the animatronic fucking T-Rex, when it got too wet, all of a sudden it started having like the head would start shaking. I remember seeing the behind the scenes where every now and again, like the head would just start like shaking because too much water got into it. But I mean, that's the shit that they had to deal with back then. Nowadays, it's like, let's just do VFX. Yeah, it's fine. Just do VFX. You don't have to worry about shit like that. But yeah, it's just crazy when you see that kind of stuff, and then it ends up paying off. That's what's cool about when you see the stuff that's happening with these YouTubers becoming filmmakers. They make like a small movie, and it's always horror. That's the thing. It's like, it seems like horror is just always like the easiest thing to do when it comes to this. Anything suspenseful or something like that. I mean, even going back to like the Markiplier Iron Lung movie, which he funded himself. I watched that movie. That is definitely not for everyone. That is a crazy. I liked it just because I was like, holy shit, this is fucking. I've never seen anything really like this. This is interesting. Post-apocalyptic, weird, one kind of setting really worked. And then I went back and watched those like Australian guys, And those two movies that they did, Talk to Me and Bring Her Back. And Jesus Christ, I was like,
that movie was just. I'll never watch that movie again. That movie.
Bring Her Back. Bring
Yeah.
Her Back. That movie I will never
can't
watch.
take that
That's
movie.
one of those movies I'll never watch again either. That movie was
mouth
disturbing.
torture and shit. I'm like,
Oh, dude,
But there's
it's
one scene in there
it's
where
a
I'm like,
great movie. It's a great movie, but yeah, it's one of those where I went, yeah, I'm never gonna. It's like kind of like Hereditary and even Midsommar, where it's like, Jesus Christ, this was way too much. Good movies, even like that movie Mother that was Aronofsky did. It's like, okay, I see what you're doing here. I don't think I'll ever watch this again because it's just so unsettling. But I mean,
it's like watching Euphoria. No,
Yeah.
Well, I watched it. It's over. I'm done.
I haven't even
Or
gotten into
Midsommar.
that. Yeah, Midsommar, same thing.
way
Yeah,
with Midsommar. Yeah.
yeah. I after I watched, I specifically remember walking out of the movie theater, and there was a guy who was also there by himself. He was like walking in front of me, and he was just walking, and then he turned to me, and then he turned again, and it's just, and I was just like, I kind of just like, this guy wants to say something, and then he just went, what the fuck was that? He just said, what the fuck was that? I'm like, yeah, that was intense. I just told him like, yeah, that was pretty unsettling. He's all, Jesus. And he was just like, both him and I were just walking out of that thing going, holy shit. It's, and I like those movies, but yeah, sometimes I'm never going to watch that again. Like, yeah, Bring Her Back was that. The other one wasn't so much that was still kind of disturbing. Talk to Me or whatever with the hand. That wasn't as bad, but yeah, Bring Her Back. I was watching that going, Jesus fucking Christ. Holy shit. Like it was just so unsettling. But horror.
We did that on a watch party, and I had never seen the movie. And we did it. So I'm seeing it on our watch party.
The knife scene. The knife scene
was done. You look at the watch party, I go off screen. I'm done, man. This is
yeah. There's a scene in there where the kid starts chewing on a knife.
Yeah. Stop.
Yeah, no, it's very. I even went, oh, like it's very. Yeah, it's very. It makes.
That could take a lot. That could take.
Yeah, that was. But at the same time, within the context of the story, it worked very well. Of how but it's such a fucked up because it's got to do with kids too, and that's the thing. It's just like, good Lord. I know somebody was just mentioning the Ice Cream Man movie that's coming out with Eli Roth. Did you guys see that trailer?
No, I have not.
Oh
No.
God, Eli Roth. Yeah.
Is it back to being Eli Roth, or is it Green Inferno Eli Roth?
It's totally 100% written and directed by Eli Roth. And you could see it too. Like you watch the trailer, even the trailer, I was going, Jesus. I'm like, I even was like, you're not even holding back on the trailer. Like the trailer is insane. I mean, it's just about a demon ice cream man feeds ice cream to kids, and then they turn into little demon killers.
Okay, that sounds good. All right.
Yeah. And it's just there is the trailer. I was like, what are you holding? What are you holding back on? I was literally going, what are you holding back on? I mean, you're showing so much. Like, good God,
That means the movie is actually going to be worse than
probably.
Yeah,
oh my God! I mean, you watch that trailer. I mean, I'm like, yeah, it's Eli Roth. I don't mind me some Eli Roth. I like his shit. I watched Thanksgiving. I thought it was
that was vintage Eli. I mean, dude, like I said, I don't condone anyone being put into an oven under any circumstances in real life. But when I watch horror movies, I am watching an art form. I am watching how good we know this is fake. How good can you do this? And what emotions can you compel from me? And when I think it was Gina Gershwin, he puts her in and he dresses her up and does a brace thing and everything. And I'm like, that's horror. That's what horror is supposed to be.
Yeah.
I had a lot of heat for that. Oh, you like putting women up? No, dude, it's fake. All right. This is like the dog in the movie doesn't really die. You learn that as a kid. This is an art form, man. Just Jason, all the kids that Jason kills, guess what? They got up and went on to other jobs. You know Kevin Bacon? Remember him? Jason kills him first.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, that's the thing. It's like, but when it's animals, that's where it gets a little twitchy.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, come on, guys, not a real freaking animal died. Yeah.
Punisher.
Yeah.
They had to show you the dog. They had to, hey, the dog's okay. Here's John Bernthal. Throwing the dog, he's fine, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I know. Yeah, there was even like something. I mean, it's not even spoilery, but yeah, there's there's a cat that does die in Obsession. And it was like funny because I saw a video where it was like people were like, I'm not gonna see that. I'm not gonna see the movie because a cat dies. And it's not even gruesome. I mean, there's a weird scene that happens when it comes to it, but but then it was funny because there was like a video of the crew, it's a fake cat. Literally, like the girl is like throwing it like a football to the other guy, and it's like it's kind of funny.
Yeah.
It's like
you have to put that out there though, man.
Yeah,
People do.
you know what? Yeah, it's
People
like
go full time.
it's a fake fucking prop. It's not real, people. It's like, but at the same time, the fact that it brings out that feeling to people, like and then like when it comes to horror, if you can, I mean, I'm not too squeamish, but sometimes like there's sometimes where it's like you get me. You show me like a certain kind of way of like you're stabbing somebody or cutting somebody or something like that. It's like when I watch, like going back to what you were just saying, like Friday the 13th, Kevin Bacon, the arrow through the throat.
Yeah.
It doesn't affect me. It's like a cool little like, wow, look at what they did back then, because it's like that was shocking back then. He's on the bed and then he's just and then all of a sudden the arrow comes through. And I'm like, that's even to this day, that still is like a graphic scene. But at the same time, I'm not sitting there going, oh my God. But you show me a scene like in fucking, Bring Her Back. Jesus, fuck. It's just
the eyes, the genitalia, and the mouth.
Yeah.
You can decapitate somebody. You can rip their toes off, their toenails off, rip their ears off.
Toenails get me. Nails? Oh.
Blow their head up. I can take that. You start fucking around with the eyes, in the mouth, and then the genitalia. You start cutting and nailing and down there. I might have to get up. When we were watching, it was I don't know.
Hostel does that, I think.
Hostel.
Oh, that's Eli Roth.
Cavalier.
Alley right there. Yeah.
I'm like, what is this?
And
that's where Eli was starting to lose me a little bit. Man.
Yeah, I remember like in the first Hostel, I think like then I remember there was like a scene. I remember seeing it in theater, and it got a big reaction because like one of the guys sliced like the Achilles tendon, and then he tried to stand up, and then you hear the and then he fall, and like I remember the theater was like, oh, like it was just one of those like. Eli Roth is really good. He's really good with the graphic shit. That's why when I saw the trailer, I'm like, Jesus. I'm like, yep, this is definitely.
Dude, I rewatched Casino the other day, a little bit of it, and Pesci with the pen, it just like he keeps going at it, and there's a close up that Scorsese does, and he just like they throws in the little whimpering sound. He's like, "Would you hear that? Is that little girl whimpering?" And just keeps stabbing the dude and whatnot. And like there's another graphic scene where like someone's head is put in like a watermelon thing, whatever, and I was just like, "Oh Jesus!"
Well, in
that movie was great.
The same film, some chick gets her eye just straight mutilated by a torch.
Which movie?
Hostel.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Dude, that movie it became. So listen, if you with the problem with the Hostel movies, especially two, it just
gnarly.
Became like Wile E. Coyote was coming out. It was like I gotta outdo the last gimmick. And when you're doing the violence, and for me has to fit. It has to be appropriate. It just can't be Acme. You know what I mean? It has to escalate in a way that supports the movie. And midway through Hostel 2, and I'm like, why am I here? Yeah. Whereas I didn't feel that in other Roth movies. And we're in Thanksgiving is perfect. That's appropriate violence. I love that movie. That movie is like religion.
Yeah,
that sequel needs to happen, please.
I was actually pleasantly surprised because I watched it last Thanksgiving for the first time. I didn't catch it, and I was actually pleasantly surprised by. I was like, all right, this is a decent.
The dumpster scene is bullshit. The dumpster scene is it was made for.
I'm not a big slasher guy. See, that's the thing. I like when it comes to horror. I'm not a big slasher guy. Like I'm not big on slashers. I like the more supernatural type of shit. But yeah, it was decent, and I think he is going to make a sequel.
It was supposed to come out this year, and then when I found out it was getting delayed, I was like, okay, I was disappointed because
he did this.
Eli, if you're watching this Vodka stream, which you should do, like and subscribe.
Come on the Vodka stream, Eli.
Every year. There shouldn't be a November that I go out without a Thanksgiving movie. Go up to 10, 15, 20, I don't care. Every year I should be met at Thanksgiving time, Eli Roth's Thanksgiving. Don't take a lot to make.
Did he do Cabin Fever?
So I can't remember.
Eli Roth?
Yeah. Was that Cabin? Did he do
I
Cabin
thought
Fever?
that was
Or is that somebody else?
Cabin Fever was directed, written by Eli Roth. Yes.
There it is. Yeah. That movie was also one of those, but the gore, like it was just enough to fit. Like when she's shaving her legs and her skin's coming off.
Yeah, that was hard.
That was. But at the same time, it fit for the story of the fact that these people are fighting this, skin-eating disease parasite thing that was going on, and that was like one of those movies where it was like, oh yeah, that movie was good. Where it was like it had just enough gore. What was it? This Ice Cream Man one? I don't know. It feels like it's Terrifier with an ice cream.
That's in Terrifier. It's just with Terrifier. It's like, okay, I shocked you out of your seat. Watch this. Watch it. When it's trying to outdo itself. Because I saw Terrifier 3. That was one of the things we got donated. Because I fucking hate those movies. But as part of our campaign, our FSP campaign, somebody donated, and I said I would go watch this dreck of a movie, even though I know I'm going to hate it. I'm going to do it because they donated. So I went to a midnight screening, and there's kids there dressed as Art the Clown. We can go through that later. But I hated that movie. I appreciated the audience, and that the audience was having a great time with it, kids and all. The shower scene alone, I will never, ever, the chainsaw, never see another Terrifier movie again. Just take my eyeballs away. I'm not doing it again. It wasn't even good horror. It was just people were cheering. This dude's getting sawed in half. Spoiler alert. And the people were cheering like I was there. All I had money bet on the Super Bowl, and the winning field goal was about to win them mortgage money.
One of the best parts of that movie is when the guy gets a chainsaw up the ass and like
that's the one I'm talking about. I didn't want to say it like
amazing.
that.
I was one of those weirdos who cheered. I fucking love that. I can't
God.
this movie. Oh, I'm
looking around and the kids are jumping up and down, all of them dressed like Art. It was like an 8-year-old. I'm like, what's happening? But that's fine. But I'm like, and Art's looking at he's looking at us, the audience, be like, you see, guys, aren't you glad you came? And I'm like, I forgot what I watched. Maybe cartoons or something after that. I needed that movie out of my fucking mind. But
the most tamest thing about that third movie is the opening of the movie, because Art literally kills a child, but you don't see it because it's off screen. And that's literally the tamest the movie gets, because from there, it just goes fucking buck wild with Art just doing his thing.
People on the train. I'm like, what is this?
Fucking him as Santa Claus in the mall, dude.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the freezer. Yeah, dude. This
he fucking hands out a bunch of fucking presents and then blows all the kids up. Oh, my God. Oh,
he's killing kids like en masse. And then the freezer thing he does is Santa Claus. He freezes Santa Claus and just breaks them off. It's like, what?
Not for me.
But what I did for charity.
You did it for
well, that's the thing.
You did it for the kids, William. You did it for the kids.
Yeah, you did. I mean, that's the thing. It's like there are those movies that are extreme. I mean, like I'm a fan of the Evil Dead movies. And,
same here.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, every Evil Dead movie, there's always something. Even the new one, even when you watch the trailer, you go, that's gonna make me scream a little bit, but I'm okay with it. But when I watched that Eli Roth trailer for that Ice Cream Man, I literally was like, Jesus! I'm like, what the?
I gotta find this trailer. It sounds great.
So freaking! It is. It's like I said. It almost feels like it's.
Now, is this based off the comic?
No, I don't think so. Is it?
Could be.
Is there a comic that's based off?
There's an anthology horror series called Ice Cream Man.
Oh, maybe it is.
Yeah,
it is.
I don't know if it'd be a weird coincidence, but like
that'd be a really weird coincidence.
Does he feed like ice cream to kids and they turn them into little demon killers?
I've never read the books. The covers make it clear it's a horror.
Yeah.
Maybe it is. I mean, he likes
Image. It's Image, and it. I believe. Hold on. By Maxwell Price. I remember this back in 2018.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it could be a weird coincidence, but that's something I missed.
Maybe it is.
Yeah.
Could be.
They're doing not this one isn't, but they're doing video games, which probably doesn't need to happen either. But hey,
no, that's fine. Wow. Hey, Ronan, I know you got to take off. I know you got to take off, Ronan. You got some things to do.
Yeah, I got to get up early in the morning, get some work done.
All right, man. Well, appreciate you. Promote what you got to promote. And
sure. Thank you, man. Thanks for having me on. It was good talking to you, boys. At Run Chain on YouTube and all the socials, covering anime. For the next few months, it's Disclosure Day, Supergirl, the Tony movie, and then Spider-Man and other stuff. And then next month, it's gonna be what? X-Men 97, Batman Cape Crusader season 2, and just
Ooh, that's right. Release those images. Ooh.
Dude, I'm pumped as hell for that show. I fucking love that show. But yeah.
Live Comic-Con month.
Yeah.
That
But yeah,
too.
boys, good talking to y'all. Take care of yourselves.
Later, Ronan.
All right, take it easy.
Speaking of games, Summer Game Fest happened today.
Yeah, I saw that.
There was
And then-
one game announcement that literally made me ugly cry. Just one. That's
Saw Genesis. Oh.
No. Final Fantasy VII Part 3 Revelation.
Okay, that's what Ronan was actually talking about. He said Final Fantasy fans were eating very well. So
Oh, dude.
yeah.
Final Fantasy VII was the first RPG I ever played, and I fell in love with the franchise after that. I've literally played
I think a lot of people did. My brother did too.
Yeah, I've played every game in the series except the online ones for obvious reasons, because I'm not really a huge MMO guy. Those games are more MMO based, but literally every mainline Final Fantasy game, I've played it. And 7 is up there, arguably one of my favorites. Not quite my favorite, but it's up there as one of my favorites. But it was one of the first ones I ever played. So seeing Part 3 get revealed, it's coming spring 2027, all platforms. Like, yeah, I fucking ugly cried today in a happy way. I was very, very, very pleased with that trailer. I was very happy.
Yeah.
But,
so you're saying that's cool. Yeah, it's kind of because it's so funny because like I said, I never got into those games, but I remember my brother did, and it was Final Fantasy VII. And I'm like, 7? Why is 7 like the big game? Why did it take 7 times? But yeah,
Well,
that game like took. I mean, I guess
I can break it down for you if you'd like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the first 6 games were all on Nintendo and Super Nintendo, but when it came to stateside, 1 came over stateside in '87, and then over stateside here. By the time we got 2, it was actually Final Fantasy 4, and then R3 on Super Nintendo was actually Final Fantasy 6. So by that time, PlayStation was becoming a thing, and initially after Final Fantasy 6, Squaresoft, they were formerly Squaresoft, they're now Square Enix at the time, they were developing Final Fantasy 7 on N64, but there was a data limit to the cartridge on the N64, so they opted to move to PlayStation because the disc size had a much larger capacity for data. So they split their game up across 3 discs, and that's how Final Fantasy ended up on the PlayStation for the PlayStation era. And it was so revolutionary because it went from traditional 2D graphics to a more 3D polygon type of gameplay. It was literally one of the biggest games they ever developed. And honestly, the first Final Fantasy saved Squaresoft from bankruptcy. They might have been called Sunsoft at the time. I'm not 100% on those details, but yeah. And then eventually, during the PlayStation era, they ported Final Fantasy 1 and 2 onto PlayStation, and then they put Final Fantasy 4 with a game called Chrono Cross, and then they also put Final Fantasy 5 and 6 on their own separate PlayStation discs, and then they released Final Fantasy 8 and 9 on PlayStation. Final Fantasy 10 went to PlayStation 2, Final Fantasy 12 went to PlayStation 2, Final Fantasy 11 was the first time they did an MMO, and Final Fantasy 13 and that respective trilogy was the first and only Final Fantasy games on PlayStation 3. Final Fantasy 15 was the first one to cross-platform, going from PlayStation 4 and Xbox One at the time. And now they're up to 16 because 14 is also an MMO. And 7 is the most beloved of the franchise because of the iconography, Cloud holding a giant Buster Sword, Sephiroth being an absolute ass bag of a villain in a good way. I love that. I mean that because he's just super iconic. He's got the long hair. He's got the Masamune sword. He literally kills one of the main characters at the end of the first disc of the game. So this game literally changed the landscape of not just Final Fantasy, but RPGs in general. It still retained the classic turn-based battle system, but it made it, instead of it looking 2D, it brought a whole different 3D level of appearance to it. And then when Square Enix and Disney came together to make Kingdom Hearts, and they, started working with more action hack and slash based type of combat, fans online were like, damn, I want to see Final Fantasy VII like this. And then Square then made a movie called Final Fantasy VII Advent Children, which takes place after Final Fantasy VII. And people were like, damn, I want a Final Fantasy VII game looking like this. And then in 2015, Square Enix, when the PS3 was announced and showed off, they had a technical demo using Final Fantasy VII as a capability to showcase just how powerful the PS3 was. But Square was like, we're a little ways away from doing a remake of Final Fantasy VII. And then people were like, you're considering remaking Final Fantasy VII. Go on. And then in 2015, they finally announced that they are remaking Final Fantasy VII, and they split it up across three different games. Remake covers like the first like 10% of the game, and Rebirth covers up to about the next 40 to 50% of the game. And now this final installment is going to cover all the last bit of Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, wow. Gee.
Yes. But to your point, like Final Fantasy VII has just become super iconic because Cloud and Sephiroth have this massive clash of identity, of like, you know, what it means to be, you know, a living person. Like there's a whole bunch of subsect themes that go along in Final Fantasy VII that still continue to like outclass other RPGs to this day. And honestly, people just love the fact that there's a blonde, spiky haired dude with a giant fucking sword holding onto him, and he faces off against a guy with long silver hair and also has a giant sword. People just like watching people fucking duke it out with swords.
Clip that.
You're welcome.
We're gonna clip that. Yeah. Hey, might have to clip that, put it on TikTok for you, Phil, or something like that. Man,
William has Star Trek. I have Final
Yeah,
Fantasy.
I know. It was just kind of like, I mean, it was like the passion right there. It was almost like you had that rehearsed.
I didn't even need to look that up. I've literally been playing this franchise since I was like 7 years old. My very first RPG was Final Fantasy VII. I know. Thank you, Chris.
No, but it's cool that the passion with that was like really cool. Like I'm not even joking. We should probably clip that. You put that on your TikTok. Hey,
absolutely.
Where did Final Fantasy come from? Hey, we might have to do that, but no, that's cool. Like I said, I remember like my brother playing it, and then I remember seeing the movie that came out when everybody was like, "Wow!"
There was
full on CG. Yeah, there was the first movie that came out in theaters,
Spirits Within, and it flopped horrendously.
Yeah, sadly it did, even though it was a beautiful fucking movie.
Yeah.
But I don't think it captured. Did it fully capture like the lore of Final Fantasy in your eyes?
Final Fantasy VII Spirits Within doesn't necessarily. Well, here's the thing about Final Fantasy is that each game is called Final Fantasy, but each game takes place in a different world, and they all encompass similar themes. The first 4 games focus solely on a group of heroes aiming to get the 4 elemental crystals. They're known as the Heroes of Light. Final Fantasy 5 and 6, 4, 5, and 6 more specifically, but 4 retains those elements, but 4, 5, and 6 lean more into a more narrative-heavy story. Like in 5, the 4 Warriors of Light are meant to take out this character called X-Death. In Final Fantasy 6, you have a roster of 14 characters to choose from to form a 4-party team. And then, you know, from 7, 8, and 9, they all have their own very distinct stories, even though Final Fantasy 9 kind of brings it back to a more traditional sense of you have your 4-man party, you're after these elemental crystals. There are elemental beings that, you know, encompass each crystal that you have to fight and take out. There's even certain themes of time travel in the first game. There's in Final Fantasy 3, it introduces something called the job class system, where you can customize each character to have each individual job, like warrior, white mage, red mage, blue mage, black mage, monk, thief. And then in Final Fantasy 1, the same concept was introduced. However, once you chose those 4, those are your 4 for the remainder of the game. But once you got to a certain point in the game, your warrior becomes a knight, your thief becomes a ninja, your black mage becomes like a black wizard, your white mage becomes a white wizard, etc., etc. But 3 kind of takes it to a different level where you can master certain classes. And then 5 took it to an even greater level to where you kept those classes and you got to keep abilities from other jobs while in your current class. It's pretty insane. Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah, dude.
Wow.
I love this franchise to death, and I'm a nerd for it.
So I could see why you ugly cried when it came to the when it came to the announcement of that. Hey, we got Paul joining right now. What's happening, man?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Going pretty good. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. I apologize. I did mean to come on sooner.
You look like you just woke up.
Yeah, I did. I set my alarm on. I mean, like I kind of know when Dave will send out a link usually, but I try to get a few hours sleep in before the stream so I can stay up till for later and whatnot. But I overslept, so I apologize.
Don't worry, man.
Yeah, I did not see the game stuff today, but my friends sent me some highlights and stuff. I thought it was cool that they're doing the Last Ronin for the.
Oh yeah, I saw that, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Yeah.
Yeah. Has anyone here actually read the book or no? Okay, great. Yeah. So I don't have to fill anybody in, but I like Last Ronin. I thought it was a sick story and stuff.
Should have been a movie.
It was supposed to be a movie.
Agreed.
I think we're all on the same page in that boat.
Yeah, good old Paramount.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're getting a game, so that's cool at least. Yeah. And I feel bad too because I love the Ninja Turtles, but ironically, of all the things with Ninja Turtles, the comics is the stuff that I am the farthest behind on as far as like all their stuff. I'm more used to all of the other media and stuff. But I did pick up like original classic collection of the Turtles and stuff like that, like the first like compendium. So I'm kind of going through that now, like original Peter Laird, Kevin Eastman run. So that's
late 80s.
Yeah. The OG or whatever. So yeah, going through that now. So that's pretty fun. Enjoyed that. But yeah, the Last Ronin game should be a good time. It's pretty much like the Dark Knight Returns.
You're kind of coming in and out, Paul.
Yeah.
Hold on, give me a second.
Okay. It's all good. But yeah, I know that was today, and that was cool. I mean, and then how are you doing?
Well, they also had a state of play on Tuesday or Wednesday, and they showed off more gameplay footage for Wolverine.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah,
looked pretty interesting. They showed some other X-Men characters.
Yep.
Also,
yeah, very bloody,
I'm buying
very
it.
gruesome.
Yeah, I'm buying it purely on the fact that Jean Grey's in it. Jean Grey is my favorite X-Men character of all time, so I'm buying it.
That.
You did not know that?
No, I did not.
Oh, yeah, no, I love Jean Grey. She's my favorite mutant. She's Omega level. She's incredible. She's in some continuity, she's a mom. So yeah, love her, and I love Famke Jensen too. I'll die on that hill.
Are we talking regular X-Men, or are we talking the Wolverine gameplay? Or
I just mentioned that Wolverine had their they showed off gameplay they showed off gameplay footage during State of Play earlier this week, and I'm buying the game solely on the fact that Jean Grey is in it because she's my favorite my favorite mutant.
Oh, okay, cool.
The gameplay,
yeah, no,
good too.
Yeah, it really does. Yeah, I mean
that game has been. How long is it? When was the first?
So it was announced in 2022, right before Spider-Man got its release date, or rather, Spider-Man 2 got its release date, and everyone lost their collective shit.
Yeah,
some of the gameplay leaked in 2024 on TikTok, and they finally made some headway with it last year before finally saying, "Yeah, it's coming out in 2026." So,
yeah,
jeez, I know it feels like that first teaser that they released was so long ago.
2022.
Yeah. So like, I was during the pandemic, still kind of. Yeah.
I'm hearing that the game is not going to be open world. I think it's going to be.
No,
kind
it is not.
It's more Ratchet and Clank in the sense of you go from area to area.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, I think I'm okay with this to a degree because I don't think every superhero game needs to be open world, like, so I'm pretty good with that.
I mean, think about it, right? You kind of can't yank Batman out of Gotham City just in the same way you can't yank Spider-Man out of New York. But when it comes to characters like the X-Men, or in this case Wolverine, they kind of go all over. So I think having them kind of in the same way that Ratchet and Clank planet hop and you get to certain subsections of certain planets, I think that's actually the best way for you to do Wolverine. And they've even confirmed, like Insomniac has said, like, in our universe, we don't have the X-Men. They haven't said like yet or whether or not they will turn to the X-Men, but they're referring to this team that Wolverine's a part of as Team X. And I'm like, oh, okay, I can get behind that.
Yeah.
Because it's their own thing, right? Like it's just like how they did with the three respective Spider-Man games. So
right. And the thing is too, Insomniac I think can take some liberties. I know the Arkham games definitely did with Rocksteady.
Yes.
So I mean,
well, you get the tropes. That's what you need, and then see what you do with them.
Right.
I could be wrong because obviously they're doing something different with the X-Men in this universe. I could be wrong here because my friend and I were more or less theorizing. But if you play Spider-Man 2, and I don't think this is a really big spoiler if I'm going to give it. The game's been out for a while, but when you fight Kraven and whatnot, I think you're fighting in a dilapidated mansion in Westchester, basically, which looks like it should be the X Mansion, but it's not, and it's his hideout. So, yeah, I could be wrong. But I think that's supposed
it's
to be
a
referenced.
museum or something, but I'm not 100%.
It was like Natural Museum, Natural History Museum, maybe.
Yeah.
I know for a fact that Insomniac has said that the Wolverine game is in the same continuity as Spider-Man.
Right.
So they are in the same world, but they have also said that Spider-Man will not show up, and I'm like, well, that's not shocking at all.
No,
but
I mean, they could drop in like an Easter egg in the sense of a newspaper or a poster in the background that says "Wanted."
Well, one big rumor that's been floating around is they were developing a Venom game before Tony Todd died.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot. I mean, that's a loss in so many ways, but that's definitely a leaving money on the table.
Yeah, like there's even rumors that they had DLC for 2 planned, but because of Tony Todd passing away and how much it cost to develop the game, they kind of axed it. I don't know. I wonder if that is the case and they don't use it. I wonder if they're just going to fold some of that stuff into Spider-Man 3 because they have confirmed that Spider-Man 3 is in development. Like even the mocap actor who plays Spider-Man even posted a picture like back to work, and it's like, oh yeah, they're making.
Oh,
the game.
They left the Carnage thing out there too. That thinking that could have been.
There's a few
DLC.
I like Spider-Man 2, but you can definitely tell that it didn't have the same development as the first one. You can tell some things were a little rushed, some things were a little bit. The biggest controversy I think of Spider-Man 2, ironically enough, had nothing to do. Well, it did have something to do with story because of how it's introduced, but Miles Morales's Spider-Man costume at the end, where like his hair is showing and everything.
Oh, that's ridiculous! Don't show the hair.
No, but it's like a really bad costume too.
Yeah.
You guys can look it up. And
yeah, I think I remember seeing it. Actually.
Yeah, but it became a controversy even later, not just because the fans thought it looked like ass, the costume. It was apparently like a tie-in deal with like Adidas, and they were like, and I think they designed the costume and it looked awful. So, it didn't. They tied it like into the story. Worst.
It's just kind of the sequel being a little bit bolder and not all the swings they took might have hit, but a lot of them did hit. I would say they had a lot of diversity in the costumes.
As someone that really likes and prefers Eddie Brock as Venom, I thought it was interesting with what they did with Venom. And Venom is still Venom, so it didn't, Tony Todd voicing the character. So it was different. But I also, again, we talk about this all the time on the stream, every iteration, every adaptation of the books and everything, it's going to be an Elseworlds. It's going to be kind of doing their own thing to a degree. So, as long as it doesn't go against what's been established in terms of how these characters work and stuff like that, for me, it didn't really bother me all that much. But yeah, I mean, the Spider-Man games overall are really fun. I'm really intrigued to see what they do with Wolverine. He's my favorite X-Man or a mutant, so I want to see what they do with it, how it goes. I loved seeing the state of play and just that whole gameplay trailer was great. So I'm sold day one. So yeah.
Yeah, it should be interesting. Chris, I know you got to take off.
Yeah, that's calling my name, but it's always great hanging out with everyone. And,
yeah, for sure, man.
Hope AC keeps us all cool in many different ways as the heat is
It was
on.
107 out here today. So yeah.
107, jeez.
104 out here.
104, yeah. I got to 92 here today, so yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, good times. Summer is here.
I'm anticipating it being hot as fucking San Diego later next month.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's going to be 73 degrees, and I'm not going to want to come back here. Every year I got to fight to actually, I have to come back to Vegas. I have to come back.
Yeah.
All right, take it easy, Chris.
Take it easy, guys.
Let's go. Take care.
Later.
All right, see ya. I wanted to get you guys' opinion on the Lex Luthor war suit that was revealed.
I'll go last.
To infinity and beyond. No.
Yes, thank you, William.
Yeah.
I have no feelings on it as far as like I understand. That's his theme. That's his tone. That's what he's going for. So it's to be expected. I'm not necessarily on board with a lot of the stuff I'm hearing about Superman. That's why I got Supergirl. But it's consistent with what he promised that he
showed.
Yeah, so I'm all right with it. As far as comic accurate goes, I'm like I heard that going back and forth. For me, the only time comic accurate needs to be paramount is when it's on these fucking walls and I'm reading a comic book. Everything else, whatever you're making a motion picture show, do what you need to do to make your moving picture work. And I'll judge it when I see it. But I saw it. I'm like, all right, cool. People are like, well, that's not the way it was, and I'm like, they don't have to do anything that was in the comic books that they want you. They just need to make it recognizable. Do you recognize that that's Lex Luthor and that's Superman? That's as far as the general public is going to go for it. So I will wait and see. I'm just not feeling this movie, but as I get closer to it, maybe my excitement level will change. Right now, give me the lanterns, and I got a dog biscuit and Supergirl.
William is going to get me to lanterns tattooed on his forehead, bro.
Yeah,
and I love it. I'm kidding.
The whole universe doesn't have to please me. The whole universe doesn't have to please me. It's going to be like a la carte. I mean, some of the stuff is going to be like, it's going to make now, I think I'll sit this one out. And then there's some stuff I'll sit in. But Lanterns, if Lanterns is good, he gets the benefit of the doubt for me for everything else going forward. So,
no, it's a good way to look at it. I mean, there's people out there that just want nothing to do with anything. And it's like, pick your poison. Maybe you'll like something, give it a chance, whatever. But yeah. But, I was like, oh, yeah, there it is. Cool. Yeah, he did the war suit. And it's just kind of funny because of how practical it actually ended up being and the fact that it was on set. And, yeah, it looks ridiculous. Everything always looks ridiculous when you see it on set from a fucking cell phone camera. And I'm like, all right, now how's that going to look on the big screen? That's what's going to be the interesting part when it comes to it. But kind of curious, like when it comes to the scene, what I like about what I've seen from the Man of Tomorrow set videos and set stuff. Obviously the costume for Superman is still relatively the same. There's been some minor tweaks to it. But I like the fact that Corenswet has longer hair. He has like a little bit longer hair. I'm like, yeah, cool. Added, it's 2 years later. Why not? And then there's like a fight that is happening between Superman and Lex. And I'm like, okay. And then apparently I think Brainiac comes involved with it from what I'm gathering. Something happens with Brainiac. So like a theory is whether Lex is just doing this on his own behalf or Brainiac is in some kind of control at the time.
Probably can control the suit with his powers.
Yeah. So that's what I'm kind of like wondering. So I'm like, all right, interesting. So, but yeah. But I know the memes were out there and everything was out there, of course, when it comes to all that. Which, of course, every time there's a suit reveal, there's always going to be the fun stuff. But I know, Phil, you said that you were actually said it looked a little better than you thought it would look.
I mean, we all knew the war suit was coming. So
yeah.
I was like anticipating it. It's one thing I've always wanted to see Lex Luthor use in a Superman movie. So yeah, I was actually quite surprised and pleased with how it looked. Credit where credit is due. I'm kind of with William in the fact that like, and I know I'm with Paul on this. We all know how Paul feels about James Gunn's Superman. So we're kind of in lockstep on that. But no, when it comes to the suit, the war suit, the mech suit, whatever you want to call it, the power suit, as I've always referred to it.
It's kind of funny because there's so many different names for it.
Yeah, like it looks good. It's practical. That's nice. So it's going to look and feel authentic on screen. I saw the video that you shared of like the cameraman moving with Superman's punches. I was like, oh, that's interesting, I suppose. I saw the photos of his suit. I was like the Superman suit. And I was like, that doesn't really look all that different, but hey,
yeah, they just
whatever
tweaked it literally, like the couple things. It looks like it's a little bit more form fitting. I don't know,
yeah.
But I was just glad that I don't know why that I was glad that Corenswet, like his hair is just like longer and fuller. I was like, cool, it's kind of Man of Steel hair. You know how Cavill's hair in Man of Steel was like a little bit more thicker and fuller. As
I find it really ironic that like of the still that's going around of him like standing like that, I was like, that is eerily too close to how Henry Cavill stood as Superman, but I'm not gonna, one way or the other, it's whatever. Right. But the suit itself, like Lex Luthor's power suit, yeah, I was actually really pleased with it. I thought it could have been lit a little better with the picture that James Gunn shared, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
The only real gripe I have is the fact that it has an Argus logo on it. I would have much preferred having like, the emblematic L that he always has on whatever power suit, because that was been in an Injustice. It's been in which fucking Batman Superman? It might have been I think it might. No, it wasn't Public Enemies. There's one movie where Lex Luthor has a power suit. I don't fucking remember which one it was.
It is Public Enemies, isn't it?
Is it Public? It might be Public Enemies.
So.
There's also the animated series. He's got I think he's got like an emblem there on his chest too. I just prefer Lex Luthor have his own emblem on it, because like him having an Argus logo on it.
Story that's why. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I think it's the context of the story. That's why.
Well, it just seems like based off of the video footage, like Superman and Lex are clearly fighting it. I don't know if it's like a bank robbery or some shit, but he's using.
You know what I think what's happening, because they're at a theater or they're at some kind of like auditorium thing, and I think like there's some kind of, and maybe Lois is getting an award. Some people were pointing this out because it looks like there's some kind of award thing that's happening, and maybe
Lex crashes the party.
Yeah, or something's going on. But then, like I said, there's some weird shit that sounds like Brainiac also gets involved with this whole thing as well. I don't know. It's very interesting because there was like a video I recorded yesterday when it came to this, where they had like people that looked like they were dogpiling onto Lex. I don't know if it was Lex or something. And, I mean, obviously in the context of the story, what happened in the first Superman, obviously people hate Lex now because what he fucking did.
Right.
And maybe they were like, fuck this guy. And then maybe Superman was like, hey, like everybody, like, what the fuck, like, get away. And then all of a sudden a green light happens. And then, you see the stunt performers just like launch off of him. And it's like, okay. And then there was talks of like, there's like this voice that comes about that says, turn over Lex or I will blow up the city. I'm your overlord kind of thing. And it was like, okay, very interesting. Is it Brainiac or is it something else? I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Yeah. Should be interesting. But that's what's happening. Yeah. What do you think of the costume, Paul?
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad it's practical. I'm always a fan of practical effects. Personally, I think it's too bulky. I mean, most versions I've seen, I'm used to it being a little bit smaller, more form-fitting, and more. I think it's even different too, because I think even the Jim Lee drawing that he did is very different from how the final suit kind of came out. So, my predictions, and again, it doesn't have to follow this. This is just more of like how I view things from comic books from so many years. Usually, if it's a Superman-centric comic or plot, a lot of times Lex and or Brainiac will usually team up.
Yeah.
And then at some point, Brainiac usually betrays Lex in one way or another. Because at the end of the day, Brainiac is in league with Brainiac. Like that is his.
Well, I mean, one of the things I was thinking about too was when it came to all that, I was thinking about Superman the animated series. I forgot what it's called, but there is an episode where literally like Brainiac holds Lex hostage in his own tower to build him the robotic, Brainiac.
I mean, there's multiple versions too. I mean, in Whatever Happened to the Man of Tomorrow, I know Lex like merges with Brainiac, or Brainiac like in that version Brainiac is more of like the android, but mostly like where he looks like a metal skeleton kind of thing.
Yeah.
He puts Brainiac on top of him, and then Brainiac and him like morph together. And like I think it's, again, Lex always is trusting of Brainiac, I think, for some reason, because he respects his intelligence, and then Brainiac almost always betray Lex in one way or another. My favorite interpretation of that is, again, in the same continuity as the animated series, but the Justice League, where you find out that Brainiac implanted himself in Lex's cells to then be dormant there in case he got wiped out by Superman. And then you find out that Brainiac is like this virus that helped cure his cancer. And then that Lex is this like amalgamation of Brainiac and himself and all these different things. And like, that was a really good twist in that series. And I I thought that was cool. But yeah, I think what will happen is Lex will respect the intelligence of Brainiac, probably team up with him to, fight fire with fire in terms of taking out Superman. And then most likely Brainiac will betray Lex, and then Lex and Superman have to work together to save what remains of humanity at that time in terms of, what can fight Brainiac. At least that's usually the case. I'm assuming Supergirl will probably get involved as well.
Yeah.
I'm assuming I don't know what they're going to show in Supergirl, but it looks like they're going to show Kandor getting taken up or whatever. So I'm assuming that's going to play into then into Man of Tomorrow. So
yeah,
that'll be good. At least I think, I'm talking in terms of what would satisfy me as a fan, but I think seeing Supergirl fight Brainiac and get not revenge, so to speak, but getting some kind of, catharsis for what she's going through by fighting Brainiac, I think would be good. But those are just my theories on what they'll probably do. But as you guys know, I don't really have that much interest. I'll probably check out Man of Tomorrow at a later time when it comes out on streaming or something like that. But I will probably check out Clayface, and I'm like William, I'm definitely going to tune into Lanterns just to see how that unfolds and how that comes out.
It was kind of cool. Like they released like a motion poster for it, and I was like, that's cool.
Saw that with the ring in the water.
Yeah, you got the ring in the water and then reflections of the two dudes, and they got rid of the tagline of like only one can wear the ring. I was like, oh yeah, that was probably smart. They just did like, hey, just do a line from the Oath, and they did. I was like, all right, smart. But it was so funny because I remember I retweeted that, and then literally somebody with a Green Lantern in their name and as their profile said nothing like the lore. I'm like, nothing like the lore. I mean, like, okay, the hyperbole. What are we doing here? I'm like, nothing. There's a ring. There's a green ring, and it's Hal Jordan and John Stewart. Nothing.
Okay. If they do this show for guys like me, I hate to say this show is not going to do anything. Yeah. It's an HBO show that is airing on that spot where the people who are going to watch it and be the backbone of its success are the people who watch Sopranos, the people who are going to just haven't been done watching Game of Thrones. They're not going for all that, and the whole lore thing. It's like I see these pictures of the people. This is what it should look like, and I'm like, you're trying to get people fired.
Oh, I know. I even did a video. I did a segment on that too, and I posted a video. I'm like, when there was like a viral thing of like showing them in legit costumes. I'm like, this would have got hated just as much. Maybe not as much from like certain people, but it would have still been because it looked like this looks kind of ridiculous. And yeah, I mean, and it's funny too, because even in those, when I talk about this, I'll even reference you, William. It's like people have to realize that they're not trying to appease just the comic book people. They're trying to appease like, hey, we have to also get new people that don't know the lore and everything. But again, going back to what I was saying before, it's like everything always has to be extreme this way or this way. It's like, so when you get these people and they get the hyperbole of like, this is nothing like, as if it's nothing like Green Lantern. I'm like, there's literally a ring, a green ring, and there's the fucking part of the Oath in the tagline, and it's the two characters. Stop saying it's nothing like it. You know, I get so tired of the hyperbole and the extreme of like, oh my God, it's like, that's just where we're at in 2026, where you just got people that, you know, like today when I posted the clip of Supergirl and with Superman and I just, for some reason, I was just like, oh man, Corenswet, for some reason, I'm really liking him as Superman in this clip. Like he's just a really good Superman. Somebody was like, how? That's total BS. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm like, how is he like, how do I feel like he's a great Superman? Because he's Superman. And I thought he's great. That's it. It's just like, it's just so interesting. But again, it's Twitter, it's online and everything. Yeah. But, you know, so people always have to be extreme on one side or the other. It's like, it's so crazy. But Lanterns, man, I think it's going to be something special.
Yeah. I mean, playing devil's advocate personally, I mean, you guys know I've been like interested compared, which I think says a lot because I'm not into the DCU stuff at this point. My only again, my devil's advocate, my only real complaint, and it's not extreme or anything, but it's more of just like, this is such an interesting take on the Green Lantern mythology, but I guess I'm scratching my head and kind of confused because everything I've seen of it so far, it doesn't feel like it's DCU. It feels like it's almost like an Elseworlds project or it should be because of how different it is. And I only say that because like I may dislike the Superman 2025 movie, but I will say, what do I find to be true to the books, or what do I find that is connective to what I'm familiar with? And the two main characters is Mr. Terrific and Guy Gardner. Like the costume's a little bit off because of the Maxwell Lord stuff, but for the most part, like he's 100% true to books, and even his powers right out of the book. So
so how does that Guy Gardner fit into this Green Lantern? Yeah, that's what's going to be interesting.
I feel though, like too, like, I mean, so I kind of understand why some fans maybe are like, thrown off by it too, because it's like, you're showing us this with Guy Gardner, but why is Damon Lindelof's, why is it so different here? And I know every Green Lantern, even this, and this is in the lore, like every Green Lantern is a little bit different, obviously, and like how their rings are or what their power set is, because it's all will based. But yeah, it's just the presentation is just so vastly different. That's what's throwing me off in terms of connective tissue and things like that.
Yeah, I think that's one of the approaches. I mean, even Craig Gillespie in an interview that was released today, I mean, he even said that that Gunn was very much wanting to just every different project wanted to have like it's like its own graphic novel. Yeah, it's tied together, but we want
But Supergirl, right? So like I watched that clip that you mentioned and stuff. But like I watched that, and obviously I can tell it's a little bit different from James Gunn's take, because I can actually stand watching Superman for more than a minute, so that's always good. But that being said, jokes aside, I can look at that and be like, okay, yeah, this looks and feels like it's connected to the Superman 2025 movie. I have minor complaints about it because, again, it's just a fan's brain. It's not the end all be all, like, oh, they should do this, they should do that. I'm confused maybe a little bit why, because again, it's a 3-year version of Superman. He's had the fortress for quite a while. I'm a little surprised he doesn't know a little bit of Kryptonian,
like
to some degree, in terms of being able to communicate.
You have to think this isn't quite year 3 Superman when Supergirl meets him. It's like
year 2 or
1 or 2.
That's fair. Okay, because I'm not thinking it is a flashback. You are correct there.
Yeah, because she's in the original movie.
Yeah, and then
like 2 minutes.
Yeah,
and then of course the joke about him, like, why is he in his underwear? And I'm like, you're in a fucking spacesuit. It's like, let's just, I don't know why that had to be a joke.
Well, that's I think that's a wink to the audience for sure. Of like, because everybody's like, the discourse about the underwear. It was like, all right, let's make a joke about the underwear, of course.
But yeah, like, again, those are just like nitpicks and stuff. But like I said, I'm probably, like, you guys know, I'm not going to check out Supergirl right away. I will probably, like, I might even be on here and you guys could spoil the whole movie for me. I mean, especially if we're going off of it being based on Woman of Tomorrow, like, there's probably not too much to spoil if they go pretty close to the book. So, but yeah, like, I'll see it eventually, but I'm not rushing out, basically. But like I said, Lanterns is more appealing to me in terms of just like, I got to kind of see what the take is and like what they're doing, because it's so different. I kind of have to kind of know. It could be terrible. It could completely, like, go. I'll have to hope William isn't on, like, any kind of like suicide watch at that point. Okay. But
that would ruin my year, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, believe me, 2025, that ruined my year for sure. But it is what it is. You move on, you live. You pick up the pieces.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard.
But I'm just teasing. But
since you're here, Paul, like, we'll kind of go back because I know you saw Masters of the Universe.
Yes, I saw your review. I read and saw Phil's reaction to it. I'm kind of in the middle. I didn't love it. I didn't hate it. We can go full spoilers here, right? Like, we can just kind of.
No, we're not going full spoilers, but because not everybody seen it. You know, like William has seen it and stuff like that. But I don't know if anybody out there is like fully, because, like I said, people aren't rushing to see it. Sadly, you know, it's like, and it wasn't gonna, you know, no, you don't have to go full spoilers. No, don't go full spoilers.
All right, so I'll just give a quick background in how I came into He-Man as a fan, because I am a fan of it, but I'm not like hardcore. I'm not the same way I am with like Ninja Turtles or certain things from the 80s, 90s. But when I was a kid, when I came around, I had already kind of aged out, or I was not aged out. I was I missed Transformers and I missed He-Man. I was a Ninja Turtles like Power Rangers kid. But my dad he had a habit of finding like rentals or VHS tapes and then copying them, and then we'd have it to watch like whenever. And he had gotten like Secret of the Sword, which was basically the backdoor pilot for She-Ra. It's basically like the origin of She-Ra, like where, you know, Ben and them go to the realm of Hordak, and Aurora is under the realm of Hordak, and then Adam convinces her to eventually like help them, and she becomes She-Ra. So I used to watch that once or twice when I was a kid, and I remember really liking it. I thought it was cool that they had like very different swords, but the swords were really awesome. I remember that. I've always had like a sword fixation, like growing up and stuff like that, like the Pan sword from Hook, or, you know, the Braveheart sword, things like that. So yeah, that's my memory. That's only really my first and real memory of He-Man growing up as a kid. And then years and years and years later, like, you know, I knew what He-Man was, but I wasn't like huge into it. And then a couple years ago, I want to say like pre-pandemic, a couple things started to happen. One, the Toys That Made Us and a separate entity both made documentaries about the toy line, like the original toy line and stuff. And Toys That Made Us was a broad strokes, and then the other one was a much more in-depth, but a lot of the same people got interviewed. And so that was really fascinating to me. I got really into that, and just how it came about, what the real mythology was, and how it differed from like the toy line, and then how the Filmation made their own stuff, and like all those differing ideas. Because I'm always fascinated by mythology and like how those things can work, and, you know, what people are creating. And so then at the same time, I seeked out the 2000s run of the show, which had been short-lived. All the episodes at that time, for some reason, were on YouTube. So I was like, cool. So I binged that. I loved it because I thought it was a good, more of a serious take, and trying to make sense of all of the chaos that was the 80s toy commercial, that was, you know, the 80s cartoon, you know. And I like the 80s cartoon. I think the 80s cartoon's a lot of fun. And then simultaneously, a few years later, then the Kevin Smith stuff came out. And I totally understand why fans got pissed at that show, and I think the marketing and the way they handled it was very mishandled. But regardless, I liked the first season overall, and then I thought season 2
it was more of a Tila show than a He-Man show. That was the whole big thing. And I was like, I see where they were coming from, but I was like, okay, yeah, I could see why people got pissed.
Yeah, the first season was extremely mishandled. The way it was done, the blocking, because they were doing it in 6-episode blocks. So yeah, that first 6-episode block was a disaster in my opinion. Again, I liked it, but I understand why fans were pissed, because they literally kill He-Man. Tila goes to Valhalla, like Eternia of Valhalla, brings Adam back just to get killed, just to have him get killed again at the end.
He got killed twice.
I can understand a He-Man fan being super pissed about, because also the trailer did not hint at all that's what that was going to be. And then the other 6 episodes kind of like, you know, I think if it had been all released at once, I think it would have been a better received season for sure. But then season 2 was much shorter. And I thought it was some of the best He-Man stuff, like in terms of handling the lore and like having fun with it and advancing the characters. And then, but because season 1 was so badly mishandled, like no one basically saw season 2.
Yeah,
and they had to the point where they renamed it, and then it just fell off, and then it just dropped off, and they never continued it. And then now, like, so the movie, so I won't go too much into spoilers. I will just say issues that I had without going too much into like what actually happens in the movie. But I personally feel like, okay, well, first off, I'll say this. I like the casting for the most part. I know you weren't huge on the guy playing He-Man, but I thought he was good for what they were having him do. Because like,
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
But the casting was great. The aesthetic, like I bought that I was in Eternia.
Yeah.
Bought that
The aesthetic was great.
yeah, they were being very, very true to the lore and everything. They don't even explain certain things when they talk, like they're talking as though you're a fan of the stuff. Like I think Tila calls Adam something, which is supposed to be like a wimp, but it's like in it
Oh yeah, like a squid something. Yeah, she calls him something. Yeah.
when they're in a prison cell, they mention that the bars are made of a certain type of metal. I'm assuming that's true
Yeah.
to the lore and whatnot. So they treat it well in that sense. It's just I think the script to me was basically kind of half baked. In terms of I felt a few different things didn't really need to be the way that they were. I think it's cool that Adam did go to Earth because just like the lore, they kept to the truth that his mom is from Earth. You don't know that, or if you don't know her background, she was an astronaut that got thrown into the dimension of Eternia during a mission and stuff. So she's like, yeah, send him home or send him to my home or something. So I was like, okay, that's cool. I like that they did that, but I felt that I just didn't understand or really feel the need of Adam to kind of go to Earth because I know why they do it.
Yeah.
They try to explain later, like his reasoning and how Adam like views himself and what he did to keep himself sane and things like that. And I was like, okay, like I get it. The only other thing that I thought, as far as the Earth setting that kind of paid off is there's that fight sequence between him and Skeletor. I don't want to say too much, but I thought that was at least kind of creative.
Where like things in his brain, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I thought that was creative. I thought for
I actually like that too. Actually, yeah.
Yeah, for a movie that's and this is my thing too because my expectations. We talk about this all the time on the stream about what are your expectations kind of going in, like what did you expect from the movie, that kind of thing. And I have to keep reminding myself, even though I've watched a lot of the shows and the different variations on He-Man, and I know that the He-Man can go a little bit deeper. I have to kind of also remind myself enough too. At the same time, He-Man at its base is based off of a toy line. It's a Barbie Transformers type of situation. So sometimes I have to keep that in mind and not overly judge what I'm watching. Like they're pretty upfront about that.
Yeah.
Like they try to be a little deeper, but like He-Man or Adam, I think asked Tila at one point in the time, he's like, so why is Skeletor, like, why is he doing this? Like, why is he and she's like, he has a skull for a face. It's kind of like,
yeah,
it's kind of making that
that was funny when she said that. I like that.
Yeah.
Like,
so yeah, but no, like it's self-aware. So
yeah.
There's just certain choices that I just wasn't like huge on. When Adam comes back and like the state of Man of Arms and like where he's at and like it's like I understand why they're doing it, but I'm like I kind of feel like they didn't need to do it. It's like I liked him at the beginning in the flashbacks. I don't think we needed to have him
be a drunken weirdo guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not weirdo, but yeah.
No. And then I was also talking to somebody about this too. And this is again an interpretation of the character in the way that they go about this. But I think again, it's been a while since I've watched the 80s version of the cartoon. But I feel like in the original interpretation of He-Man, as we first see him, obviously He-Man is an extension or another iteration of the, Captain Marvel, Shazam, trope where, young kid or whatever does a thing, lightning, and then becomes this personification, right? And I feel like the earlier He-Man stuff, like Adam and him are obviously looks-wise are, almost identical, but I feel like Adam is a little bit more of a dork, and then He-Man is much more like composed and knows what he's supposed to do, and then fights Skeletor, and then the episode ends, but kind of thing.
Yeah.
And at the same,
some people point that out too, where it was like, why is he still the same?
Why is he still Adam when he's He-Man? But at the same time too, I realized because I've gotten so used to the shows and the story structures and how those things go, I almost forget too. It's like, oh yeah, right. If he's fully realized He-Man, this movie's going to be over like in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So it's like, so they have to kind of work with that and getting Adam used to his power set and doing those things. And again, I won't go too much into it because I thought it was kind of interesting how they utilized the power sword and the sorceress and all that, and like later on in the movie and everything. The biggest surprise to me, I'm glad it worked out, is that Leto is like the best thing in the movie. Skeletor, every time he's on screen, he's great. Like I thought he was the best thing in the movie in terms of like, I was glad that he wasn't a complete like goof, because he's goofy so much in the 80s show. I thought they did a good mix from like the 2000s. Like there's scenes like where he's grabbing Evil Lynn and he's very, very mad and upset. And clearly like he's hurting her, but she's kind of getting off on it too. But they've always had a weird relationship.
Yeah.
So that's not shocking to me. But he's serious. But then other times he does say like you boob, or like he says these things from like other stuff, and he's more goofy. So I think they did a good job kind of trying to balance that that dynamic of Skeletor. So I thought that was
like
really cool.
the perfect blend of cartoonish evil.
Yeah. So what I want to say is essentially, like I said, I was kind of on the fence. Like there's a lot of weird creative choices for me personally that they made that kind of throws me off. And like I'm with a lot of other people. I feel there's too much joking. Even though I know some of it's meta type humor. But I only feel like so many of the jokes kind of land. So that kind of takes me out of it. But on the other hand, there's a lot of good. Like they do a lot, like when he's He-Man and he's becoming He-Man and he's fighting people in Snake Mountain and just punching guys left and right. I was like, this is great.
That is the best parts of the movie. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, this is He-Man. And it looks and sounds and feels like He-Man. Like great.
Oh yeah. Even the soundtrack was great. I even think the music and the score and everything kind of felt, you even had a Queen song in there. I mean, come on. You know, so like they like there's
the needle drops I thought were appropriate.
Yeah.
IMO.
I didn't think about the four non-blondes part. Where I was like, no.
Oh,
but at least the Queen song was real. I was like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah. I don't want to give anything away because you're mentioning this, but like this actually sums up my issues with the movie. Because it's not everywhere. It's not guilty of it being throughout the whole movie, but it does happen a few different like times in like this MCU flavor of they like when one of the Queen riffs happens, they're breaking out of a jail cell. They're walking down a hallway. It looks good. Everyone's there. People are realized they're like about to kick ass. And I'm like, all right, cool. Great. Good stuff. And then the smoke from them breaking out goes into their, and they're like, oh, ugh. And I'm just like, you guys had it. You didn't have to undercut it with the joke. Like,
I see. I hear you.
Yeah. But again, it's like I said, that's more of like a nitpick and stuff. And I feel bad because I feel like the movie finally finds its footing wrapping up by like the end of the third act. And I'm like, great, cool. And it's kind of almost fully realized. And as you know, and this isn't giving away, and I won't say what they are, but the mid and end credit sequences set up pretty well for like what will come in the sequel. But I'm with you, Dave. I'm also like, this movie, no one's seeing this movie. Like this movie's not going to perform at the level that it needs to perform at. And
but yeah, true. But I mean,
this might be it.
It might, but again, it might have a second life on Amazon. That's the thing. That's what you can kind of hope for. But
and that's the big takeaway too, is that Amazon produced it, and when it comes to making movies, $170 million is a literal just fucking teardrop in the bucket for them.
Yeah.
Plus, their movies have a different purpose. Their movies are to get you on their site and keep you there and get all your information and suck the life and money out of you, which is
like I literally just renewed Prime so I could start watching Spider-Man Noir, and I got it right in time too because Cape Crusader comes back at the end of next month.
See, there you go. You got that too, and then hopefully, and then looking at the people buying He-Man merch, of course, on the site. Yeah. So I mean, it's going to be interesting to see, like, especially when it comes to the post-credit scenes, if those are going to be paid off. Yeah,
I was actually surprised knowing, because again, it's at its heart, it's a toy line. I was actually surprised that there wasn't like a super unique or like thing just for the movie that happened, so that it would be like a special action figure type thing that came just from this line of toys or whatever. I mean,
Popcorn
granted, there,
bucket.
huh? Well, yeah, there's a
Popcorn
popcorn
bucket.
buckets, I guess.
That's your replacement.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I
you got
mean,
the Castle
Well,
Grayskull.
also, you know, He-Man and Skeletor, they've got a wide variety of various other, you know, toys unto themselves that distinguish them as separate kind of versions, but also
Yeah.
the same character. Like there's a shirtless He-Man where he's kind of more like berserk and wild and crazy.
Yeah.
Obviously, Skeletor has Skeleglow. Like very deliberate that they, you know, held some stuff back for this movie, because obviously I think they want to save some of that stuff for a possible sequel.
No, this was very, and not an insult. It was very bare bones, but it was like, okay, we got to show.
Well, I mean,
I don't know if I'd say bare bones. I think they showed enough to get people into the door. I mean, listen, you know.
Yeah, and I think
No,
you're right.
but I meant
yeah.
like Snake Mountain, Castle Grayskull, Royal Palace. You know, like
Sure.
like the standard things that you know to be He-Man. Like
Sure.
That's what I mean. I don't mean like
I
it was
think-
like, you know, like
I think
lazy.
if they end up making a sequel, it's going to be better, because there's probably going to be no Earth. It's all going to be, you know, it's all going to be pure He-Man. And I think like even like when they, you know, when you get to the end, and again, there's so many things like when it comes to that final act, and then of course the roundup and the post credits, where it's like, oh yeah, this is supposed to be. I think they were trying their best to be like introducing to new audiences. And you know, like I said, to me, I'm with you, you know, like what you were saying, is the fact that like the humor, I was hoping for more of the Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
Oh, give me that kind of humor, because I was very surprised by that humor. Really worked for something that I'm not too familiar with. I don't know Dungeons and Dragons, and that I could watch that movie anytime. I've watched that movie probably 3 or 4 times because I've enjoyed it so much, just because the cast, the characters, and the humor, how they utilize the humor within that story. Did I understand? And I remember watching it. I watched it by myself and I went, holy shit, I really enjoy this. Then I watched it with my girlfriend at the time. And then I watched it with somebody who was familiar with the lore. All 3 times when I watched it with those people, they enjoyed it. So I enjoyed it myself. I enjoyed it with somebody who wasn't also familiar with the lore. And then I watched it with somebody who actually played the game a lot, and they really enjoyed it. So it's just kind of one of those things where I was like, I was hoping that, and I knew there was going to be humor in the, you know, and I was like, all right, so let it be, you know, and I get it that it's very self-aware, and there's some things that work, especially in the final act when it comes to Skeletor and He-Man, where I was like, okay, I like that. You know, I like certain things when, you know, when things are happening where they bring it back to the real world. I thought that was actually pretty cool, and some funny things were happening with that, because it was funny.
There's a dream sequence.
Yes,
I'll say that.
Yeah, there you go. Dream sequence that happens.
There's a dream
and
sequence.
It's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, there's a dream sequence with Skeletor.
Yes,
and then there's another one using the Earth setting and dealing more with the good stuff with He-Man. Like I would say, like the Sorceress. I'll leave it at that. I don't want to give too much away.
Yeah.
I thought that was handled well for what they were trying to do. And I was like, okay, that kind of makes more sense. I still don't think he needed to be in Earth. I think they could have done it all based in Eternia.
Well, my whole question is like, who the fuck raised them on Earth? We didn't even get
that was my bigger issue, is that they go enough into
matters.
it where what's his dating life like, what's his day-to-day activities like, I guess, what's his living situation, but they don't really go into what, like the most you get is like a flashback at school.
Yeah, where he's talking about all this stuff. Yeah.
And I understand to a degree, you know, suspension of disbelief. It's a He-Man movie. Don't think about it too hard.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry, especially when you look like Adam and you're you're a guy who's 24, 25, and you're running around saying, I came from this, like he would be institutionalized. Like maybe it's because he was just he's a nice guy. He's not hurting
He's a nice
anybody,
guy. He works he's helping people in therapy and stuff like that. Yeah, I know.
I think he would just be disregarded. I think we would just like, oh, that's cute, and just go on.
Yeah, it's just
I don't really like. I hear you guys, and that the whole movie should have been on Eternia, but at the same time, you guys are asking for more context on Earth when you guys didn't care for the Earth stuff anyway. So I'm just like,
well, I'm just saying, if you're gonna give us the Earth stuff, then explain some things. Like, who are your parents?
I mean, yeah, I kind of get it, but at the same time, like,
like if you're gonna show us Earth stuff,
was he kicked from foster home to foster home and annoying I would have loved if there had a montage of him annoying every foster family about Eternia, cool. And they're like, get the fuck out of here, and let's just go to the next.
I haven't seen the movie, but it sounds like that would be something that would be more weight that they wanted to put on something that was. I mean, when you give the cartoon what it was, I mean, it's simplistic, basic, take it for granted if we don't show it to you type of situation. So.
And it's like I said, like that's where I'm really just mixed on it. And again, it's not whether good or bad. It's just more of like, what am I really complaining about? Because at the end of the day, like, at least aesthetically, and like some agree with some of the character, but like I'm getting a He-Man movie that is a He-Man movie. Like it's not Dolph Lundgren on Earth pretending that he's doing a He-Man movie. Like, this is He-Man. He looks like He-Man. He's more or less being He-Man. He's fighting Snake Mountain. He's fighting, Goat Man. He's fighting fucking Beast Man. He's fighting like he's doing what he's supposed to do. Like, so that's me, like, just like, am I bitching and moaning about this when I probably shouldn't be? Like, or am I asking too much of this movie? Like where should my expectations kind of be? But at the same time, I think the script still was kind of underdeveloped, or maybe overdeveloped, because you can tell that, like.
Well, keep in mind, Paul, like, they'd been trying to do a Masters of the Universe movie for years and years and years.
I know.
That script went through so much development, because at one point, David Goyer had his hands on the script, and I think at one point there was another director attached to it. Noah Centineo was attached to be Adam at one point, and then that fell through. That was probably for a different version of the script. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But it's clearly a project that came out of development hell. I'm glad that Travis Knight got it for the most part, because he was just recently even talking about, because when they brought him on, he had seen previous versions, I guess. Yeah. And there was even he said that there was even a stage in time where they had Skeletor have a golden mask emulating a golden skull. And he's like, no. Skeletor is magic. He is a talking skull on a living body. Like, something bad happened to him, or he's a demon. I think that we're going to go with the Keldor stuff. Personally, I like that origin the most. But like, so I'm glad. Like I said, it's true to the lore. Like, that's I have a friend, Ben, who's also he's the guy as well who loves Superman, and he's been a huge He-Man fan. He was asking me flat out. He's like, "How was it to the lore and stuff?" I'm like, "That's the thing. Like, it's true to the lore. Like, they make reference to things that are clearly, like, if you're a fan of this stuff, like, you're going to get that reference, and it's not meant for a general audience at the same time, like, and all those things." So I'm bitching and moaning about little things like that, when
shouldn't matter.
Yeah, I guess, but when clearly it's made by people that do care about the source material. So it's like, but I feel by the time the movie actually gets its footing and really gets going, the movie wraps up, and it's like, well, you better come back for the sequel. And I'm like, I hope there's a sequel. I want there to be a sequel, but I'm hoping that, this appeases the Amazon gods, and, we're allowed whatever.
I think this is just like, it's in the same way the first Mortal Kombat movie was like the world setting. Like, and that's the thing, right? Like, I think
do that comparison.
I think Batman Begins has kind of effectively busted, franchises from the go, because you have to now make like a world setting movie, right? And I feel like, the biggest takeaway that obviously the rest of Hollywood have taken since Batman Begins is like, oh, we need to set up the world. And Nolan was like, no, I'm not only setting up the world, I'm telling a fucking great story here about Bruce Wayne. People have completely almost disregarded that. I'm not saying that, Travis Knight did that with He-Man. Obviously, again, there have been multiple versions of this script that have gone through development hell. So he came in and, did his thing. To me, Travis Knight is he's like the go-to 80s director at this point. I mean, he made Bumblebee. That's honestly, outside of the first Transformers movie, the only other Transformers movie worth a damn to watch.
Yeah.
Transformers 1, obviously, but that's a different ball game because it's animation. But I feel like if you handed Travis Knight like G.I. Joe, he'd probably make it pretty badass. Maybe, I don't know, or even something else from the 80s. I'm not 100% sure, but to Paul's point, like the people who made this movie evidently gave a shit about the lore, and the lore being, Mattel, and like what this giant franchise means to so many niche people, because in the grand scheme of things, the Masters of the Universe, if you were to like put these franchises in tiers, you've got like DC and Marvel kind of fighting for someone at top, and then you've got like Transformers, Ninja Turtles, whatever, and then Masters of the Universe is kind of down there in terms of like, it's one of those, I'm not going to say lesser, but it's lesser known to general audiences because it's kind of one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, the toy. That's really all it's been reduced to over the last 40 years. And, you talk about a movie, people are like, oh, the one with Dolph Lundgren. Yeah. So again, like when it comes to this movie, it doesn't shock me. And it's kind of, it bums me out that general audiences kind of look at it and went, whatever. But again, it's Amazon, made by a machine. Yeah. Hopefully it'll get more. And I really don't want to see, because people are, I bet donuts of dollars, because this is also from Mattel Studios. I bet donuts of dollars people are going to be like, well, Barbie made $1 billion. And it's like, yeah, Barbie's not the same fucking thing as He-Man, genius.
Yeah. And Barbie is an entirely,
it's a whole
different, I mean,
different ball game.
Yeah. They predicated on the fact that one, big name casting with Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling right off the bat, a Greta Gerwig project. Yep. The trailer alone sold me the fact that the Barbie world and the people who made that Barbie aesthetic, like they did it like
they understood the
1-to-1.
assignment. Yeah.
Right, exactly. And let's be honest, the Barbie movie was trying to be something more than just Barbie. It wasn't like a Princess Barbie adventure. They were trying, Greta Gerwig was making it about women and about like how women are seen, like how Barbie
it had something to say.
Yeah. How Barbie's both positive and negative for the female gaze, I guess you could call it, so to speak, and like and playing around with those ideas and stories. I mean, to me, I thought it was just a really well made comedy movie for the most part, like with serious undertones. But He-Man is entirely different. It's an entirely different.
Barbie's an American institution. I mean, it's a little bit bigger.
Yeah. He-Man is really fascinating to me as far as how it's perceived outside of its fan base, because for me, it is mostly the toy in the 80s TV show, but He-Man is sort of, it is in the general consensus, but it's more of like kind of become almost like a meme, which it has, because there was the meme culture, there's Skeletor, and and then, I mean, we can really go into this. I mean, I think, for a while, He-Man and the original show kind of became accidentally like sort of gay icons with how, like
Adam in his pink shirt and like that.
Well, Fisto, things like that, and that's obviously made a
They went your money, Dave. You just got demonetized. Paula just took you.
I named a He-Man character. He just has that name. That's what it is. But
I can't believe that name made it this long.
Yeah, it is what it is. But I mean, they joke about it in the Kevin Smith iteration. They make jokes here about it in the movie. That is a thing that does happen, and they try to explain away how the characters have some of those names. And I won't go into it, but that's.
I actually thought that was kind of clever how they address that, because in a way, it's almost kind of meta, because Adam's like, yeah, these are all characters that I grew up idolizing, this, that, and people are looking at him like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I feel like when you find a hardcore Masters of the Universe fan and they start telling you all these things about the lore, if you're not deep into it, if you don't understand, if you haven't seen any of the prior incarnations, you're going to look at someone and be like, what the fuck are they talking about? It is
Yeah.
kind of meta in that way, and I appreciated that. But I also think that this movie does kind of have something to say about toxic masculinity versus positive masculinity in a lot of ways. Because, you know, when Adam's at the gym, you know, you see a lot of typical guys acting in that way. And as someone who frequents the gym 5 days a week, I can absolutely attest to some of this shit. It is trying to say something about that. And there is that great cameo that, you know, I really liked with Lundgren. I'm not saying, you know, Lundgren had anything negative or toxic in that respect, but ultimately, like, you can see how the conflict between Adam and Skeletor very much, like, you know, you have the empathetic man versus the toxic man in a lot of respects.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm fine with Adam to a degree portrayed as being sort of like wimpy and stuff like that, like when he's a little boy and stuff like that, and like how that plays into it and stuff. No, like I said, I was with Dave. I thought that the dream sequence with the sorceress and stuff like that, and talking about those things, I thought that was one of the better parts of the movie, especially with how Skeletor also manipulates that at the same time. And I mean, I guess you can say that's pretty much what the movie is kind of about, if there was to be a lesson at the end, so to speak. Not trying to give anything away as well on that, but the but like, you know, I mean, yeah, I said there's good things in the movie. I don't know. I probably won't see it again until it's on streaming or whatnot. I kind of, it's one of those movies I kind of want to give a second chance to, or a rewatch, to see if something's hit differently on a rewatch.
I feel the same way, where it's like it's not one of those like, oh, that was so bad, I'll never watch it again. I was like, I didn't really enjoy it. Maybe I'll enjoy it the second time more now that I know what it is. You know,
I think, just real quick, I do think that if it didn't share a release date with Scary Movie, it might have fared a bit better box office wise.
Oh yeah, totally.
But the box office has been really surprising. Like, I mean, I think even the people behind Backrooms and Obsession are surprised at their success and how big they're getting. I mean, so this weekend I'm making a plan to do Obsession, Backrooms, and Scary Movie 6. But to be honest with you guys, like, I can't remember the last time that I really was like invested to go back to the theaters this way, unless it was a giant IP type movie. So I'm actually really happy that, you know, I'm kind of going back and experiencing some stuff and seeing these low budget movies and trying to, like, you know, see like what the hype is. I think that's cool. I haven't had that experience in a very long time. So, I mean, I want the He-Man movie to do a little bit better, just because I would like a more focused sequel. And again, that's not on anyone dealing with this movie. It's more of just like I said, you can tell it's a movie that came out of development hell, and they were trying to like find the tone, find the balance.
Trying to introduce it to a new audience and a little bit. It's like, hey, this is where we're going. Because again, when you get to like the final scene, and you look at what Adam is wearing. Look at what Tila is wearing. You start going, oh, they're, you know, it's like, okay. Yeah. Not spoilers, but I mean, you know, some people were complaining about that too. It's like, oh, they put him in a pink fucking shirts because, it's similar to like, but it's like, well, if you watch the movie, eventually you're going to get to, and it was like, yeah, that's cool, you know. And then Tila, oh, why is she wearing like pants, and like her costume doesn't look like, it's like it's got the color scheme of the Tila cut. Then it's like, yeah, but you know that they're eventually gonna get to
even Roboto.
Realize
Roboto looks more like Roboto from the show.
I totally forgot that was Kristen Wiig, by the way.
Me too.
The ending credits, I was like, oh yeah, that was Kristen Wiig. Holy shit. And I was like, I was hearing the voice. And I'm like, God, that voice sounds familiar. Yeah. And I was like, Kristen Wiig. Fuck.
No, they, like I said, they did a good job. Like, I think, like I said, again, I will say, because when my friend asked, he was like, you know, what'd you feel? I was like, look, aesthetically, like, they brought Eternia to life. Eternia is here. Like, all this is good.
They did a good job with that.
They make the characters look the characters, and eventually they get to certain things later on in the movie. I won't give too much away, but like, you know, like I said, the movie finds its footing. And again, I recommend to you guys, if you ever do want to get into the He-Man stuff, I do highly recommend the 2000 show because
Yeah,
they don't
I
get.
didn't watch the 2000 show. I watched the Kevin Smith season 1, but I didn't watch season 2.
Well, I feel bad. I mean, yeah, season 2 is really good. I recommend that if you have the chance to check it out. It's really fun, and it's much shorter. It is just the 6 episodes, and then it's done. But the 2000 show for me, like, it sucks because at the time when those shows were coming out, the cartoon shows, everything was dictated by toy sales, and I guess it didn't meet the demand that they wanted it to meet, and they wrapped it up. But it still went on for like, I want to say like 39 episodes or something like that.
Seasons.
So it's yeah. So it's still a wide chunk of stuff, but no, I liked it because they were trying to basically streamline the chaotic commercialism of the 80s TV show and try to actually like really build Eternia as like a real place that has segments of, like, there's a whole segment about, oh, why does Skeletor live on Snake Mountain? Oh, because the snake people used to live there of Eternia.
They do a lot of backstory stuff.
Yeah, and then you find out why Skeletor, like what he used to be, and like the background on that, and it's just like, so there was a lot of fleshing out, and they treat it like relatively serious. they have enough like levity there too, so it's not like a, just a.
I like how you said flushing out with Skeletor.
yeah, that was an intentional
joke. I know. I was like, I made the because one of my friends that came with me, she's a Jared Leto fan. That was really the only, but she grew up with She-Ra, so it was like she kind of knew the lore a little bit. So it was like she was like, oh yeah, let's I'll watch it because of Leto, of course. But I'm like, well, you're not gonna recognize him. She's like, it's fine. I grew up with She-Ra. I was like, okay, So it was, and then of course I made the joke of like, yeah, he went method. He lost a lot of weight in his face. But it's so stupid. I was like, yeah, I know you make stupid jokes, but I mean, yeah, it's just, but yeah, Leto does a good job. But I actually want to now, let's turn it to the last topic of the stream because I do want to get your guys' input on the whole, speaking of like 80s and revamping of something, Zack Snyder's Escape from New York.
Yeah.
William, you've been hold on. William's been quiet. What are your thoughts? Let's get Williams.
I saw that in the movies.
Yes,
I think I was 7 and saw this in the movies. I love John Carpenter, but there's 2 movies that if I don't see again, I'm okay with. That's Big Trouble in Little China and this movie.
Really?
So,
Big Trouble?
Like
Big Trouble.
What? Big Trouble is so rewatchable. Oh.
Do you mean remade or just ever watch again?
I have no use to ever watch that.
Okay. Wow. Okay. I actually like. I've watched Big Trouble, a few times. I actually like that movie.
Never was. I saw both in the movies, and I have no use. Now, when it comes to, so I don't have the attachment to the IP to where I don't think Zack Snyder could hurt. I think there's nothing he can do to hurt this movie for me. Anything he does on it is going to be an improvement. And you're talking about something that is modernized like that. It was a hit back then. I mean, it made a lot of money back then, but it was like, you're talking about, it depends on how he approaches it too. Is he going to modernize it? Is it going to be a 80s genre type thing? Or is he going to do his own thing? I'm interested. The only thing that would get me to see this movie with this title again, it would be something like this. So I'm kind of like, it kind of lines up with what I could, if I could redo the movie in my mind. And you just gave me the raw story and the raw images and the premise. You added Zack Snyder to it. It's a perfect fit. So I'm kind of looking forward to see where it goes.
Well, I mean, what's kind of funny is like, okay, so when I talked about it a little bit at the opening of the stream, and then Ronan came in and we kind of briefly talked about it. One of the things I brought up is it's kind of interesting how there's Escape from New York and there's Escape from LA. Right. Nobody wants to talk about Escape from LA because that sequel is not great. And it's basically, it's almost like a rehash. It's almost like John Carpenter. What were you doing? You almost did like a decade later. You almost did like the same. You basically did the same exact story, but it was upgraded slightly. And then when you go back and watch it, there's bad CGI and just weird shit.
The only thing that I hear about that movie are 3 things, which is the half-court shot with Kurt Russell and
Yes.
the basketball hoop.
Yeah.
That was real. Bruce Campbell's weird cameo in the movie, as well as his makeup job. And the third, I don't know if it's a dream sequence or if it's real, but there's a sequence, I guess, where Snake Plissken is surfing.
Yes.
And it
With,
looks as
what's
bad
his
as Batman 66.
Yeah,
like,
no, it's very much not a dream sequence. It's real.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, it's
Sorry to hear
terrible. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. Yeah, so it's, I mean, but again, it's like almost like a rehash. And so that's why people, so what's interesting is like, so really there's only one good movie when it comes. This is something like, this is it you'd almost think, like when you see the reaction too online when this was announced and whatever the fuck, you'd almost think that, well, wow, was there like fucking 5 of these movies? No. Snake Plissken, in people's minds, there's one good movie and that's it. And that's what's so interesting. It's like, yeah, this character, it's almost like Boba Fett, where it's like he was just barely there in the original Star Wars trilogy, and everybody's like high praise. Oh, fucking Boba Fett. Holy shit. And then all of a sudden they try to do something else with him. Book of Boba Fett, you know, and showing up, and people are like, fuck that. Can't do it. No, we can't, you know, and it's like, that's what's so interesting about this is like, okay, what is, I mean, this came out of such a left field, because I remember a few weeks ago, there was the information that, oh yeah, they want to reboot, you know, Escape from New York.
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, is it reboot? Because again, I mean, we talked about it. It's like, what's the difference between a reboot and stuff like that? It seems like even Kurt Russell's like, nah, I'm not going to do that. If it has nothing to do with him in his world of like him coming back, or he was Snake Plissken, and it's a totally different Snake Plissken. It's not a reboot. It's a remake or reimagining. And it's like, okay, so that's how you, and then I'm just kind of going like, all right, yeah, there's some things that Zack can play with, but there is also a lot riding on it too, where people are gonna, I mean, there's already haters of Zack, of course, naturally, we know those people. But now we got people who love this movie and love John Carpenter. I know John Carpenter is going to be an executive producer, which is good. Right. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, there's a lot, right? It's just so out of left field, because we're thinking like, oh, yeah, Zack's next movie is going to be The Brawlers, which I think it still is. And I think this is coming after it. And then, of course, we still want to know when Last Photograph is supposed to come out sometime this year, probably at the end of the year. But yeah, it's just so out of left field. And it's like, man, I never heard Zack even talk about like liking this movie. But even though it's like it fits where it could really big time fit, I don't know. It's so interesting.
Was he picked for this movie?
What?
Or did somebody? It could have been the other way around. Somebody could have been like, you know what? I'm thinking of doing Escape from New York.
You know what? Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like my whole thing, I think Zack and Netflix, not happening anymore. I mean, this whole thing with Dan Lin that came out recently. I mean,
which was, oh my God, it's a fake erection. All the reaction to that is like a fake erection. But go ahead.
Yeah, but that's, dude. At the same time, the fact that he was saying that kind of stuff, and saying that when filmmakers want to have theatrical, and they don't want to work with that. I mean, there was like an actual quote of him saying that they don't want to work with people like who want theatrical. That's
been the status quo, though. It has, I mean,
okay, but at the same time, it's like you're alienating people like Zack, in my opinion. Like Zack wants to still have movies out in the movie theater. Like I think he was kind of hoping that he would still, like I was lucky enough to see all his Netflix movies in the movie theater, but there's a ton of people that did not get to see it in the movie theater. You know,
right. I watched David Fincher's The Killer in movie theaters. I didn't get to see Mank, but I heard it was really good. But yeah, like I mean, you're not helping you know, at least old school directors, at least, who still want that theatrical release, even if it's limited. But like you're kind of cutting off a portion, because a lot of it is name recognition. You know, I didn't love The Irishman. I thought it was pretty good, but like I saw it because it was Martin Scorsese and I wanted to check it out. And I saw it in the Coolidge Theater and stuff like that. But like, you know, Netflix got Scorsese because they they supported theatrical release for his stuff for the most part, and then they also just got him to make his dream project that he wanted to make. But you're limiting yourself, I think, by doing that. But I'm not surprised because it's Netflix, so I understand where William is.
That's what they are. See, here's the thing that really kind of drives me nuts with it. Netflix is what Netflix is. There are other places to go to be that other thing,
and that's what some of these guys did.
And it's not going to affect them at all.
Yeah.
The thing about it is, what I saw today is like, wow, I'm glad they didn't. The purchase didn't go down because this is what they're thinking. Dan Lin is the head of films. He's the head of it. He's not. If you'd have merged that company, he wasn't going to be the decision maker.
No.
Ted Sarandos or somewhere else who did have that in mind would have made those type of decisions. So all I saw today was like, wow, we dodged a bullet. No, you didn't.
Can I please touch on this?
Yeah.
Okay, so I saw something similar from our friend Ray Flightcast, because he said, effectively what William is talking about, that, oh no, see, Netflix fucking lied. They would have just kept everything streaming. And I was like, well, that's hard to say, if they would have bought Warner Brothers, right? Had they purchased that studio, you can't sit here and tell me that they would have continued to just pump out shit for Netflix on streaming, because even Ted Sarandos said, no, we're going to honor these theatrical contracts until 2029 or otherwise. Yeah. And we are looking, in the event we do purchase them, we will look into the theatrical model, because that's just something we don't have ourselves. And I think it's kind of, and I'm not saying this is a slight to Ray. You guys know I love Ray, but also just other people who are kind of pushing that narrative in that, Netflix was just going to keep it fucking streaming. And it's like, no, that's a very narrow way of looking at it, because again, had they purchased Warner Brothers, that would have given them a whole other arm that they don't understand, that Warner Brothers, depending on how you feel, does understand, right? And so Dan Lin coming out and saying this, especially after everything that went down with Warner Brothers, it just feels kind of narrow-minded and a little pig-headed, if I'm being brutally honest, because like when you're talking about, oh, we make movies for streaming and we know what directors we don't want to work with, it's like, well, good luck getting anything creative out the door that doesn't come from the fucking Duffer Brothers or whoever you guys have signed on to a 10-year fucking contract or whatever. But again, like, it's a little irrelevant to talk about like, oh, they would have done this to Warner Brothers. Well, that's a moot point, because they're not buying Warner Brothers anymore. Yeah. So what the fuck are you bitching about?
No, I totally get what you're saying too. Is like, because there's obviously, if you acquire something as big as that, you're not going to just, but just, and even to
William's point, Dan Lin wasn't gonna be, no, because
totally
DeLuca and Abby are there, like,
just like with things that are happening now, there's just a pure, like, just that quote that, I mean, just the arrogance. And then I even thought, like, when he says that there's a group of filmmakers who still want theatrical, those filmmakers we've accepted, we just won't work with. And that's just, to me, I'm like, oh, I mean, just to put that out there, that's a quote from him.
That's honesty, though. I mean, it may rub people the wrong way, but he's not lying. He's doing what's best for his business model.
That's fine. But at the same time, then I start going, Quentin Tarantino, what the fuck? Why are you working with Netflix when you got this guy saying this? And then I go, hey, this is probably why Zach is not working with Netflix anymore. Like, all these people that are talking about, like, Zach, oh, he's still working with Netflix, he'll still get Rebel Moon and Army. And like, no, I think Zach was like, fuck this, I'm not going to work with this guy. And and they probably put a halt on his movies because maybe they didn't do as well as they wanted him to, or something like that. And we know that Zach like wants the movie theaters. But then I'm sitting here calling out one of my favorite directors, Quentin Tarantino. I'm like, dude, you're fucking working with Netflix. Even Roger Avery kind of called him out on Twitter, who's a friend. He said, like, you notice that Quentin Tarantino, because in a recent interview, Quentin Tarantino said he's not like enjoying modern movies, but then
I saw
he said he named like 2 Netflix movies that he enjoyed. And then Roger Avery said, notice that he named 2, don't bite the hand that feeds. And I was like, oh, Roger Avery, his buddy kind of called him out. I was like, whoa.
Dude, a friend of mine
Money
was
is
like,
the only truth sometimes. Like what I say,
Yeah.
what the only truth you need sometimes. Hey, it's a job. It is a profession. It is a product and commodity. I would rather have Dan Lin, who, by the way, in the large scheme of things, because once you merge that company, you would have a distributor on Warner Brothers level that would have changed that whole conversation anyway.
right.
But I think if you're running Netflix and you have a working business model, the best thing you could do is be truthful and let people go. Let people use that as part of their decision making and go where they can fulfill their needs. But don't have an illusion that Netflix is going to be anything other than what Netflix is. Netflix is what it is. Instead of trying to change Netflix.
About this whole night is like
What's up?
what have we been talking about this whole night? You have two lives for a movie. It's like put it out in the fucking movie theater just to like try to get as much as you can.
If not for Netflix. If
you're spending like $200 million on a movie, why not try to get some back in the box office?
Because that's not what they sell.
Okay, but at the same time, why not get that extra fucking scratch?
Because now you got to pay for the advertisement because the theaters are not going to let your movie go in their theater without you footing the bill for the advertisement.
Yeah, but if you're going to advertise it anyway, what's it going to hurt to have
Netflix
those
doesn't
ads
advertise that. I mean, what do they advertise?
Okay,
there's
fair
shit that
point.
pops
That's
over
true,
on
too.
Netflix, and I'm like,
the only
time
Netflix ever advertises anything is at least a month out before release. If not that, then during their to-dums. That's about it. You're not wrong.
So I let Netflix be Netflix, and if they were going to get in the theatrical business, then the purchase of a studio would have been it. Other than that, no, I don't think there's anything in it for them in the long term of their business model. That is a stable business model. It sounds romantic.
Right now, yes.
It sounds great, but business wise, I wouldn't do it. I would, if I were going to do that, purchase a studio, then have a distributor, then do that. Let Netflix make their schlock, whatever it wants to be. That let them be successful there, and then let the studio that they purchase give you that high-end, high-tier stuff. But don't,
But don't expect some of these filmmakers to want to work with them now.
That's 100%. But be honest about what you plan to do and what you are. That's all I'm saying.
True, but even still, to Dave's point, what Dan Lin said was at best arrogant as fuck.
Oh yeah,
it was definitely arrogant as fuck. Yeah.
Arrogant as fuck.
So here's the door. Yeah, I know. But at the same time, talking about Zack, I mean, now we have two movies that Zack Snyder is going to be doing that are not with Netflix. We have not heard about Rebel Moon Part 3. We've not heard about any more Army. We've not heard about anything like the LAPD movie. What's going on with that? I honestly think hearing these words and the fact that we know that Dan Lin has not been a fan of Zack and the fandom, we've heard him talk about it. I think there's no more relationship between Zack and Netflix anymore, sadly. And I really hope that since he created those IPs, that maybe he'll get them back and he can take them somewhere else. I don't know what the logistics of that is, but it just seems a little like when people are like, wondering about, Rebel Moon's going to happen, Part 3 is going to happen. And I think this was the nail in the coffin of the fact that we're hearing this from Dan Lin when it comes to Zack, and the fact that earlier this week, now all of a sudden, not only is he making the Brawlers movie, he's now making a Escape from New York remake with Netflix.
So the important thing right now is Zack is busy. He has relationships with Paramount, which is good, I think, for anything future dealing with them, which is great. Me personally, as far as Escape from New York goes, I think it's great that John Carpenter is at least involved somewhat in the creative process, or at least as an executive producer. Having watched, unrelated but similar, having watched like the original Dawn of the Dead and watching Zack's remake, it's clear that he does at least try to keep Easter eggs and be true to the original in some shape or form.
Well, also evolving. Yeah.
Right. I personally prefer Romero's original over Zack's remake, but honestly, if I'm being honest, and I love John Carpenter, but realistically, looking back in hindsight, I think Escape from New York is a good, I like it. It's a good movie, but it is, in my opinion, in terms of his work, it's more of an inspirational film. Like its reach and like who it influenced, I think, is more important in the film history of how it exists rather than the actual film itself. Like, yes, Snake Plissken came from it. He's a cool ass character. The idea of New York being a prison island, I think is great. Like there's a lot of great concepts in it. It inspired Robert Rodriguez to start making movies. It definitely inspired Zack for sure himself. I'm not surprised that he's kind of tackling it. But when you watch it, honestly, it's kind of a very slow paced.
Oh, it totally is.
Yeah. It's not an action beat per movie. Like the way it's advertised, the way you think of it, you'd think it would be, but it's a very slow moving film. So I think there's a lot of room for Zack to improve upon the idea. The only real obstacle that he faces, if this is keeping all this, is making another Snake Plissken.
Yeah,
that has to live up.
So who's going to be Snake Plissken?
Wyatt Russell.
No, stop it. Why? I know a lot of people are saying Wyatt Russell. I know that.
I think it'd be really funny if they did it, but I think personally, Snake Plissken is going to be a very different iteration, but while still very much being Snake. I think there's going to be some fun stuff there to play with. But honestly, even as far as me loving John Carpenter, I wouldn't even put Escape from New York in my top 5. Like I think it's I don't think it's like bottom tier or anything like that, but I definitely think it's kind of more of his like mid-range movies. I like a lot of his other more experimental films more than I like Escape from New York.
And see, you're kind of going, you're talking to my point. Is just the fact that there was just that one movie and then a very poorly done sequel. So it's like when people like cherish it, I'm like, really? I mean, I get it. But I'm like, if this character was so pivotal to the 80s, there should have been 5 of these already, and then
it's kind of like if you did, I mean, not that I compare it on the same level of quality, but it's like if you made like Raiders of the Lost Ark and then Temple of Doom was like really, really bad, and they never made any more Indiana Jones movies after that. But Indy was a cool character. That's kind of
that's
kind of what
basically
basically
like
happened.
When I see people react, I'm like, oh, it was such a freaking perfect cult. I'm like, it's a cool concept, and Snake Plissken's a cool character, but at the same time, I'm like, it wasn't anything that was like, oh my God, you can never remake this. I'm like, no, you can remake this, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, but who are you gonna play? Who's gonna play?
They have remade this.
They
have remade this technically, illegally. There was a movie with Guy Pearce.
Yes,
and it took place it was basically Escape from Space, but they didn't call it that. And
prison one?
What?
It was a prison thing.
Yeah, it was with Guy Pearce. I forget the title of it, but it was so close to Escape from New York that John Carpenter sued the filmmakers and won in court.
What was that? What was that movie called? I actually kind of liked it.
I have to find it, but I remember seeing the trailer for it and being like, "This is Escape from New York."
What was it called? It was like one word. And Guy Pearce. Let's see. It was like I remember, because I remember hearing about that too, and it was like strikingly similar to
John Carpenter even said in
Lockout.
What?
Lockout? Yeah.
Lockout.
That's what it was called. Yeah.
John Carpenter even said, he's like, listen, I have no problem if you want to remake my movie, but you're gonna pay me. Like that's basically what it was. So
because they injected him, and it was all the same fucking beats.
Mm-hmm. I think they even have a president's daughter as
But it was just like Guy Pearce. He didn't have like a fucking eye patch.
Yeah,
Lockout. Lockout.
But he was like a cool.
No, he was Snow, not Snake. He was Snow.
Yeah.
So ridiculous.
I was talking to Dave about this in terms of Zack's relationship with Netflix. And, his contract with them started in, I think, 2019, something like that. He had like a first look deal with them that lasted up until Rebel Moon, like when those movies came out. And I think, after Dan Lin came in, after Stuber stepped out, that kind of changed everything for him. And obviously Dan Lin's comments now are very reflective of what Zack's doing. And as a huge John Carpenter fan, Escape from New York is in my top 5, funny enough, because it's like Halloween, Christine, Escape from New York, Big Trouble in Little China, The Fog, like
The Fog.
To me, John Carpenter has never made a bad movie that I would not watch. And when I think of like Zack doing, reinventing, reimagining someone else's work, I mean, immediately, the first one that comes to mind is Dawn of the Dead. I have the luxury of being able to say I've met both George Romero and Zack Snyder, and I will just say that I know, Paul, you said you prefer Romero's cut of Romero's take on the movie, his version. I kind of lean towards Zack, but even then, like, I that's not like to poo-poo Romero, because fucking Dawn of the Dead builds off of everything he did of Night of the Living Dead, just done immensely better. And the short one time that I met Romero was complete happenstance in San Jose, down a couple hours south of me. And I was shocked to see that, like, when I realized it was him, I was like, holy fuck, you're George Romero. And he's like, hi, nice to meet you. Just super nice guy. I met him right before he passed away. It was really crazy happenstance. And, when I met Zack, I was just at a total loss for words. I wish I would have told him, like, hey, I met George Romero too. So I have that, just have that commonality. I don't know if he ever did talk to him, but it's really cool to have Carpenter on as an EP, because obviously if Zack is set to write and direct it, he obviously had to make some kind of pitch or idea. And I'd have to imagine John Carpenter was probably either in the room or on a Zoom call hearing what he had to say. And, there's been talk about, reimagining a remake of this movie for years and years and years. And like to Dave's point, I think the hardest part is going to be casting, your new Snake Plissken. And, I think Wyatt Russell's a fun one, but I kind of lean.
That's too on the nose. People would be like, "Are you kidding me? You're literally gonna hire the son."
I would love to see
anyone but The Rock. That's all
so
I ask.
I would love to see
for sure.
I would love to see Oscar Isaac, because one fun fact about Snake Plissken is the inspiration for Solid Snake from Metal Gear Solid, the franchise. And Oscar Isaac, for the longest time, even Jordan Vogt Roberts, who made Kong Skull Island, when he was doing press for that, he was asked, what is your ideal dream movie? And without hesitation, Vogt Roberts was like, oh, Metal Gear Solid, without question. And Oscar Isaac was like, yeah, I want to be Solid Snake. And I'm like, well, if you can't be Solid Snake in a fucking Metal Gear movie, I would take him as Snake Plissken in an Escape from New York remake.
That's what's interesting. That's what's interesting too, is like when I was like, I was asking people, and people, some people, there's even people that said Oscar Isaac, some people said Henry Cavill. I'm like, stop it with the Henry Cavill. I don't see Henry Cavill as a Snake.
He's already Highlander. Okay.
Yeah, I know. It's like, we already have him as Highlander, and he's going to be in Voltron. Come on, guys. And some people said Charlie Hunnam. I was like, not bad. Charlie Hunnam, not a bad. But Roland, what's interesting too is like when people, some people said it's Gerard Butler. Well, I was like, maybe in his prime, maybe a little younger. Gerard Butler could have been, but that's the thing, is like age obviously is always a factor. And when I looked up, I was like, how old was Kurt Russell when he played? Snake Plissken? 30. 30.
Is he 30?
30 years old.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. So there's, but at the same time, that's, again, who knows? I mean, again, nowadays it's so, with everything, I don't know. It's just, it's going to be interesting. Does he do an unknown, or does he do somebody? Does he have somebody that he's worked with, or a name?
Glenn Powell.
Glenn Powell.
No, Ratchet's name is Glenn Powell.
Not Glenn Powell. Come on. We already had him in Running Man, and that didn't work.
Oh, Jason Momoa. If we
no, not Jason Momoa either.
Charlie Cox would be a fun one.
Charlie Cox would be cool. Yeah.
Charlie Cox, Daredevil.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. Wow. Yeah. Okay, that's I like that. That's off the cuff. I like that.
I'd like
that's not bad at all. Huh. Wow. I actually really do like that. Wow.
Yeah. Because I could see Charlie Cox just fucking having an eye patch and someone just making a joke like you're like some kind of blind joke, and he'd be like, I've heard that one before. Some shit like that. I don't know.
Maybe.
Huh. And we all know that Zack loves Daredevil too.
Yes,
he does.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm assuming he must.
I actually really like that. Good job. That's a good one. Huh.
Yeah.
He's particularly a huge fan of Elektra and mostly the Elektra-based stories as well from Frank,
True.
because he's a huge Frank Miller fan, obviously. But yeah,
Huh.
no, I mean it'd be
like
interesting.
that. I like that a lot.
I think the movie with Zach has limitless potential to be updated and kind of cool. My only request for Zach as a filmmaker with the movie is, for better or worse, I think it's too much in John Carpenter's version, but make sure that you capture the stillness and the sadness of New York being this cesspit prison environment. I would say
I don't think that's much of a big ask, but yeah.
John Carpenter have John Carpenter do the score with this synthesizer. That
if John Carpenter can do the score, we're golden. Like, and I
think
if
if you look at Zach's filmography and the tonality of a lot of his movies, and then you look at Escape from New York, I don't see anyone with a fucking brain, mind you, not some incel dipshit chud just fucking crying on the internet. Oh no, Zack Snyder's gonna ruin John Carpenter. No, fuck off, you're an idiot. No, like if you look at the tonality of what Zack has done throughout his movies, and then again, you just look at Escape from New York, it is a literal fucking match made in heaven. Like Zack's sensibilities as a filmmaker lend themselves so well to what could be an incredible reimagining of one of, in my opinion, Carpenter's most seminal movies. But that's just me.
Well, and then the biggest thing, like when Zach posted on Instagram, he with his post with it was like the Hollywood Reporter, and he of course did LFG. What did he include? He included the synthesized John Carpenter theme. So I'm like, all right, that already leads me to believe that, he's all about, we're going to keep that aspect, because when it comes to a John Carpenter movie, that's one of the great things about a John Carpenter movie is the fact that he themes his movies and he uses that synthesizer. I mean, that's what I love about it. I mean, just it creates a certain atmosphere. It creates like an ambiance.
Yeah.
When you watch this movie, you hear that, you hear that. And the fact that he included that with the post, it's like, I love that. I love that he included that with the post. So it just leads me to believe that, he could have just posted, here we go. But he included the theme. And I'm like, okay, that theme's probably going to be present in the movie then.
No, I think the movie will be a fun like remake. There's certain movies I don't think that you can ever really remake, or like
Back to the Future.
I think RoboCop was a good example, though. I think the RoboCop remake could have taken more risks and been R-rated, and there's a few different things they could have done. But living up to the Verhoeven original interpretation of that character is hard to do, because it's such an iconic, movie staple. But Snake Plissken is iconic. But I think there's a lot that you could do with the remake that would be really interesting in terms of trying to, spruce it up and trying to do something different, I think. So,
yeah. And you add that. I mean, it's so funny because like it was a big time mixed bag. I was like scrolling down my For You side of Twitter, and it was like there were people who were like, oh my God. And then when I even, ran a poll, it was like most people were just like, they were all about it. And there was even like some people like that are movie journalists that were like going, you know what, this fits in his lure. And this just fits Zack Snyder. And I'm like, see,
I'm not even worried about like, the original or even Escape from LA, because for me, I think it'll bring more attention back to those movies, because I think, they're more iconic. It's more of like the influence that they gave, but like it's like I said, I think there's a lot of like better John Carpenter movies out. I mean, he's got such a great wide variety of films and stuff like that. But if anything, it's going to bring back attention to them. Like if they haven't already done it, I won't be shocked if within the year of that new movie coming out that Arrow Video or something does 4K remastered releases of Escape from New York and LA, like a
totally.
So you know, the people who love those movies will benefit from the remake happening in the first place. So
Yeah, it's I
Yeah.
don't know, but I mean, people just want to ignore that sequel. And like I said, that surfing scene is very much a real thing with Peter Fonda. That's
Peter Fonda?
is the
Okay.
guy that he's surfing with, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
I totally forgot that it was Peter. It just hit me. I was like, oh yeah, it was Peter
Yeah.
Fonda that was in that scene with him. And
I
it's
saw
god-awful.
John Carpenter defend LA though, because I know.
Of course.
Oh, no, but I mean, like, there was a recent convention or something, and they were talking about it, and I think someone in the crowd was like, "The movie sucks," and he was like, "Fuck you!" Like he just,
Oh
like,
yeah,
he,
well
like,
that's
shot that.
John Carpenter. Well, I mean, it was interesting because it's not all bad. You could find good in it. I mean,
Right.
I remember watching it many times younger because I was a kid and I probably have watched that more than New York, to be honest,
Mm.
because it was a 90s movie and I was a 90s kid and I watched it and it, so anytime it was on HBO, I was like, oh yeah, Escape from LA. And I was more familiar with that. But then eventually I watched the original and it's like, oh yeah. But then you realize, oh wow, how similar it is. But it's funny because in Escape from LA, it's almost like Escape from LA was like the fourth or fifth movie or something like that, because there's actually a scene where he meets up with somebody that he already knew about it. It's like, oh yeah, I remember that time in Cleveland, remember when we had that, and they start mentioning other locations that they had to like do some crazy shit. And it's like, well, we didn't see those movies, it's like, oh, it almost seems like John Carpenter was like, he did right. He was like, I want this character to like, oh yeah, first we do New York, then we go to, different fucking cities that are doomed, that Snake Plissken ends up going to. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe he wanted some cross between Indiana Jones, or maybe he wanted to be kind of like the Man with No Name, and that
he's
like,
a cool character. I mean, he's dark. He's got an eye patch. He's badass. He talks like, call me Snake. He's got that catchphrase of "call me Snake." So I mean, it's
I think we were lucky that Kurt Russell played the character because, I don't think many guys can walk into a room and say, "Just call me Snake," and you'd be like, "Okay, there, pal, I'll call you Snake." So I'm glad that Kurt Russell at least played the character, because Kurt Russell is one of the few actors that just naturally oozes like coolness. Like he's just
there's something about him where he can play the comedy, character. He could play
a goofball, like in Big Trouble in Little China.
Yeah.
But when
he could play a Jack Burton, he could play a Snake Plissken, and then he could play one of the most underrated I almost said Snake Plissken. Kurt Russell movies is Breakdown. Did you guys ever watch Breakdown? It came out in the 90s. It's a movie called Breakdown. Small movie with him and I can't remember the girl's name, Kathleen something. But it's about just a wife, husband and wife. They're on a road trip and they break down. Car breaks down.
Is this the one where it's kind of like Duel, where there's like crazy trucks trying to kill them or something like that?
Not trucks trying to kill them. No, it's not like that. But it's like they break down and then a truck driver pulls over and says, hey, I could take you to like a phone and blah, blah, blah. And then he finds out that, oh yeah, our car is not actually somebody did something fiddled with it. And now the car is working. And then he's like, oh shit. Well, he said he was taking my wife to here. Can't find her. He tracks down the trucker and the dude's like, I don't even know who you are, man. So he's trying to be like, where the fuck's my wife? And it's like he's uncovering this whole fucking thing. It's a good movie. Like it's a small, contained movie where it's really fucking good. Like it's one of my. And then you got something like Tombstone that he does.
Yeah, Tombstone. Well, Tombstone I think was almost ghost directed by Kurt Russell from all the behind the scenes stories and stuff.
But apparently the director was a piece of fucking.
Yeah, it shows though, because Tombstone's pacing and everything is all over the map. You can kind of tell that the movie was.
It's amazing that the movie works the way that it does.
Right.
Like you can watch it start to finish and be okay with it. But yeah, you could see the pacing issues, but at the same time, it still fucking works. And you still have awesome performances from like all the leads.
Yeah.
Like everybody's really good in that movie. Every character, top notch.
So I want to say two things. I do think I know about Breakdown because my buddy Jimmy that watches a lot of like the B movies and stuff, like talked about
it. Is kind of like a B movie, yeah, but it's really good. Well, it's really good.
He's a huge fan of Kurt Russell as well. And again, he recommended Tombstone for me for many years. I finally watched Tombstone and I liked it. It's not one of my favorite Westerns, but I think one of the funniest things about that movie is he's married. Kurt Russell's character is married in the movie. And obviously all the main characters go through a lot of strife throughout the film and stuff like that. But
he's married to a drug addict.
Right, that's the thing. So halfway through the movie, he meets, of all things, Dana Delaney. I believe that's her in the movie and stuff.
Yes.
And
Lois voice in Superman the animated series. Anyways,
and Andre Beaumont in Mask of the Phantasm. That's how she got the job. But anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's still married and meets this wonderful woman. And his wife is like a drug addict, and I guess she's kind of a whore too. I guess that's what they. But it's so random, the ending, because the ending is like they get together, and it's like, well, what about the wife? And then it's just like a random scroll, and it's like,
then they just
got
go,
together.
This is what happened.
Yeah.
Well, the thing that makes Tombstone so good is his performance, but it's Val Kilmer.
Oh yeah.
If you don't have Val Kilmer's performance as Doc Holliday, you don't have that movie.
Val should have been nominated.
Yes.
He really should have. That was a great performance that he gave, but it is what it is. But yeah, like the ending is just
the
so
movie
funny.
falls apart at the end when like and then all of a sudden it's just like all of a sudden you get this voiceover and it's like it's like,
and his wife died before or something. I was like, what? So I was like, all right.
Yeah, the ending of that movie is pretty bad. Like I think the ending of that movie is when the last time you see him and Wyatt Earp and Doc Holliday and Doc is just basically dying, and he's like in a hospital bed, and then he just like looks at his feet and goes, oh, and he's like you could see like, and then he passes away. And it's like that should have just been it. And then they just kind of just do this ending where it's like, well, this is what happens to everybody. It's like,
well, like I said, you can tell it's kind of a hackneyed, put together movie and some stuff. But there's a lot of good in it too. There's a lot of like
totally.
Billy Bob Thornton's in the movie, and he's like a fat, overweight guy, and I didn't recognize him at first. So I was like, that Billy Bob Thornton, like just things like that. It's just really weird. The doc basically a Doc Holliday. Yeah.
Your mic's cutting out. Your mic's cutting out again. Can't hear you.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, there you go. You're good. You're good now.
All right.
Maybe yeah.
Sorry.
Good. Yeah, it happens.
Might just be sensitive.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember my train of thought, but yeah, like it's just it's just a fun. It's a fun movie though, and like I
mean, one of the best lines in that movie is from Doc. Well, and there's so many good lines from Doc Holliday.
What movie?
Tombstone.
Oh yeah.
One of the best lines was like obviously Doc Holliday's drunk, and there's a whole big scuffle happening at outside, and I forgot what the actor's name is, but and then he comes out and he's like he's obviously he takes like another drink and he's like, hey, you music lover, and then the guy's like oh, it's Thomas Hayden Church, that's who it is, it's that guy, and he goes like, oh, drunk piano player, you're so drunk, in fact you're probably seeing double. And then Doc Holliday pulls out another gun and he just like does like this cool little like flip of the guns. He goes, I have 2 guns, 1 for each of you. It's just like, because he said he's seeing double, so he's like, I got 2 guns for 1 for each. And it's just such a fucking, I'm like, it's the best line in the fucking movie. I love that line. But yeah, Val Kilmer should have got nominated and probably should have won, to be honest. He did such a good job in that.
Yeah.
But back to the Escape from New York. Who knows who's going to be Snake Plissken? It's going to be, that's what's going to be big news when it comes to who's casting. I don't know. Like I said, there's a lot of good recommendations. I don't mind the Oscar Isaac suggestion, but I just go, how old, like what's the age?
Yeah.
What's the age?
I would just say as long as they have like a solid, good script, and then it's R rated, which I think.
Well,
Zach
of course it will
want.
be. It will be.
Yeah.
There's no way that
No doubt.
you can't make that. You can't make that PG-13. Fuck
No.
that. No.
So yeah, as long as they have those two things, I think the film will be fine. I think Zach works better with a stronger script, and if it's R rated, he'll be allowed to.
Well, he's writing it. It said he's writing.
Oh, he's co-writing it. Okay.
Yeah. No,
Well-
it just said he's writing and directing. I don't know if he's gonna have somebody, co-writing with him.
Does
Like Shay, what's his name?
Shay Hatton, Joby Harold, probably one of those
Yeah.
guys.
Okay.
Or
Well-
Kurt Johnstad. That's another freaking writer collaborator of his too.
Yeah.
But,
All right.
but I mean, the good thing about it is like you already have the story.
Mhm.
You already have. I mean, essentially, you already have like you have the beats.
You have a blueprint to work from.
You have a blueprint, and it's kind of funny because always, the Zack Snyder.
Zack is a blueprint,
thing.
right.
But it's always funny. You have that. You have the blessing from the creator, and hopefully you can have him to just do the music and maybe do like a more modernized version of the music, which I wouldn't be surprised if John Carpenter would want to do that. And so it's not going to be that hard to do that where it's like, oh yeah, we're going to modernize, because obviously there's so many times where you watch a movie that was, especially in the 80s when they were showing the future.
Right.
I mean, for God's sakes, 2001. I mean, like you watch like these movies and they're like, oh yeah, in 2015 we're going to have hoverboards and flying cars, just like Back to the Future. And now we're in 2026. We don't have any of that. We have some things that that they predicted, but for the most part, the 80s, when it came to predicting stuff, some things got right, a lot of things they didn't get right. So obviously Escape from New York is very easy to modernize, I think. And when you have Zach, is like his aesthetic and his eye for like the slow motion and stuff like that, you could really do something. But yeah, I think a lot of people are going, basically going, who's going to be Snake Plissken? That's the biggest thing. I don't think anybody's really, there's going to be the haters that are just going to automatically hate it. But I think everybody's going, all right, well, the next big thing, who is Snake Plissken? That's going to be the big thing.
John Carpenter is there. I mean, with him being overseeing this, I think that gives the project, it builds that bridge between people who be like, well, if it's not John Carpenter, and the old man is there,
he's going to be there.
Yeah. I'm glad that he's on board. We should state though, for the record, as far as I'm aware, like John does not have, I think, any real. I mean, he's happy and proud of most of his movies, but I don't think he has any real sentimental value. If someone wants to try and remake one of his films, he's perfectly fine with that, as long as he gets compensated.
I mean, they did like what, over 10 years ago, they tried to make a Thing prequel.
Yeah, I mean,
which
is very good, by the way.
Yeah.
It was fine, and it did a really good job of connecting to the actual movie. I thought, the only thing that they messed up on really was the fact they used too many CGI effects.
Yeah,
and
they had to be practical. That was the problem. Yeah. It was practical.
The thing is,
and then
people loved the original thing because of the practical effects and how good they were. When you watch that prequel thing, it's like, it's not a bad movie. Like, I remember watching it and going, this is not bad, but there's a lot of CGI. But then how they tie it into, like, they literally, like, that they're tying into, because you hear that little bass, like that little bum bum bum.
When you see the monsters,
you see the dog running, and you see how it's like, oh, this is how I remember going, oh shit, this is leading right into the fucking movie. It was like, oh yeah.
You want to talk about an advertising campaign that was a fucking disaster? That was one of the first ones we did. That was a disaster, and here's why. They never did a good job distinguishing and making you know that this came before the 1982 film. We sent 150 people to that movie, and all the way up to the point where the movie started, is this a remake? Is this a remake? Is this a remake?
That's what it felt like. Yes. Yeah. I remember, like, for a lot of people, it felt like it was just like a remake, and I'm like, no, this is supposed to be a prequel.
A lot of people tuned out. A lot of people didn't give it a shot because of that. Had it been explained properly, I think that movie would have did a lot better. The CGI for me, I think practical effects are great, when they should be. I don't know if in that movie, especially the helicopter scene and some of those were practical effects wouldn't look like shit. That's just me personally, but there's a lot of people who pay a little bit more detail to those type of effects. But I thought the movie was dead on arrival when so many people assumed it was a remake. And remember, the title was exactly the same,
It was
and
just
the logo
Thing.
was exactly
It
the
wasn't
same.
like The Thing, it didn't have like a subtitle to it.
Or The Thing Cometh or something.
Yeah, it was just
or
The
Who Goes
Thing.
There or something. I mean, it should
Yeah,
have
so I remember that too, where I was like, people are gonna be misled. But I mean, I knew it was a prequel because that is my favorite John
That's
Carpenter.
my favorite all-time horror movie.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so fucking good,
I go back and forth between The Thing and They Live.
Yeah, They Live is so good too.
Yeah,
man.
there was a quote because they did Red Letter Media did a whole couple videos dedicated to his whole filmography and just ranking them and from best to worst or worst to best. And I think one of them says in my head my favorite is The Thing, but in my heart it's They Live. It's something like that. That's
I'm actually surprised that they try not to remake They Live. I know that's such a classic, but at the same time, it's like just with modern day with technology and
I don't think the studio system would allow that movie to be remade because
they know that they're hypnotizing us.
Well, nothing is that movie is timeless because nothing has changed in America. It's actually gotten worse.
That's what I'm saying. It's not just billboards and magazines that are telling us to consume and all the stuff. Now it's like digital shit. I mean, you better believe there's been so many scripts that have been pitched for a remake of that movie for modern day, and it's just like you just got to wonder, man. Yeah, and then nobody can really make something like that because they'd be like, "Oh yeah, this is just a ripoff of They Live."
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's a 10 out of 10. It's just and it's great because I think it has. I still think it has one of the best endings of any of his movies too. It's just
oh yeah. What's wrong, man? Plus, those are Cold War movies. I think that really when you try to you gotta be real careful. Red Dawn, any of these movies that were made during the Cold War, and they're
because there's a feeling. There's a feeling to it. There's something that adds
the mistrust.
To it. Yes,
I can't trust you, spies and all that stuff.
Yeah,
and that's what makes those movies special. I think The Thing would work. But Red Dawn was a disaster. Somebody should have just said no.
Oh yeah, I didn't even watch the remake. I was like,
that's horrible.
No, I think I did, and it was awful. It was awful.
Yeah, but that distrust and with The Thing and then They Live was that whole counterculture of capitalism and the Russians because in 1988, we were still the Cold War didn't end until 3 years after that. I mean, we were. The Cold War consumed from 1940 something. It consumed movie making all the way up. In every alien movie that you saw from that period on, like The Day the Earth Stood Still, that was about nuclear weapons. That was about the Cold War.
Yeah.
And all the radioactive, all your comic book stuff, of the entire radioactive age, gave you the Hulk, gave you Spider-Man, gave you Fantastic Four. So that's all that Cold War stuff. And in the 80s, it was like growing up in the early 80s on the Air Force Base, we thought. Everybody thought that we were 10 seconds from midnight, whatever. So that's what made Carpenter's movies great. And The Thing was about who among you can you trust.
Yeah.
And the original one was the same way. The original one, it's both of those movies are bookended into the Cold War because it was who's one of us. You're not one of us is what the whole thing was.
That's another reason why I like, not to go off track, but that's why I like Crystal Skull, because in the ending fighting the Russians and there being aliens in the 1950s makes sense. That's what the films were back then. It wasn't Nazis and World War II or World War II or pre-World War II type of stuff. So I was like, all right, makes sense, connects, that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, man.
We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens when it comes to that. But I think this is a good spot to end the stream. We're going on almost 5 hours. Oof. I'm getting tired, so we'll go ahead and end this right here. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Like I said, good discussions tonight. A lot of things happen this week, and we'll see what happens. Go out to the movies, do it. There's other movies out there too. I'm taking my mom to see that Paul Rudd movie, Power Ballad, because it actually looks good. I don't know. You guys probably don't even know what the fuck.
I don't even know what that
No,
is.
I
Heard
did.
about it right now.
I did watch the Anaconda movie with him and Jack Black the other night.
Yeah, it was on Netflix.
How was that?
Right?
Yeah, it was on Netflix.
It's goofy.
It's fine.
It's fine. Yeah.
I mean, watching the Anaconda die was the first Anaconda, I should say, was
Yeah.
pretty fucking wild. But the second
Yeah.
one, that's like twice the size. Oh fuck!
Yeah.
John Boy could spit out whole so that he can go cheat someone else.
The thing is that when I watched the Anaconda movie with Jack Black, it was like and Paul Rudd, it was like Jack Black it really annoyed me in that movie, but Paul Rudd he had the funniest lines. That's what was funny. It was like, because it's Paul Rudd, you could tell they were ad-libbing a lot. It was just, they were just like, hey, let's just have fun. And even my dad, I remember my dad texted was like, hey, I watched that new Anaconda movie. It was funny. I was like, yeah, there you go. It wasn't anything special. I'm glad I didn't go to the movies to go see it. I thought about it because I was like, oh, maybe, because it actually did fairly well in the movie theater like last December. For some reason, I think it almost made $100 million. To be honest,
it costs to make.
Yeah,
that's what I'm kind of wondering, but I don't know.
Probably not $100 million.
No.
I would hope
But
not.
it was just kind of interesting because I was hearing kind of a buzz about it, but I was like, nah. And then I watched it there. I'm like, yeah, glad I didn't see it. You know, I'm with Phil. It was fine. It was a fine, it's fine. But I think Paul Rudd, I just like Paul Rudd. And that movie, Power Ballad, I was like, oh, interesting concept about a wedding singer who helps a pop singer write a song. And then he puts it out there without telling him, and it goes fucking platinum. And then he hears it, and he's like, "What the fuck?"
I saw the preview.
Is Taylor Swift in it? 'Cause that sounds like a Taylor Swift situation.
Right?
No, it's Jonas. It's one of the Jonas brothers.
It's one of the Jonas brothers. And I was like, wow, that actually looks pretty good. And then my mom was like, hey, if you're going to see this, I want to see it. So I'm going to take her to go see it on Sunday.
You're such a good son.
I am. I like movies, shit. I'm trying to see more.
My mom just asked me to go to bingo, and I'm competitive, and I don't like losing the blue hairs. So, yeah.
That's a whole different story. Just take her to a movie. But anyways, it's been fun, of course. Let's go around the horn. William, again, congratulations for reaching your mark of 21,000 for the AFSB campaign.
Nice. And those who were watching to help make that happen, pretty cool. I mean, there's a whole list of people that we went over today that helped make that happen. So you can find me at the Sci-Fi Center. Just Google it. You'll find me. Tomorrow we're going to be covering a whole bunch of stuff. I think I might cover the Stargate nonsense because that.
Oh yeah, I heard about it.
The thing that got canceled.
Yeah,
because Amazon didn't want to appease the fan base or something.
That might be as big as this bottle of nose spray I have, and this is coming from somebody who loved Stargate. But sometimes, guys, just because you love something doesn't mean other people that love it. It's real money we're spending. And Catwoman, I got a advanced copy of Catwoman #1, so we're going to be going over that. And then worst.
That's next week, right?
Yep,
that comes out next week.
Wednesday.
Yeah, okay.
And then worst and best costume upgrade. So we're gonna start with Spider-Man. We'll go from there. So tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Pacific Standard.
There you go, Phil.
I actually have a Masters of the Universe review up on YouTube, a short on TikTok. I have also, a reaction to the Final Fantasy VII Revelation gameplay and trailer. Actually, just the initial trailer reveal, and I did a short on TikTok for that too. I'm working on getting my buddy Mike on for Dark Knight Returns episode for the Eternal Night, because he just got done doing a tour with the band that he does merchandise for. Vero Threads, Instagram, Blue Sky, not Twitter, and TikTok, just at Unfiltered. That's pretty much it. And once we get some more information for the Nightfall trilogy, Dave and I will talk about that on the Eternal Night as well. So keep that in mind. Other than that, guys, there's just a lot going on. Obviously, Supergirl's coming out in the next couple of weeks. Toy Story, Disclosure Day.
We got a lot of things coming out. We're in summer blockbuster season. I love it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Good times, but also see the small movies.
Yes.
Paul, what do you got?
Nothing.
You got a freaking awesome beard. That's what you got.
This is too much. I was joking with my friends because I got the lawn work done today, and it looked great. And I sent a photo and I said fresh cut, and I guess the photo loaded and it was the lawn. And my friend was like, "I thought you were going to send us like a haircut photo. And I was like, oh, I need one. And I sent a picture. He sent back like a GIF of Robin Williams when he gets out of the Jumanji game. Like, what year is it? I was like, that's fair. No, that's fair. I get you. No, this is me just being lazy. I'm gonna get a trim up.
Yeah, it's summer, man. It's getting hot.
Yeah. It's finally getting warm enough where I can just leave the doors. I'm at a good place with Cape, at least right now, because I have to use the AC units eventually at some point in the summer if I'm not renting out and whatnot. But I'm at the right time right now where because my house is located essentially a block from the ocean, so I'm getting enough of the breeze.
You get that breeze, yeah,
and the counteracting of it. But we still get just the
humid.
The humidity can still be a lot and everything. So, but yeah, I mean, right now though, we're still in like the 80s, I think, around here, but nothing like too crazy, nothing like too hot or anything. But now I'm getting to the point where if I go for a walk, I put on like the sun hat and stuff and protect the back of my neck and shit. So, but I got to look forward to Florida the next couple weeks. So that'll be be fun.
That's cool.
So yeah.
All right. Well, look forward to that. And thank you to Chris, thank you to Ronan, and thank you to Saggy, who made a brief appearance and return when it came to that. So, and of course, thank you, Paul. Thank you, Phil. Thank you, William. And again, congratulations, William. Always awesome. And thank you, everybody. Hit that like, thumbs up, do all the things, subscribe, and we will talk to you guys later.